Nearly a year had passed, and the triplets were now 6, while their youngest sister, Mito, had just celebrated her first birthday. The 3 older siblings looked much the same as they had a year ago, but their new little sister had become a bundle of energy that the whole family adored. Little Mito, with her vibrant red hair and violet eyes, was a miniature Kushina in the making. Her infectious, bubbly excitement charmed everyone she met. In the year since Mito's birth, Minato and Kushina had been training Naruto and Minami to harness and control the Nine Tails chakra, and they were making steady progress. Minato had even invited Jiraiya to stop by and help whenever he had free time. The 2 sisters were blossoming into future kunoichi, each determined to make their family proud. In fact, their instructors often had a red-headed baby in tow during training sessions. Following the birth, Kushina was often found with Mito in her arms, instructing the girls as she watched them practice. Meanwhile, their godmother, Tsunade, was busy with the medical program she had initiated after the Nine Tails attack. Still, she always made time to spoil her goddaughters rotten and patch them up when they inevitably got hurt while playing. Sadly, even as Minami and Naruto grew closer to their family, their brother was slowly being excluded from that same warmth. Naruto found himself being left out of family activities, gradually overshadowed as his sisters received more and more attention. After Mito's birth, his parents' time was consumed by their sisters' training and looking after their new youngest member, leaving little time for him. Family friends like Jiraiya were kind to Naruto but were only around occasionally and, for some reason Naruto couldn't understand, seemed to focus only on his twin sisters. Similarly, his godmother, Tsunade, always chatted with his sisters when she visited, helping to patch them up and forming a strong bond with them. Yet, whenever she looked at Naruto, he noticed her eyes would get teary before she turned away, leaving him alone and confused. Naruto didn't know it, but he looked so much like Tsunade's younger brother that she couldn't look at him without being reminded of her brother's death. Instead of confronting her pain, she simply chose to avoid him. She didn't dislike the boy, she just told herself that he had others to look after him. So, Naruto was slowly becoming more and more excluded from his family. While his sisters still played with him occasionally, they had started to incorporate training into their games, like running and playing ninja, and he simply couldn't keep up. He always insisted they go on ahead, not wanting them to feel bad about their abilities. Despite everything, Naruto remained the same kind boy he had always been. He smiled, laughed, and did whatever he could to make his family happy. Today, nearly a full year after his sisters had started their training, was no different. The birthday party was in full swing, with people mingling everywhere. All the clan heads were in attendance to congratulate Mito on turning 1. Mito herself sat happily, wearing a bright white onesie with an Uzumaki spiral on the back, between her older brother's feet, giggling as he played with her. As Mito laughed and rolled around under her brother's watchful eye, his gaze drifted to the yard, where Naruto and Minami were playing with a few of the clan heirs. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina were talking to their parents, discussing the upcoming year at the academy, which many of their children would be attending. Naruto continued to play with his red-haired sister, then heard a quiet voice call out to him from behind. He turned, his mixed eyes falling upon the bluish hair and wide eyes of his best friend, Hinata Hyuuga. The two had only known each other for a few months but were already almost inseparable, thanks to an event when they had first met, where he had stood up to protect her from bullies at the park. Flashback. Naruto was walking through the park, wondering what to do while his sisters were off playing shinobi tag, when he heard raised voices from behind a clump of trees. Curious, Naruto headed toward the sound. When he arrived, he found Hinata surrounded by a group of boys, all making fun of her and pushing her to the ground. "Hey, leave her alone!" Naruto shouted, running to stand between the bullies and Hinata. The girl's eyes, still moist with tears, looked up at the blonde boy standing before her. As he slowly came into focus, she suddenly remembered seeing him from afar when the Hokage had met with her father. "Huh, who's this kid?" one of the boys asked, looking at Naruto as his friends shook their heads, having no idea. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I won't let you pick on her," Naruto shouted at the bullies, raising both fists in front of him to make his point. The bullies stared at him with various confused looks before one finally spoke. "Wait, I thought the Hokage only had 2 kids, the village princesses," one muttered to his friends, who nodded. "Yeah, everyone knows that, you moron," another said, pointing at Naruto. "Let's teach him a lesson for lying about our Hokage guys," the last one shouted as the boys fell upon Naruto. Hinata could only watch as her hero was attacked by the 3 boys, trying but failing to stand up to the onslaught. She was about to try and help him when a pair of yellow and red blurs crashed into the bullies, sending them flying back from Naruto's small form. "Hey! Which one of you wants to tell me why you're hurting my Oniakin?" the enraged Naruto shouted, standing protectively in front of her brother, her blonde hair whipping back as her blue eyes glared at the stunned bullies. "Never mind, Naruto, it doesn't matter what they say, they're still getting a butt-kicking for hurting our Oniakin," Minami called out, cracking her knuckles just like her godmother often did whenever their godfather did something perverted. The 3 boys shivered as the sisters advanced. Before the boys could do more than cry out in fear, the girls were upon them, returning each punch tenfold for hurting their brother. During the commotion, Naruto slowly got up and looked around to find Hinata looking worriedly at him, her eyes still moist with tears. Smiling at her, Naruto half-dragged himself over until he was beside her, looking her over with obvious concern. "Hey, are you okay? They didn't hurt you, did they?" Naruto asked once he got close enough to see her clearly. Hinata simply nodded, her mind racing, trying to figure out who this boy was. "Wait, I thought the Hokage only had 2 girls, but they just said he was their brother. Does that mean the Hokage's son just saved me?" she thought in a rush as a red blush began to creep over her face as Naruto leaned in, looking concerned. "Hey, bro, you okay?" Naruto called out, having just finished giving one of his would-be attackers the world's worst wedgie. Turning at her call, Naruto smiled at the sight of the 3 bullies now tearing across the clearing, crying as his sisters stood triumphantly before him. "Of course, Dadabia, I'm fine. Those guys couldn't beat me if they tried," he said, trying not to show that he was actually pretty hurt. "Oniakan, what are we going to do with you?" Minami sighed as she approached, shaking her head. "You're not strong enough to protect yourself yet. Try thinking before you act," she finished, looking a little sad about lecturing her brother for getting himself hurt. "I am strong. I'm going to be stronger than both of you. Just wait till we get into the academy, and you'll see," Naruto replied, standing up and thrusting his fist into the air. "Baka," Minami said, putting her hand over her face. She knew her brother wanted to be strong, but the fact remained that he was only going to get himself hurt if he kept going the way he was. She was also getting more annoyed that he seemed unwilling to realize it. Why doesn't Oniakan see how far behind he is? I mean, he just keeps saying that mom and dad will train him soon and that he'll show us then. Oniakan has to learn how things work or he's going to get himself hurt, she thought as Naruto had other ideas beside her. "Ha, no way, bro, I'm going to be the best ever and become Hokage. You don't need to worry, I'll always be here to protect my baby brother. And then I'll train you, but only if you ask nicely." Naruto laughed, smiling at her brother. Naruto responded by sticking his tongue out and telling her that he would be better than her in no time, and the two descended into a friendly argument while Hinata and Minami watched. Flashback end. After that, Naruto and Hinata slowly got to know each other, becoming fast friends, playing when they could, and generally enjoying each other's company. Each also discovered the similarities in their family situations. Like Naruto, Hinata seemed to have been slowly pushed away after the birth of her younger brother a little over a year ago. The little boy, Hanabi, had become the center of attention within the Hyuga household, a welcome presence despite the worries surrounding his mother. Their mother had been sick for several months while carrying little Hanabi, but thanks to Tsunade, she had pulled through, though the events surrounding the birth left her confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. This, combined with the new baby, severely limited Hitomi's ability to look after her daughter, but the Hyuga woman was stubbornly devoted and did what she could, even if it was just the two of them sitting in the compound gardens together. Hinata's father, however, was a different story. He had become more and more attentive to his son, bragging about how he would raise him to be the greatest gentle fist user, even better than his brother's son, Niji. Unfortunately for Hinata, she was born into a family where power and skill seemed destined to decide one's fate, and the competition was slowly growing throughout her family, making it a difficult place for an innocent girl. But for now, she was freed from that as she smiled across at her friend and his sister. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Hinata whispered as she approached the Namikazes, guiding her brother Hanabi. While Hinata took after her mother, Hanabi was a miniature Hayashi in every way and walked with a sense of pride that made him an odd sight for a 1-year-old. His stoic mask broke, however, when little red-headed Mito walked over to him, smiling wildly into his impassive face. Before the little Hyuga could do more than look at this smiling redhead, Mito let out a happy giggle before throwing her blanket at his head, intending to drape him in it. Hanabi, seeing the blanket, tried to perform the spinning move he had seen Hyugas do to deflect things, but he sadly didn't understand that just twirling wouldn't save him. The blanket fell over him, wrapping around him, and he soon found himself on the floor, looking up at a giggling redhead who dropped down to playfully push at the trapped boy. While the two 1-year-olds were having their spat, Naruto and Hinata had begun talking about the academy, hoping they would be in the same class when it started, and so on. This continued throughout the evening until, at last, the guests had left, and only the Namikaze family remained. As their parents tucked each of their children in for the night, Naruto sat waiting in bed for the chance to ask the question he had been waiting a full year to ask. When the two came in to wish him goodnight, they found him bouncing up and down on the bed in restless excitement. "Now what has you so excited?" Kushina asked, smiling down at her son as his eager eyes turned to her. "Well, Mom, now that Mito is won, does that mean I can join the training? Can I?" Naruto asked with stars in his eyes as he looked between his parents. At his question, Kushina felt a slight pang of guilt as she looked down at her son's smiling face. She had only recently been able to start helping the girls with their training, and despite their improvement, they were still not where both Minato and she wanted them to be before Naruto joined them. With Mito finally old enough not to need her complete attention, she had hoped to move toward a more hands-on approach to finish things up with the girls. Meanwhile, beside her, Minato was biting back his own guilt as flashes of a choice he had made assaulted him like hammering blows. He still had to help his girls prepare for their future jobs, he knew that, and for that, he also knew what he would have to sacrifice. But he had to make sure they were ready if everything he cared about was to be protected. Besides, I went through the academy without help, so did Sensei. It's not like I'm leaving him to the wolves, and there will be time later. Yeah, later, the man thought as he shook himself back to reality, looking down at his son. Well? Minato spoke, drawing Naruto's attention to him. I think it would be best for you to start your academy studies before we begin your training, son, he said as Kushina looked at him, a little worried. Huh, but why? Naruto asked, looking confused. Well, you see, son, the academy will be able to tell what you're good at so that when you start with us, we'll be able to teach you even faster, and we don't want you having trouble with both our training and the academy work, Minato lied, even as he felt the pang of guilt from misleading his child. But I thought I would get to be trained by you, Naruto whispered, looking sadly between his parents, feeling a horrible sinking feeling in his chest as the joy and excitement that had been building there tumbled away. You will, Sachi, we'll be training you in no time, but we need to make sure we don't rush things, Kushina said, feeling tears on the corners of her eyes even as she saw the confusion on her son's face, as she too threw in the white lie she hated herself for using. Naruto, for his part, looked back and forth between his parents, a multitude of questions springing to life in his head. Why can't they train me? I mean, they love me, right, and they train Naruto and Minami. Why am I being left out? Hey, why does mom look sad? I hate it when she looks like that. Stupid Naruto, of course, they love you, they're sad you don't like them looking after you. Baka, quick, smile, show them you're okay. Wait, why? I mean, I am sad, maybe they should feel bad. No, I won't let them be sad, Databia. Naruto thought, pushing back his confusion and forcing a smile onto his lips. Okay, he said happily, causing both parents to relax slightly. But when I know what I'm good at, you better be ready because I'm going to show you that I'm the greatest shinobi ever, Databia, the boy cried, his words causing both parents to let out a breath, relieved that Naruto seemed to be taking the news okay. Soon, they finished tucking him in and left to look after Mito before turning in themselves. As the pair moved down the hall toward their own room, Kushina found herself doubting her actions and turned to her husband. Minato, do you think this is okay? I mean, leaving Naruto out, he needs to be trained, too, you know. Sure, I want to make sure the girls are okay, but lying to him like that, it's just wrong, Kushina finished solemnly as she and he got ready for bed. I know, Kushina, but we need to make sure the girls are looked after first, and you are the only one who can safely train them. Neither of them can form your chains, so we need to be careful. I just don't want to see any of them get hurt. Sometimes we have to tell a white lie to protect them, but we'll never stop loving him, Kushina, and we'll make it up to him. I promise, Minato replied softly, silently trying to convince himself, even though he knew he was only telling half-truths. I guess. We'll start his training next year, and then we'll make him an amazing shinobi, right? Kushina responded with an almost pleading note in her voice. We'll make it up to him, Kushina. I promise, Minato replied as he laid down to sleep beside his wife, feeling as though his mind would tear itself apart for what he was doing. Meanwhile, down the hall, Naruto was having more problems falling asleep. His mind continued to fire off contradictory arguments about his parents' behavior. Why don't they train me with my sisters? Is it my fault? No, I haven't done anything. What should I do? I want to be strong enough to protect them. No, they are both awesome shinobi. They have to have a reason for what they're doing, right? Right, he continued to ask himself, desperate for some kind of answer. Will you stop that? I'm trying to sleep here, a feminine voice shouted from seemingly all around the room as Naruto froze, wondering for a moment if his silent pleading had been answered. Naruto looked wildly around, trying to see where it was coming from, only seeing the shadowed shapes of his room before him. Who said that? He shouted, still looking around his room, starting to get a little frightened as he continued to see no one who could have spoken to him. Learn some manners, and I might just tell you, you little seedling, the voice replied, once again seemingly coming from nowhere. With nothing else to do, Naruto decided to answer the voice. Okay, mister. That's Ms., the voice interrupted. Sorry, Ms., but where are you and why can't I see you? Naruto asked, wondering what was going on. Am I going crazy? You see, this is what you get for being stupid. Kami is making you hear voices, he thought to himself before he was interrupted from his mental berating by the sound of laughter. Kami, haha, oh, that's good. Me, Kami? That's priceless. I wouldn't be caught dead looking after the universe, too much work, the voice chuckled, slowly petering out into a small fit of giggles. Wait, how did you hear me? Where are you? Naruto asked again, searching for the source of the voice, this time looking under his bed as if he expected to see someone hiding there. You can stop looking for me, little seedling, I'm not in your room, I'm in your head, the voice stated as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. This caused Naruto to stop dead in his search and look across to his wall where a mirror hung, as if expecting to see another face reflected upon it. What do you want with my head? What's going on? Who are you, Ms.? What do you want? Naruto asked, firing off questions one after another. Relax already, you're going to give yourself a heart attack. I swear, you little seedlings are all the same. To answer your question, I suppose you can just call me Juubi, and what I want is to make a deal with you, the voice spoke as Naruto continued to stare into the mirror. What do you want with my head? What's going on? Who are you, miss? What do you want? Naruto fired off, one question right after another with hardly a pause. Calm down. You're going to give yourself a heart attack. You little seedlings are all the same, I swear, the voice sighed, waiting for the boy, who had finally run out of questions, to quiet down. When he finally went silent, the voice echoed in the empty room again. To answer your question, you can call me Juubi, and what I want is to make a deal with you, the voice continued as Naruto looked at his own puzzled face reflected in a mirror across the room. Juubi? Naruto muttered, raising an eyebrow, a little surprised by the name. Well, that's a weird name, he thought to himself, crossing his arms in thought. It is not a weird name, young seedling, and it is not polite to insult someone who can make your head explode from the inside out, the Juubi replied with an air only an irritated woman could pull off. Ah! Naruto shouted, a moment before rolling off his bed. Both hands were now clapped to his head as he thumped to the wooden floor, where he proceeded to roll back and forth in apparent panic. No, Miss Juubi, don't blow up my head. Please, Miss Pretty, Beautiful, Kind, Loving Juubi, you wouldn't do that to me, would you? Please? Naruto begged, rolling to a halt and looking into the mirror with tears streaming from his eyes, his hands clasped together as if in prayer. Puffed, oh, this is priceless. You're great. I can't wait to see what else I can make you do, the amused voice of Juubi calmed, seemingly coming from everywhere in the room. Oh, this was so much better than being stuck in the moon, the voice thought. At least here, she could have fun messing with humans again. After finally getting her amused giggles under control, Juubi turned her attention back to her host, noticing that he had fallen silent once more. Hey, little seedling, are you still alive out there? The Juubi asked as she looked through the boy's eyes again, seeing his face, now turned from fear into a childish pout, looking back at him from his own reflection. Ah, does the little seedling not like being picked on by the big bad Juubi? She laughed, looking at the cute pouting form of Naruto, who had his arms folded before him and was looking pointedly away from his reflection as if trying to ignore the voice. That wasn't funny, the boy muttered, still refusing to look at his reflection as if that was who he was conversing with. Oh, on the contrary, I think it was quite funny, the Juubi replied, waiting a few moments for a response from the boy, who seemed quite set on ignoring her. So, do you want to know what my deal is, or do you want to sit pouting on your floor all night? Because I can wait a lot longer than you, seedling, Juubi chuckled as she saw the boy glancing back at his reflection, a thoughtful expression on his young face as he slowly let his arms fall to his sides. I guess, the boy mumbled, finally turning to face the mirror again, even if he was only facing his reflection. Miss Juubi, is there a way that I can see you? It's kinda weird talking to myself, the boy called as he gave his reflection another glance. The boy's remark seemed to trigger something within the woman as her own thoughts turned back to a time when her only companion had been her voice, and how that long loneliness had come to an end so many years ago. Flashback. The disembodied consciousness of Juubi floated silently within her lunar prison, her thoughts cast out once more to how she had let some stupid woman steal her charge, and worse, let that same woman's children seal her away after robbing her of her power and children in one fell swoop. As her thoughts began to swirl, the agitation became too much as she called out into the starry night. Aha! If I ever see that woman and her sons again, I'll seal them in this stupid rock and see how they like it. Juubi screamed into the silence of the moon that she called home. It had been thousands of years since that stupid sage had sealed her into this lunar prison, and with only her thoughts to keep her company, the time had passed very slowly indeed. Her only reprieve had been when, on a full moon's night, she could cast her gaze down at the world. These brief glimpses were all that kept her from falling into absolute despair within her celestial tomb. So, tonight, like those before, she turned her gaze upon the earth, not knowing that this moment would spell the end of her long exile. As her eyes slowly shifted down, her attention was immediately drawn to a commotion within a forested land. As she looked closer, she saw her youngest son causing his usual 9 kinds of hell for the people of a shinobi village. As she watched, her son swiped his tails back and forth across the armies of the village, his mouth open in a roar of rage. But something was wrong. That rage, it wasn't his. As she watched the great kitsune raging among the trees, she saw his almost rabid assault upon the village that sat burning beneath him, her eyes narrowing as she saw his eyes momentarily turn skyward, his eyes sporting a horribly familiar red marking. Her memories recalled the only other time she had seen her son like this, all those years ago in that valley as he stood between the descendants of that stupid woman, used as a pawn in their petty battles for power. As her memories fell into place beside the vision before her, an uncontrollable rage boiled up within her. Damn them! She yelled as she struggled hopelessly against her prison walls. It's not enough that they bind me here, but they have to continue to use my children in their stupid war. the woman cried as she looked down at her son's body paraded like a puppet to that family's tune. "Leave him alone, you bastards. When I get out of here, I swear I'm going to tear them limb from limb and scatter their ashes to the four winds so even Kami can't put their bodies back together. Let him go." Jewelby screamed as her son continued to rage below. Even as she howled and struggled, her eyes noticed an older figure charging to attack her son. Unable to tear her eyes away, she watched the battle begin, the shinobi throwing everything he had in an attempt to halt her son's assault on the village. As the struggle continued, her eyes turned to a small ceiling table that appeared behind the man, her attention now drawn to the three small bundles that lay upon it. Turning her attention back to the battle, she watched as one of the attacking figures split from the fight, turning to run towards the table as the seals around it began to glow, illuminating the night sky around it. Then he appeared, the one she had long ago known, the brother of her lord, the lord she had failed so long ago. "No, it can't be," Jewelby whispered, her tone speaking of the disbelief currently running through her as she gazed upon the figure who had emerged from behind the old shinobi. But there he was, the Shinigami himself, in all his terrible glory, his hollowed mask looking down across the bundles before him before turning to look up at the great Kitsune. Then, before she could overcome her shock, she was forced to watch as his hands reached out to tear her child apart. She watched helplessly as the hands tore the yin and yang from her son, his roars of pain flooding the night sky as her own rang out in the heavens above. And still, all she could do was watch as the Shinigami's hands dragged the two halves into the children, sealing her son once again into a living prison. As the scene slowly came to an end, Jewelby found herself openly weeping at the sight of her son's fate. The 9 may have never been her chosen children, but they were born from her, and like any mother, she could no more bear their suffering than her own. As the final flickers of her son began to fail, Jewelby found herself turning from the surface, not wishing to see anymore, not able to bear to see her children suffer as she sat helplessly above them. Then, just as her eyes slowly turned away from the lands below, a gentle pressure caught her, as though a hand had reached up to halt her from looking away. As she turned towards that feeling, her eyes found themselves moving down towards the table beside which the Shinigami still stood, looking up towards the moon, right into her eyes. As the pair's eyes met, the Shinigami slowly inclined its head towards the final bundle upon the table. Watching, Jewelby saw the skeletal hand of the figure moving to trace a small seal upon the boy's brow, her symbol as he looked back to her as if to tell her that it was waiting. For a moment, she was unable to even believe that this was happening. Had Kami finally heard her prayers? After all these years, was she finally being given a second chance, a place outside of this moon prison to once again live in, a chance for freedom? The Shinigami once again shifted his head, motioning for the Jewelby to move towards the bundle even as its form began to fade. As the ghostly figure slowly began to dissipate, she shook herself from her thoughts as she looked back at the disappearing figures, her lips parting as a choked voice issued out. "Thank you," she whispered as she allowed the pull from the ceiling table to draw her down towards the final struggling bundle. And so, her soul had finally been freed from her lunar prison, finally back in the world she had so long been apart from. And so she found herself slipping gently into the final struggling babe who lay beside his siblings, a small look of peace crossing his face as the seal upon his head glowed faintly before fading. Flashback end. As Jewelby shook herself from her memories, her attention returned to the small blonde still looking curiously at his reflection as she felt a small smile crossing her lips. "Well, since you asked nicely, I guess we can meet face to face," Jewelby spoke as she considered how to go about handling the situation before her. "Tell me, boy, do you know what a mindscape is?" the woman's voice asked after a moment as she watched the boy blinking at her words. Naruto, in reply, cocked his head to one side at the question, moving to recross his arms in what passed for a 6-year-old's thinking pose. For a full minute, the blonde sat there, his eyes closed in apparent concentration, as Jewelby waited silently, starting to wonder if the boy had slipped back to sleep on her. After a little longer, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes with a look of confidence on his face as he spoke. "Nope, no idea," he called as a wide grin spread across his face. For a moment, Jewelby simply looked at the boy's smile before letting out a sigh as she shook her head. "You know, that's not something you should be particularly proud of, seedling," the woman pointed out as Naruto's smile faded, replaced with an annoyed look. "Hey, it's not my fault. If you're so smart, why don't you tell me what it is, Databia?" Naruto fired back as Jewelby's face quirked up into a smirk the boy could not see. "What did I say about asking nicely?" Jewelby whispered in a dangerously sweet voice that caused Naruto to freeze, his mixed eyes to go wide as he shifted back into his pleading look, complete with clasped hands. Please tell me, smart, pretty, nice Miss Jewelby," Naruto gushed with a hint of panic as he looked at his own reflection, hoping his head wouldn't explode any moment. "Nice to see you remember, oh and drop the miss, but the pretty you can leave," Jewelby chuckled as she focused on drawing the boy into his mindscape. "Now just relax. I'll help you this time so you can get a feel for it," she called as her presence reached forward toward the boy's own. Even as the final words echoed within the boy's mind, he felt a tug on the back of his neck as darkness slowly closed in from the outside of his vision. At first, the sudden blackness terrified the young boy as it slowly crept across his eyes, swallowing him whole. However, just as the last vestiges of light disappeared, his eyes were suddenly assaulted with a blinding flash that caused him to raise his hands before his face as an impromptu shield. A moment later, as the light slowly faded, Naruto lowered his arms, allowing his eyes to gaze around at his new surroundings. Where before, he would have seen the simple plaster walls of his room, with its usual amount of mess, he instead saw a massive expanse of blue and green stretching out to the horizon. A moment before, he had been sitting in his room on the second floor of his home, but now found himself in an open field, the soft green grass now all around him, brushing lightly against his bare feet. As he turned his eyes skyward, he saw a cloudless blue sky that seemed to stretch on for miles in every direction, on and on as if this land had no true end to it. Feeling the touch of the green ground below him, Naruto's eyes fell across his orange pajamade form to the grass on hand, running gently through it as he pushed himself up from the ground, his mind already buzzing with questions. Where am I? Last thing I remember was something about a mindscape, and that voice saying something about helping me. Was I dreaming? Wait, no, is this that mindscapey thing? But this just looks like some field like the ones outside the village. Maybe that's all that happened, I just fell asleep in the field, the boy thought as he continued to take in his surroundings. However, before he could continue to try and explain how he had found himself in this deserted field, a voice jerked him back to reality. Well, are you going to sit there all day, or are you going to say hello, seedling? Things may pass slowly here, but you don't strike me as the patient type, the voice called, now coming from behind the blonde instead of from his own mind. At the call, Naruto spun toward the source of the voice, his eyes traveling across the plain to the peak of a large hill. He suddenly realized he was standing at the base of. Looking up the hill, the blonde's eyes were immediately drawn to the summit where a single magnificent tree stood. The tree stretched some 40 feet into the air and had bark of pale white, as though the clouds absent in the blue skies had been formed to create its massive trunk. As the boy's eyes trailed up the great tree, his eyes found an explosion of color awaiting him as the thousands of gently swaying leaves formed a great canopy above him, each of the leaves shining with a deep purple light or shifting to an odd glowing black as though the leaves themselves had not chosen what color to remain. The tree seemed the center of this place, as though the blue skies and grass themselves were given light from its branches. Slowly, Naruto began to approach the top of the hill, feeling an odd pull to reach the beautiful thing. As he continued to get closer, he felt a strange peace about him, as though he was greeting an old friend that he hadn't seen in a great while. Soon, he reached the summit and stood before the tree, a rather disconcerting thought popping into his head as he looked up at the massive tree. Great, I'm talking to a giant purple tree. Oh, that's just great. This is what I get for eating all that ramen. Minami was right, it's rotted my brain. Stupid delicious ramen, the boy thought as he extended one hand toward the bark of the tree, curious to see if it felt as soft as it looked. I wouldn't do that if I were you, little seedling. At least not until we have our talk. Oh, and I'm not just some talking tree, the familiar voice called, now coming from directly above the boy. The sudden voice caught Naruto off guard as he jumped slightly back from the tree, looking back and forth for the source of the voice before a small giggle drew his attention up into the softly shifting purple canopy. That's right, I'm up here, seedling, the voice called once again, a small smile almost visible in the words alone. Looking up, Naruto's eyes fell upon the outline of a figure he could barely see against the tree, his eyes squinting to get a better look. As if in answer to his desire, the figure began to descend slowly from above, one of the branches bending to accommodate its passenger as the pair moved steadily toward the blonde boy. As the branch came closer, the figure sitting upon it slowly came into clearer focus. She sat gracefully upon the branch, one hand draped lightly over her lap while the other held the side of her living transport, figures draped lightly over the silken branch. Her hair was the same shade of purple as the leaves of the tree and seemed to glow with the same simple radiance as the tree as it fell about her shoulders, waving gently as she gazed down upon the boy. Her skin was porcelain white like the bark of the tree itself, covered in a simple kimono that lay upon her, adorned with the pattern that mirrored the falling of leaves. Despite the simplicity of the dress, it somehow seemed to only intensify her beauty as it curved gracefully around her form, accenting her beauty and strength in equal proportions. However, despite this staggering image, what drew Naruto's focus was the woman's face. The gentle heart-shaped curve set between the waves of her purple hair turned toward him as a smile played across her lips. But even this was not where the boy's gaze Saturday. His gaze fell only upon her eyes, her unearthly eyes. They glowed pure black, as though one were looking into a night sky that had yet to give forth any stars. Yet they were somehow welcoming, like some great expanse that was begging to be explored, the warm glow seeking to embrace one just as night would come to embrace day in the endless dance of the heavens. Well, my little seedling, what do you think? Not too bad for a woman who has been trapped in the moon for the last 1,000 years, Juwubi called, as the branch finished its descent, settling before Naruto as Juwubi rose slowly from it, her bare feet alighting upon the grass as she looked down at the boy who now came only to her waist. Wow, Naruto whispered as he looked at this woman, lost for words at the woman who had literally just descended from on high. All he could do was look at her in silence for a few moments as he took in her image, noticing the small smile upon her lips growing into a slightly amused expression as her eyes crinkled near their edges. I know I'm amazing, seedling, but if you're just going to stare at me all night, then I'm afraid we won't get much accomplished. Juobi giggled as she brought one of her hands up to push a few strands from before her face as Naruto seemed to shake himself out of his stupor. So, sorry, Naruto said, his gaze fixed on his feet as he tried to hide the blush of being caught staring at the beautiful woman. It's just, I've never seen anyone with eyes like that before. I suppose you haven't, Juobi replied, adopting a thoughtful pose with a hand raised to her smooth chin. No one has seen my eyes since Kami himself sent me down to your world to guard the fruit on my branches. Well, that foolish woman and her son saw them too, but I don't like to count them. Ha! Naruto asked, tilting his head and once again looking confused as he faced the woman. Fruit? Kami? What are you talking about, pretty Juobi? He added, remembering to include the small honorific. This earned a faint smile from her. I'm laying a bit too much on you right now, I suppose. This is our first meeting, after all, so let's start over, Juobi said, bowing slightly like a lady of the court, her eyes never leaving the boy before her. My name is Jose no Juobi Tsurai, but you may call me Juobi. I am a warrior of the heavens and have been imprisoned in the moons for the past 1,000 years. You may also know me as the mother of those you call the tailed beasts, she finished, rising as Naruto blinked up at her for a moment before rushing to bow as well. Oh right, well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the 4th Hokage and soon to be the greatest ninja of Konohagakure, Databia, he said, looking up at Juobi, who reached out to pat his blonde head and nod down at him. Well, it's nice to finally meet you, Naruto. We'll have to deal with your problems later, but for now, let's get to why you're here, the woman said, moving to lean against the tree. Naruto followed, settling in front of her so he was looking up into her face as she fixed him with her black eyes again. Jose no Juobi Tsura, Naruto started, and Juobi let out a small chuckle, waving him off. I told you, seedling, just Juobi. I never liked the title anyway, she said, and Naruto nodded, smiling as he looked around again. Okay, Juobi, where are we? The blonde asked. Juobi looked around the open field with a slight nod. Well, this place is in your mind, Naruto. Think of it as a room in your mind that I've arranged to suit me, Juobi explained. Seeing the confused look on Naruto's face, she continued. Think of it like a little vacation home. I just set up here, I can assure you that it won't harm you at all, the woman smiled, and Naruto seemed satisfied with her words. Oh, okay then. Naruto replied a little loudly, a smile on his face as he accepted the woman's words without a second thought. My Kami, this kid is so innocent it's almost scary, he'll have to realize at some point it's going to get him into a world of trouble. Though I suppose that is the problem that led him here, isn't it? Juobi thought with a sigh, focusing back on the boy blinking up at her. Naruto, since I'm living in your head, I was thinking that I could do something for you. As a way to pay you back for letting me stay here, how would you like that? The woman asked in an offhand way that nonetheless caught Naruto's attention, as he seemed to vibrate slightly at the prospect. Really, what do I get? Is it a cool superpower, or the extra chakra like my sisters? You said you were the tailed beast's mom. Does that mean I'm a Jinchuriki like my sisters? Hey, does that mean I'll get training from my parents now, just like my sisters, Ms. Juobi? Naruto asked, firing question after question in the way only an excited child could. There were many things Juobi was prepared for, but an excited 6-year-old on the equivalent of a sugar high with the attention span of a gnat was not one of them. Whoa there, seedling, hold on for a moment. I can't answer you if you never stop asking, now can I? Juobi asked with an exasperated shake of her head. This caused Naruto to slap both his hands over his mouth in an over-the-top manner as if to completely stop all sound from escaping as he looked worriedly towards the woman. Better, she chuckled as she looked over the boy before nodding slightly as if deciding something. Now, I guess I'll start with the question of chakra. I'm afraid that I don't really have any more chakra, you see, when a certain man, here she adopted an annoyed look, who we will just call Deadbeat, took my chakra from me. He used all of my power, combined with my ability to give life to chakra, in order to create the tailed beasts. So my power is in all of my children, like my youngest that is sealed into your sisters, the purple-haired woman explained, as Naruto gave her another puzzled look. But my sisters have the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed fox? Naruto said, quirking his head to the side as he looked up into the woman's black eyes. Yep, that's my youngest, always trying to show he is the best of his siblings by flaunting his power, silly little boy, she said more to herself than to the boy, shaking her head slightly as she spoke. Anyway, the point is that I'm afraid I don't have any chakra to give you. But you are still a Jinchuriki, just not like your sisters, she finished, her words causing the boy before her to deflate slightly. For a moment, Naruto felt the happiness that had slowly been growing within him falter as his hopes of being like his sisters were dashed. That doesn't mean I can't do anything for you on the superpowers though, Juobi added, hoping to get the boy's spirits back up. The result worked a little better than she was hoping for, as it caused the blonde to leap off the grass and start running around the tree, yelling about how cool it was. Before Juobi could even begin to call him back, he was already rounding the trunk, coming back to stand right in her face, blasting off questions once again. Really, that's awesome. What kind of powers? Will I be able to fly? That would be awesome, or maybe I will be able to get some cool ability like a bloodline, like some of the clans? Tell me, Juubi, please, Paliayasi, he asked, falling to his knees and looking at her with stars in his eyes. His little face showed so much excitement that Juubi found herself smiling despite her slight annoyance at the boy's performance. Drawing in a deep breath, Juubi set her face into a stern look as she gazed across at the boy, who seemed to freeze at her gaze. Okay, Naruto, we can't keep doing this song and dance all night. If you want me to help, you will sit there and listen to what I have to say, or I can just let your head explode, the pale-skinned woman stated as Naruto froze before nodding hurriedly. Yes, Juubi-sensei. Naruto called, falling back and sitting excitedly before her, rocking slightly back and forth as he smiled up at her. Good. Now, I'm afraid I don't have a magic wand to wave to give you superpowers, but what I can do is give you the training so that you can use my abilities with your own chakra. The woman started as Naruto nodded excitedly at her words. Now, before I get any farther, this would require you to go through a long time of training, and it would require us to leave the village for a while, Juubi continued as Naruto blinked up at her. How long are we talking about? The boy asked, watching as Juubi took a moment to think before replying. I would have to say at least 10 years to get the whole training done, but if you work hard, maybe just 8. What? 10 years? Are you crazy? I can't leave for 10 years. What about my family, my friends? What about my parents? They are going to start my training in a year, I can't just leave. Naruto shouted as he pushed himself to his feet, looking down at the woman who watched him with a small frown. Poor boy, he is so worried about others that he is going to stunt his own growth just to make them feel better. And he's just stubborn enough not to care. Gah, what am I going to do now? The woman thought, even as Naruto crossed his arms, fixing her with a determined look. I'm not leaving my family. My Tusen and Kasan are going to train me to be an amazing shinobi, and then I'll protect everyone. Naruto called, as Juubi fixed him with a sad look on her brow. Naruto, if you keep waiting for everything to work out, you're going to end up left behind, and me along with you. I'm trying to help you, but you need to be selfish this once, Juubi replied, fighting to keep her own voice steady as she slowly rose to her feet so that she towered over Naruto, who looked stubbornly back at her. So what do you care? They are my family, they care and love me. What makes you think you know what's better for me than them? Naruto called, now feeling slightly scared as his own worries found themselves now being directed towards the woman before him. It's not a matter of love, you baka. You want to be a shinobi, well you need to be ready. I have seen hundreds of kids like you go out to save everyone and only end up losing their own life as a result, she called, flashes of her own battles rushing through her mind as she recalled those times such ideals had led her to fail in her mission, to caring too much to sacrifice the innocent to capture that hated woman. I can't, Juubi whispered as the fight left her, allowing her to slowly slip back to her sitting position, looking sadly up at Naruto, her lifetime alone crashing upon her as she gazed at another who risked the same suffering. I can't let you sacrifice yourself for them. I can't watch helplessly while those I have come to care about are taken from me, the woman continued, as Naruto's anger left him. He watched the woman seemingly shrink before him as her voice grew softer, more pained with every moment. I was just like you, all good intentions, and I lost my children to good intentions, I lost my freedom to good intentions. I am not prepared to see you lose everything I did, seedling. I can't live through seeing that again, she finished, turning her moist eyes towards the boy. Naruto looked again into those bright black eyes with the starlight tears that were falling from them as his own doubts surfaced. He hated to have these thoughts, and worse, he hated to see someone so sad. So he did the only thing he could think of, he stepped forward and embraced her, letting his smaller form be pulled close to her as she openly wept into his shoulder. It took a few moments for Juubi to regain her composure, and a little longer for Naruto to step back and allow her to right herself, rising to sit upon her branch once more, the small moist trails upon her cheeks still staining her beautiful face. I'm sorry I made you cry, Juubi, the boy whispered, looking into her face. Juubi shook her head slightly. No, Naruto, I'm sorry. I guess you are just like me after all, a couple of bakas. Juubi smiled slightly as Naruto gave a small nod. Hi, two of a kind, Naruto smiled, remembering one of the few phrases he had picked up from his godmother over the years. At his words, Juubi suddenly froze as her face slowly shifted into a smile as she looked back at the blonde boy before her. Well, maybe you aren't a baka after all, seedling. I think you might have given me an idea of how we can both win, she finished as Naruto gave her a puzzled look as she began to explain her plan to him. That night, a decision was made that would rock the foundations of the shinobi world to their core, and from the hope of two bakas, the world itself would find itself forever changed. Time skip. 2 years after that fateful night, within a simple classroom at the Shinobi Academy, a group of potential shinobi in Kunoichi sat listening with varying amounts of attention to the words of a man who stood before them, marking notes on a wide blackboard. However, most were too distracted to listen as an odd little mantra permeated the entire classroom, drawing several eyes as the steady beat continued. Board, thud, board, thud, board, thud, board, thud, board, thud. The steady beat continued, drawing more and more eyes as it continued. The source of this mantra was a particular orange-clad, blonde-haired boy who sat in the back of the room, banging his head against his desk while droning on and on like a broken metronome. His seemingly continuous banging had already attracted the attention of a large majority of the class and even the Chunin instructor himself. Gah, is that baka ever going to stop? He is messing up the lesson again, a pink-haired girl thought, looking back towards the front of the room as she tried to focus on the lesson. ZZZZZZZZZZ. Huh, what, oh, just Naruto again, ZZZZZZZZ, a particularly lazy individual thought before returning to his sleep, deciding that whatever the blonde had planned, it was too troublesome to worry about at the moment. I wonder what mom packed for lunch. Maybe it's those pork buns again? A particularly good-natured boy thought as he sat beside his sleeping friend, his hands idly rubbing his protruding stomach as he continued to worry about lunch. Maybe if I show I'm strong like Itakane-san, I won't have to sit through these lessons anymore. If he doesn't stop that pounding, Hokage-san or not, I'm going to hit him with my fireball. A black-haired boy thought, who had a desperate urge to prove himself to everyone, his eyes narrowing back towards the titular blonde. I swear if he doesn't stop that pounding, I'm going to hop in his head, and make him run around town in a dress. A blonde-haired girl schemed in her mind from where she sat beside her pink-haired friend. Maybe mom will let me bring Akamera next time, at least then I will have something to do during these classes. Naruto's right, this is so boring, a feral-looking boy thought as he idly scratched at one red-fanged cheek. BBUs, yes, BBUs buzz, yes, I know, buzz, don't worry, I'll be ready for it, a heavily cloaked boy whispered as he continued to silently converse with the insects inside of his body. Haha, Owanai-chan always does know how to sum up sensei's history lessons, Naruto silently giggled, her hand moving up to cup over her mouth as she smiled around at her sister, who seemed less amused about the situation. Baka Owanai-chan, if you don't pay attention, you are never going to get any stronger, an exasperated Minami thought, who shot her older sibling an annoyed look. Naruto-kun, you need to start listening or you aren't going to be able to pass. I'll have to talk to him later, even if he is right about Irika-sensei's lectures, Hinata thought as she looked at the blonde sitting to her left, her young face a mix of disapproval and amusement at her friend's actions. Bored, thud, ah. Naruto shouted as he suddenly burst into movement, leaping onto the top of his desk as he slammed both his hands down into the baggy pockets of his orange jumpsuit. Every person in the class except for one particular sleeper now turned their attention towards the boy as he made his declaration. Boredom must die I say. Death to boredom, the blonde roared as his hands re-emerged from his pockets, an almost manic smile now plastered across his face. As everyone's eyes saw that smile, a feeling of dread fell over them so that they almost failed to notice the two bright orange objects that Naruto had grasped in his hands. A split second later, both objects were loosed into the middle of the room, followed by a loud bang, and an ensuing river of orange in every direction. A moment after the blast, the whole classroom found itself dripping in orange paint save for a few interesting exceptions. While most of the class had reacted by diving under their desks at the sight of the orange projectiles, or in the case of one redhead pulled under by her sister, there were two exceptions. The first was Irika, who had been heading up the stairs towards the blonde at the time, and as a result, was at ground zero, making him look as though he had stepped on an orange landmine, his whole form now dripping in a blanket of neon paint. The other victim was one no longer sleeping individual who was now plastered against the back wall of the classroom, slowly slipping down the wall even as he muttered to himself something about troublesome blondes. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Irika shouted as he cleaned the paint from his eyes and cast his gaze around the room. However, Naruto was nowhere to be seen, only an open window and the distant sound of laughter to mark his escape. Naruto! Irika bellowed as he leapt out of the window after the blonde, the pair soon hurtling into the village as the remainder of the students watched them go. What the heck, why does he do stuff like this? Sakura roared as she attempted to shake the orange paint from her books, causing annoyed looks around the destroyed classroom. Yeah, I mean, why can't he be more like you, Minami? Even Naruto never causes this kind of trouble, Ino added, looking across to where the sisters were emerging from below their desk. Hey, what is that supposed to mean, Ino? Naruto fired off as Minami let out a sigh, shaking her head towards her sister. Relax, Naruto, Ino didn't mean anything by it, Minami muttered as she surveyed the damage to the classroom. Who cares, that was awesome, best history lesson ever, Kiba laughed from the back of the room, bearing a toothy smile as he looked down at the class. Did he really have to trash the lesson, demanded Sakura, her eyes fixed on the feral boy. It wasn't much of a lesson to begin with, sighed Suzuki, his gaze following the blonde's path out the window. What do you mean? Why would you say that, Suzuki, questioned a bewildered Sakura. Because he's right, Owanai-chan got us out of class early. Let's get going, cheered Naruto, her grin as sharp as a fox's. Hey, it's lunchtime, Shikimaru, come on, said Koji, pushing himself up and looking at his neon-colored friend. Hinata, any idea where Owanai-chan went this time, asked Minami, approaching the pale-eyed girl at the back of the room. I'm sorry, Minami, I don't know, the girl replied. We were supposed to meet up later for Hanabi and Mito to play, but that wasn't supposed to be until after class. Oh well, come on Minami, let's go find Kasan and get some training in, Naruto said happily, heading towards the door. Minami turned away from Hinata and followed her. Okay, Naruto, Minami called out, falling in behind her as the two left the classroom. Meanwhile, in the village streets, the titular blonde was currently sprinting at top speed, pursued by a bright orange Irika. The pair drew several stares as they darted around food stands and pedestrians. Ha, take that, ninja history. You can't stop me now. Naruto laughed in his mind as a pair of voices added their own comments. Yeah, that was awesome, man. Did you see the looks on their faces? An excited voice cheered from within Naruto's head, causing the blonde to grin even wider. I swear, Naruto, you never fail to amaze me, my little seedling, Juubi added, a small giggle joining the happy laughter. Yeah, I know I'm awesome, Naruto thought, continuing his race deeper into the village. Naruto, Irika shouted again, causing Naruto to shake himself back to reality. Oh, the three voices said at the same time. Come on, legs, don't fail me now, shouted Naruto, upping his pace. At the same time, a few blocks ahead, a red-headed woman in a simple blue kimono was looking at a food stall, keeping an eye on the little redhead running around at her feet. She smiled slightly to herself, her focus drifting back to the coming night. What should I make for dinner? Minato is coming home early to help with the girls, and Naruto is taking Mito to the Hyugas for a playdate, so I guess we could just go out, Kushin amused to herself as she moved from the first stall and continued down the street, her youngest rushing to keep up. As she moved through the market, her thoughts began to turn to her only son, a small flicker of uneasiness accompanying them. It had been a little over a year since she had to ask him to hold off on his training yet again. With a small stab of regret, she remembered the look on his face when she had to tell him that the girl's training wasn't advancing as she had hoped, and that she was going to have him look after Mito while she worked with them. She hadn't been thrilled with the idea, but Minato had reasoned that the sooner the girls were on the right track, the sooner they could focus on Naruto. After all, it was just one more year, no real harm there, she continued to reason to herself as she watched her youngest, giggling happily while looking around the market. Besides, Mito and Naruto had bonded so closely they were nearly inseparable whenever they were home, the woman thought, the sight of her youngest becoming another justification for her actions. Looking down, she smiled as Mito glanced up at her, violet eyes turning into a smile that mirrored her own. Her youngest was a mini-her in every way, from her long red hair to her violet eyes. At the moment, the child was dressed in a simple white dress that made her hair stand out even more as she bounced around below her mother, a little ball of energy just as she had once been, and like her son still was. Maybe I can talk to Minato about training Naruto sooner. I mean, it's not like it would mess things up all that much, she thought to herself, her thoughts returning to her son. Just as she was thinking about asking Minato about her son, she felt a tug on her arm, drawing her out of her thoughts and down towards her daughter, who was bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet, pointing down the road and opening her mouth in an excited cry. Oni-san, Naruto Nisan, over here, Mito called, waving her free hand in the air towards the oncoming figure, her red hair waving behind her as she practically wiggled with excitement. Naruto, Kushina questioned, looking towards the road. Wait, shouldn't he be in class? What would he be doing in town now? Did class let out early, she thought to herself, her eyes focusing on a small commotion ahead. Just as she saw her son coming into view, she heard his name being yelled across the village, getting louder as he got closer. Naruto, stop now and get back here and take your punishment, Irika shouted as he chased the blonde. You'll never take me alive, Irika. Your history lessons will not have me, Naruto fired back as he continued to sprint unknowingly towards the pair of redheads. A visible tick mark appeared on Kushina's head, and her hair began to stand on end. Naruto, what did you do this time, she thought angrily to herself. Meanwhile, Mito, ignorant of her mother's anger, was laughing and trying to pull her mother forward towards her brother. As Naruto closed the distance, he faltered upon seeing his mother and younger sister in front of him, his mother's red hair already waving dangerously. Oh, you are in trouble now, the voice in his head laughed. It was nice knowing you, seedling, I will always miss you, Juubi's voice echoed mockingly. What should I do? Naruto thought worriedly as his fellow voices paused before responding. Surrender, Juubi suggested. Pray to Kami, the voice offered. Won't work, I know Kami, they won't get involved with this, Juubi replied. Crud, well then we are doomed, the voice said a moment before Naruto reached his mother, or more accurately, Kushina reached him as he found himself wrapped up from head to toe in a familiar set of golden chains. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, what in the world are you doing out of class, and why is Irika chasing you through the village? And why is he? She paused as she got a clear look at the bright orange Irika. For a full second, Kushina simply blinked at the man before her. Then, her anger cracked, and another sound replaced her lecture. Puft, hee, ahaha, hee. Kushina laughed as she gazed at the bright orange Irika, her anger escaping into a fit of giggles at the poor Chinin's expense. Mito had fallen onto the ground, giggling at the poor man while smiling at her older brother, who still stood bound in his golden prison beside her. Irika could only look down at himself for a moment before chuckling along with the rest. After a few moments, Kushina regained her composure and turned to face Irika once more, with a small grin still playing around her lips. Now, Irika, do you mind telling me why you have taken up my son's dress code and why you are chasing him when he is supposed to be in class? The redhead asked as Irika nodded, wiping a bit of the paint from his face as he replied. Sorry, Kushina-san, you see, Naruto here, he said, looking down at the still-chained boy, decided that he would redecorate my classroom today, while I was in the middle of my lesson. Irika finished as the pair of adults looked down at the blonde. Lies and slander. I was framed, ask anyone, they'll tell you. Naruto began before a chain wrapped around his mouth, causing him to fall silent and onto his side. As the blonde thumped to the street, Mito walked over, still giggling, and reached out to pat her brother's head as he looked up at her with pleading eyes. Naruto, you are in big trouble, mister. If we weren't already looking after your sisters tonight, you would be grounded for this, Kushina lectured in a scolding voice. You have to act more mature if you are ever going to be a proper shinobi, Databane, she continued, allowing her verbal tick to slip due to her annoyance. Naruto, in turn, looked up into his mom's eyes, violet into his mix of blue and purple. After a moment, his gaze dropped as he nodded, allowing his body to go lax within the chains. Good, Kushina said, allowing the chains to recede into her body, and Naruto pushed himself back up. Even after rising, Naruto continued to look down at the ground, not wanting to look back up at his mother for fear of seeing her disappointment. Then he felt a hand on his head, softly ruffling his hair, causing him to look up and see his mom smiling brightly at him. With that out of the way, nice going with the paint, I bet the whole class looked hilarious. The redhead felt a small warmth as she saw Naruto's face brighten at her praise. Even though she was angry at him for getting into trouble, her pranking nature was proud of her son's most recent action. He is so much like me. It's scary sometimes, Kushina thought to herself as she let her hand part from his golden locks. But don't go doing that again in class, she finished, bopping him on the head for good measure. Yes, Kaasan, Naruto said, looking up at his mom, while Mito took the opportunity to attach herself to his leg. He was happy that she had stopped being angry with him. Due to his interaction with Juubi, he had slowly developed a bit of a fear of angry women, and his mother was no exception. Kaa-san, can me and Naru Uni-san go see Hanabi-kun and Hinata-chan now? Mito asked, still bouncing up and down, looking between her mother and brother. The three others looked at Mito's smiling face before turning back to each other, their eyes shifting to Irika, who let out a small sigh as he looked down at himself. Well, I guess I have to go back to the classroom and see if I can get some people to help me clean it up. Maybe the Hokage can give me a small D rank to help speed it up, the man muttered as Kushina focused on her children. Well, said Kushina, looking down at her son and daughter, okay, but you have to be back after dinner, okay? I don't want you wandering around town without us, the redhead finished as Mito exploded into movement. Yay! Thanks, Kasan, Mito yelled happily, dragging Naruto towards the Hyuga compound. As the two slowly faded into the distance, Kushina shook her head with a small smile, her thoughts once again returning to Naruto's training. Maybe we should wait until he moves out of this pranking phase before we get him into training, wouldn't want him getting hurt by not taking things seriously, she thought to herself, unknowingly taking another step away from her son. Meanwhile, Mito was still dragging Naruto towards the Hyuga compound, her little face lit up with obvious excitement as they sped down the winding streets. Slow down, Mito. Hanabi isn't going to disappear before we get there, Naruto called, even as the little redhead continued to drag him as though she hadn't heard him. Hey, Uni-san, Uni-chan, over here, a voice called from ahead of them just as the pair entered another street. At the call, both siblings turned to see Naruto and Minami approaching them down the street, Naruto waving as she came. Onichan Yuko, Onichan Mina, Mito called, waving at her sisters with her free hand as she changed direction, now dragging Naruto towards their other siblings. Hey, Squirt, Naruto said, rubbing the top of Mito's head as she got close enough, causing Mito to playfully slap at her hand while giggling. Hey, Mito, why are you with Naruto? I thought you were going to be shopping with Kasan today, Minami asked as she glanced down at her sister. I was, but Naru Uniakan and the orange man found us, now we are headed over to Hanabi's, Mito called, smiling up at the darker redhead, who looked momentarily puzzled. Orange man? Oh, right, Irika, Minami muttered, her gaze shifting to Naruto. That reminds me, Naruto, what were you thinking doing that in class, she asked as he gave a small shrug. What? Irika's lesson was so boring, all I did was get us all out of there easily, you should be thanking me, he smiled back, his words causing Naruto to chuckle a little and nod in agreement. Naruto, you need to pay attention in class, or you won't be able to become a good shinobi, Minami continued in a slightly annoyed tone, her thoughts turning to her growing irritation with her brother. Geez, Uni-san, if you don't start taking things seriously, you're going to get yourself hurt out there. Gah, how can you be so blind to it, you baka? I don't want to see you hurt, she thought to herself as she watched Naruto looking down at Mito, who was excitedly asking all about the paint prank. Meanwhile, Naruto was having her own mental debate as she looked at her little sister holding onto her brother's hand. Why doesn't Mito ever look at me like that? I mean, I know that she and Naruto spend a lot of time together because of our training, but I'm awesome and stronger than him, so why doesn't she look up to me like she does to him? I want to be her hero too, she thought, allowing her focus to slowly shift back to reality. Hey, Squirt, what do you say that after my training I take you out for some ice cream, just you and your Onichan? How does that sound? Naruto asked hopefully, looking down at the little redhead. At her words, Mito looked up at her, adopting a thinking pose, which, with her age, made a cute little picture. I can't, Yuko Uniakan, Naro Unisan and I are going to Hanabi's, she said, smiling up at her sister, ignorant of the touch of sadness moving across her sister's face. Gah, it's always Unisan this or Naruto that. Come on, Mito, I'll show you how much better I am than him, and then you'll be proud of your big sis too, she thought to herself as a dark little seed began to take root in the young blonde's mind. Meanwhile, Minami was watching the exchange with a thoughtful look. If Mito keeps hanging around with Naruto all the time, I'm worried she will start to act like him with that carefree, trusting attitude. I don't want to see Mito get herself overlooked for training like Naruto because she picks up on his bad habits. I mean, why else would Kasan and Tusen be leaving him out, the redhead thought as she shook herself back from her thoughts. Okay, well, we have to get back home and start training with Kasan, see you two later, okay? Minami said as she turned, leading Naruto away, who gave the pair a small glance with just a hint of jealousy as they moved away. Okay, see you guys later, Naruto called, missing the subtle change in his sister. By Yuko, by Naru, Mito waved, still smiling after them before returning to dragging her brother towards the Hyuga compound. Later, at the Hyuga compound, we find Naruto and Hinata standing on a small wooden outcropping beside the chair-bound Hitomi, watching Hanabi try and fail to stay ahead of Mito as she chased him through the gardens. Go get him, Imato, he can't run forever, chuckled Naruto as he watched the two. Naruto-kun, don't pick on Hanabi, Hinata stated, looking at the blonde, who smiled nervously at her. Of course, Hinata, the boy chuckled, his reply drawing a small smile to Hitomi's face. Ah, does the big bad Hinata-chan scare little Naruto? Juubi giggled. Hey, two voices responded, drawing even more giggles from the purple-haired woman. Not funny, Juubi, you know she can be scary when she is angry, remember when Naruto stole her cinnamon bun that one time? Naruto thought. Yeah, she couldn't lift her arm for a whole day after that, the other voice agreed. At the same time, outside of Naruto's mind, Hitomi turned her smile from the elder children as she watched her son running for his freedom and sanity from Mito. She loved how Naruto and Hinata had started setting up these little get-togethers between Hanabi and Mito, as these times were some of the few she felt her son was getting to be the child he was instead of the heir Hayashi seemed intent to make him. Ever since Naruto and Hinata had met all those years ago at the park, they had become the closest of friends. Together, he and Hinata had managed to overcome much of her shyness. Although she was still a soft-spoken and kind young girl, she now had a strong will to defend herself and those she cared for. Naruto had given her that, and for that, Hitomi would always be grateful. On top of that, he kindly brought Mito over to help Hanabi have a childhood. Once Hanabi had been born, Hayashi had dedicated more and more time to training his new son, always bragging about how he was training the next great master of the gentle fist. With that came intense training, followed by lessons on etiquette, everything a growing future clan head needed, but not what she wanted for her child. Then Naruto and Hinata had become friends, and with them came Mito. The little redhead became a breath of fresh air to the Hyuga compound, allowing Hanabi, whether he realized it or not, to be the child she wished him to be, at least for a time. Speaking of children, Hitomi could not help but giggle as she saw her son get tackled to the ground by Mito in the game of tag before the redhead leapt up, darting away before the Hyuga boy could right himself. Okay, kids, it's time to get ready to eat. Naruto, would you mind going and getting Mito and Hanabi for me? Hitomi asked as she looked across at the blonde. Sure, Hyuga-san, Naruto replied as a branch member approached to wheel Hitomi back into the home. Come on, Hinata, let's go save your brother before he decides to take this chase into town, the blonde smiled, hopping off the porch and offering a hand to Hinata. Yeah, she replied, a blush moving across her face even as she took the offered hand. They found Hanabi a moment later, having been cornered up a tree by Mito, as she ran around the bottom of it, yelling at him to come down. Well, it looks like you have treated a Hyuga there, Imato, Naruto laughed as Mito turned to him, smiling wildly at his words. Hanabi and Naruto. Hanabi, come down, it's time to get ready for dinner, Hinata called up to the boy, who gave her a worried look from the rafters. A moment later, Hanabi called back, promise me you won't let her get me, Onisan. Both Naruto and Hinata sweat dropped, looking at Mito and wondering what the little girl could be doing to scare him so much. It didn't help that Mito's ear-to-ear grin only added to his distress. Have I mentioned recently how much I love your little sister? Julebi chuckled as Naruto gave a mental sigh. Okay, I promise, Imato. Now, come on down, Hinata said, gesturing with her arms for Hanabi to descend. Once the boy was on the ground, and the two younger kids were off getting ready, Naruto and Hinata were alone in the garden. The pale-eyed girl nervously looked toward her oldest friend, steeling herself to speak. "Hey, Naruto," Hinata whispered, finally mustering her courage. "Yeah, Hinata, what is it?" Naruto asked, turning to face her and noticing her slight worry. "Earlier in class, you need to start paying attention. I don't want to see you get held back," she said, her voice filled with concern as she looked up at her friend. "Don't worry, Hinata. I'm going to be the greatest shinobi of the leaf. There's no way I'll get held back, Dadabia," Naruto replied, raising an arm in a victory pose. Hinata, however, still looked slightly worried. "But, Naruto, you need to work to get better. Why don't you go and ask your parents for training again?" Hinata asked, knowing he hadn't spoken of his family's training for months. At her words, Naruto paused for a moment, as if his mind had wandered, before he refocused on her. "Hinata, I've told you. They have to train my sisters for now. I'll get my training, I just have to wait a bit more. Besides, Naruto and Minami need to learn to use the fox, or they could get hurt. If that means I have to wait, then that's just what I have to do. Being selfish isn't going to help me get any better," he finished, looking at the girl, who still did not look convinced. Hinata could only frown slightly at her friend's words. Naruto trusted his family so much that he wouldn't hear a word against them. It made her worry. Still, his parents were the Hokage and a former A-class ninja. They had to know what was best, right? "I guess so, Naruto, but please, will you promise me to train a little, just so you're ready when it's time for their training," she said, looking right into his eyes, which so resembled the sunset ocean. Naruto felt a little heat rush to his face as he gazed back into her lavender-tinted eyes, his lips moving before his mind had a say in the matter. "Okay, Hinata, I'll start working harder, I promise, and I always keep my promises, Dadabia," he finished with his usual gusto, bringing a small smile to the girl's lips that made him smile all the more. "Hey, tell her to join in," Juubi called out of nowhere. "What? Why?" Naruto thought in reply. "Because I said so, Naruto. Now, get your butt in gear and ask her." Juubi fired back, and Naruto felt a small mental shove from the woman. "But, Juubi, why? I mean, sure Hinata is great, but why have us train with her?" the other voice asked as he, too, received a mental shove of his own. "Just do it, you knuckleheads," Juubi shouted, and Naruto snapped back to reality as both he and the other voice nodded in unison toward the purple-haired woman. Hey, Hinata, how about you train with me, just the two of us so that we can get stronger together?" Naruto smiled, not even realizing how he sounded to the poor girl. "Naruto and I, alone, together, out in a secluded training field, where we might eat," Hinata thought, her mind taking a hard right turn before she knew it. With that, the poor girl fainted, falling face-first onto the unsuspecting Naruto. As a result, Hinata Hyuga unknowingly took the blonde Uzumaki to the ground with her, now pressed beneath her small frame. What she also didn't know was that in the way she had fallen, she had unintentionally given her first kiss to Naruto at the same time. Hinata's lips, soft, were Naruto's last thoughts before he, too, fell into unconsciousness from the sudden contact. The voice added before it also fell silent. This left Juubi alone, nearly falling out of her tree laughing at the whole situation. "I freaking love these kids," she laughed as she continued to roll around in the shade of her tree. Flashback, a different path. As the first rays of light crested the horizon, they fell across the slumbering village of Konoha, slowly illuminating the Hokage monument and the orange-clad figure standing atop the third Hokage's head. The blonde figure stood silently, gazing down upon the village as the first rays of the new day began to reach across it. The last 4 years had been trying for our young hero, yet despite the hardships, he had managed to persevere in the face of what his life had slowly become. As his eyes scanned the village below, he could make out the rooftop of his own home in the distance, where no doubt at this very moment, his sisters and parents were just rubbing the sleep from their eyes and preparing for the day ahead. As his thoughts turned toward his family, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret at the last 4 years he had spent with them, and all the times he had been forced to fade into the backdrop of their lives, but such was the cost of his conviction, his faith. Flashback, the 9th birthday. It was now the triplets' 9th birthday, and Naruto was practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. It was finally time. He had waited and waited, but he was finally going to start his training with his sisters. As he hurried to throw on a simple set of orange pants and a white t-shirt with the Uzumaki swirl in bright red on the back, he glanced around to see his own smiling face looking back at him from the mirror across from him. A blonde boy looked back at him, both swirling blue and purple eyes turned up with his lips into a look of excitement. The few years of aging had done little for his growth, though his now regular training with his best friend Hinata had allowed him to slowly lose the traces of baby fat that still clung to him only a few years previously. Aside from this, the only real change to come over him was the gradual lengthening of his hair so that it now sat much like his father's, the spiky mess waving around his head as his face looked unhappily at his reflection. "Today's the day. I'm going to start my training and become the greatest shinobi the leaf has ever known, Dadabia," The blonde practically roared within his mind as he finished pulling on his clothes, just as a voice he knew well spoke for only his ears. Yes, we heard you the first 100 times, seedling. Though, knowing you, we're in for another 100, Jewelby responded, shaking her head even as a small smile played across her lips. Naruto had not been the only one looking forward to this day. She had sat with just as much anticipation all year while helping to guide her young host. Ideally, her thoughts turned to why she privately prayed she was wrong to doubt his family, even as flashes of the blonde boy's life availed themselves before her midnight eyes. Over the past year, she had watched helpless to do more than comfort him as he had seen his sisters surpass him in class, surpass him in ability, and surpass him in the love of his parents, each another wound to the boy's heart. He may have been able to fool his parents and even his sisters, but Jewelby knew that the boy was tearing himself apart inside over slowly falling away from them, and along with that pain grew another's anger. Yeah, we told you, Jewelby, all we had to do was wait, and now we're going to learn all these awesome justice. Hey, don't forget to learn them well, we want to be the best ever, another voice called from inside the boy's mind, also teeming with excitement at the coming training. Right. Well, let's go, the excited blonde called, spinning out of his room and into the hall beyond, starting down the stairs before his bedroom door had a chance to close behind him. As Naruto reached the bottom floor, he turned toward the sitting room, only to be nearly bowled over by a small red missile that slammed into his gut with an excited cry of greeting. Aniki! Mito called as she planted herself into his chest, turning her smiling face up at him as her red bangs fell across her smiling cheeks. Happy birthday, Aniki, giggled the little red-headed terror, still smiling happily up at her brother, her little arms looped around him so that she hung slightly off the wooden floors of the landing. Hey, Mito, Naruto responded as his breath returned to him, instinctively reaching down to return the embrace of his youngest sister, causing her to let out a giggle as she pulled herself closer to him. So, Mito, where is everyone? The party is going to get started soon, the boy asked as Mito pulled back from her death grip on him, blinking a pair of violet eyes up to him as she adopted a thinking pose. Naru and Mina Naizen are still getting ready, but Kasan and Tusen said they needed private time, and I had to wait out here, the girl replied, finally allowing Naruto to slip out of her grip so that the little redhead now stood before him, still smiling as she looked up at him. I wonder why they didn't want Mito with them. Must be something really important, Naruto thought as he allowed himself to be slowly pulled forward into the sitting room, passing down a small hall, the walls covered in smiling photographs of the family in various states of happiness. I say we go and check it out. Maybe it's about our training or some cool secret mission, the other voice called within the boy's mind as its partner voiced her own opinion of the news. I guess it wouldn't be a horrible idea to take a quick listen. After all, you are going to be a shinobi, and intelligence gathering is going to help you out in that regard, Jewelby added, her tone hinting at a bit of curiosity herself. Great. Then Operation Eavesdrop is a go. Naruto thought, allowing a look of mischief to spread across his face as he arrived in the sitting room, his gaze traveling over to the hall that leads to his parents' room. But first, how to distract Mito. She may be many things, but silent was not one of them. Heck, that was one of the few reasons that Hanabi was still able to give the little girl the slip. That and he had managed to activate his Byakugan at the amazing age of 3 thanks to her constant concussive greetings. Hayashi had been so pleased at his son's accomplishment he had spent the following week bragging it was due to his excellent training and showed how well Hanabi was suited to the position of future heir to anyone who would listen. Meanwhile, Hitomi, Naruto, and Hinata had chuckled, knowing he had only activated it in an attempt to escape Mito's chasing him one day during their games of tag. The memory of Hanabi suddenly throwing himself to the ground as Mito flew clear over him into one of the garden's ponds still brought smiles to the three's faces when they recalled the small boy's excitement as he looked up to see the soaked girl turning to him, a look of surprise plastered across her face along with her matted red hair. Hey, Mito, could you wait for me out here? I'm going to go check on Kasan and Tusen, but I'll be right back, promise. Naruto smiled as Mito turned to blink up at him for a moment. At his words, Mito's face slowly took on a pouting look, her little arms crossing before her as she looked up at the blonde. Well, I don't think she's too interested, seedling, Jewelby chuckled as Mito slowly dropped her arms. Okay, Aniki, the little girl murmured as she made her way over to pull herself onto the couch. As she began to heave herself onto the cushions, she felt a pair of arms helping her up, turning to see Naruto smiling softly down at her. Despite herself, Mito found a smile working across her face as she was soon back to her smiling self as Naruto stepped back. Okay, Aniki, but you better be right back. Mito called, her voice once again carrying a happy tone as she suddenly became interested in adjusting her white party dress. Same old Imato. Naruto chuckled to himself as he made his way down the hall toward his parents' room as quietly as he could, sliding forward until he stood just outside their room. Pressing his ear to the wall, he was just able to make out the sound of voices from inside. So, Minato, what do you think we should start Naruto on? I was thinking of starting him with Taijutsu, or do you think chakra control would be better? Kushina asked from where she sat facing her cabinet mirror, fixing her hair so that a single red ponytail fell forward over her chest, framing the back of her head in an elegant cascade of silken hair. What was that, Kushina? Minato called from the connecting bathroom as he stepped out, one towel wrapped around his body while the other was currently being used to dry his hair, muffling his reply slightly. Turning with a slightly annoyed look on her face, Kushina saw as the towel dropped from her husband's head as she repeated her question. I said, what do you think we should start Naruto on now that his training is going to get started? The redhead asked just as Minato was turning toward the armoire that held his clothing. As her words fell across the small gap between them, Minato came to a halt as his blue eyes slowly widened as he bit back a silent curse. In truth, he had been dreading this moment ever since he had said to hold off the boys' training the previous year, and from that dread, he had allowed his time to run out. Now he stood here on the very day his dread was only matched by the cold reality of what now faced him. He could only hope that his wife would see things his way, and that maybe his son could forgive him for what he was about to do. Swallowing slightly, Minato turned to face his wife, his face set even as his mind recalled that fateful day, knowing that since then, this day would come. Flashback, a fateful prophecy. It was the day of his children's 5th birthday, 5 years since he had been given the 3 greatest gifts he could ever imagine. Smiling slightly to himself, the blond man's eyes drifted over a happy photo of his family, the children standing around their seated mother as he looked over them all, looking out happily from the glass frame. Shaking himself slightly, Minato turned back to his work, eager to get through the reports on his desk, glancing every once in a while at the 2 shadow clones that were also digging through the paperwork that had accumulated, hurrying to get done so he could be with his family. Note to self, thank Kushina again for suggesting shadow clones, he smiled to himself. As he watched the work progress, his eyes glanced to a clock that hung across from him showing the hands just striking noon. As his eyes dropped back to his work, the sound of a window opening behind him caused him to smile slightly as he turned to greet the only man who chose that particular way of entering his office. Hey there, Minato, how's the big chair treating you? Jiraiya joked as he stepped down from the windowsill, the small wind from the open window jostling his mat of white hair as he turned his older face toward the Hokage. Not too bad, sensei, just getting some more work done before I head home. You know the triplets are going to be turning 5, and Kushina and I were thinking of getting the 3 started on some of the basics so they would be ready for the academy next year. Oh, and you better be there tonight, or Tsunade's going to track you down and drag you there. The blonde Hokage smiled as he set down his pen, watching as Jiraiya moved slowly around to take one of the large seats that sat just before the Hokage's desk. That's so, kid? Well then, it's a good thing I got here when I did, the Toad Sage replied, leaning forward slightly as his face became a little more serious. Why is that? Minato asked with a note of curiosity toward his sensei as he took in the shift in his sensei's words. Well, you see, Kiki, you remember about the great Toad Sage? Jiraiya replied, looking straight into the younger man's eyes as Minato paused for a moment to think back to his days learning with his sensei. Yes, the one responsible for laying down the prophecies, right? Wasn't his last one just before the beginning of the Third War? Minato asked as Jiraiya nodded slightly. That's right, he tried to warn us about the whole thing, even gave us a hint as to Whirlpool's destruction. If we'd been willing to listen to him, we might have even stopped the village from falling. The sage sighed as he shook himself slightly, focusing back on the Hokage. But anyway, the point is, he's made another prophecy, kid. A prophecy that concerns your children, Jiraiya finished as Minato looked slightly shocked. Another prophecy? Wait, you said it was about my kids? How could you be sure? What was it? The blonde Hokage asked as a small amount of worry began to enter his voice. Easy, kid. The prophecy said, a great evil will descend upon the ninja world, and 2 who share a great burden, with the blood of my student and the blood of the leaf, will be the ones to determine the world's fate. It went on to say that the 2 would either stand side by side and together join their power to vanquish the darkness, or one would fall, and the remaining one would then have a choice to either save or damn the ninja world. Jiraiya finished with a firm look on his face as across from him, Minato looked slightly horrified. Wait, what do you mean, one may fall? Are you telling me one of my children is going to die? Shouted Minato, his chair clattering to the floor as he rose, towering over the sage with blazing eyes and hands curled into fists. As Minato began to let off waves of anger, Jiraiya lifted his hands up in a placating manner and continued. No, kid, remember what it said before that? If they combine their power, then they will save the world, no problem. Your family will be fine as long as we don't ignore the prophecy, the sage replied, waving both hands in front of himself as if to shield himself from the blonde's rage. As Minato relaxed slightly, he bent down and repositioned his chair, allowing himself a moment of quiet as his mind focused on his sensei's words. Okay, calm down, Minato. Panicking won't help you here. So 2 of my children will be the ones from the prophecy. That should cover the blood of the student that was spoken of. Okay, fine. As for blood of the tree, well, that's easy. After all, this is Konoha, so that's easy. So that leaves the last hint, sharing a burden, he thought to himself as he slowly settled back into his chair, his attention returning to his sensei a moment later. So you think this prophecy is referring to my daughters, Jiraiya? Minato stated quietly as he thought back to the Kyuubi attack and the sealing that took place, the final clue snapping into place as he finished speaking. That's about the long and short of it, kid. They fit all of the parameters of the prophecy. I mean, what is a greater burden than the freaking Kyuubi? And unless you have your son secretly building up his own village, it has to be them, he replied confidently, smiling a little as he attempted to lighten the mood. Okay, so what do we do? I mean, the prophecy says that one can fall unless they stand together. How are we going to make sure that doesn't happen? Asked Minato as he looked across at his sensei. I don't know, kid. All I can think of is to keep an eye on them and make sure that they can work well together, without any distractions. Just make them the best we can and have faith in them and the prophecy, replied Jiraiya as Minato nodded slightly. I suppose that's all we can do. Well, Kushina and I can handle that just fine. I'm sure the kids won't have any trouble working together. Besides, it's not like we weren't already planning on making them the best shinobi in Kunoichi they could be. Minato smiled, some of the worry leaving him as he considered how to break the news to Kushina that night. What about Naruto? Asked Jiraiya, breaking the blonde's train of thought as he looked back to the sage. What about Naruto? What do you mean, sensei? Asked Minato as he saw the sage shifting slightly as though he was suddenly uncomfortable. Ah hell, he doesn't see what I'm talking about. I should have figured things wouldn't go smoothly, thought the sage as he prepared for the coming backlash, when he had been preparing for ever since he heard of the prophecy. What I mean, kid, is that we have to focus on Naruto and Minami, or else we risk messing up the prophecy and losing them. The two who carry the burden, not three, kid, replied Jiraiya, looking back into his student's eyes as comprehension dawned on them. For a moment, Minato simply stared at the man across from him as his hands unconsciously began to grip his armrest, causing the wood to splinter beneath his grasp. Sensei, you better not be asking me what I think you are, Minato replied as a mounting feeling of anger and dread fought for control of his mind. Across from him, Jiraiya remained steady as he looked back into his student's eyes. Look, kid, this isn't going to be easy, but you have to think like a Hokage with this. If we risk your daughters, then we also risk losing the village. Hell, we risk the whole world. Whatever else happens, we have to make sure your daughters are ready for what is coming, replied Jiraiya, his tone almost hollow as he continued to speak. We have to make sure that Naruto and Minami stand together, and we can't risk messing that up. I don't hate Naruto, Minato, and neither do you, but he could mess their training up even if he doesn't mean to. What if Naruto and Naruto started to get closer than Minami and Naruto? Those two are already so much alike, you can't tell me it couldn't happen. Or what if Minami and Naruto surpassed Naruto? You know she takes longer to learn things than them. If he is part of the training, we risk too much, finished Jiraiya solemnly. So we throw him out in the cold. You're asking me to neglect my son for the sake of, began Minato, his voice rising into an angry cry that was cut short by his sensei's own. For the sake of everyone, kid, including him, cut in Jiraiya, interrupting Minato, and standing up from his seat. If this prophecy plays out and we lose one of your girls, we could lose the whole world. What will it matter if your son didn't feel left out if everyone dies? Damn it, kid, I don't like this either, but we have a choice, the world or your son, and I'm not going to lose the world for one kid who we would lose anyway, shouted Jiraiya as Minato felt his heart stopping as a flash of a flaming city lit up his mind, the smiling faces of his family now haunted looks and all he loved forever lost to him. Minato could only look at the face of his sensei and realize what he was saying, his fear slowly worming its way into his mind as he felt the fight leaving him. What would it matter in the end if Naruto was happy if it cost them the world? Besides, it wasn't like he would abandon his son, right? It would just be training, he could always do it later once the girls were closer. Yeah, no harm in waiting. The third left you to protect this village, and sometimes that means making tough decisions. You knew that when you put on that hat, you owe it to everyone in this village to do what is right, he thought, his eyes drifting down to a photo on his desk, the smiles he swore to protect. Okay, Jiraiya, you're right. We will just have to make it up to Naruto once the girls are strong enough in their training, replied Minato sadly as he looked back into his sensei's face. I'm sorry, kid. I know it's hard, kid, but it will all work out. I'll be stopping by every once in a while to help train the kids with you. You'll see, everything will be all right in the end. I promise, replied the sage as he smiled sadly. Neither man spoke for the next few minutes, the weight of what they had decided resting upon their shoulders. They were starting down a path with the intention of saving everyone they loved. But good intentions have often paved the way to the Shinigami, and this would be no exception. As the memories of that fateful day flashed before Minato's eyes, he steadied himself for the argument he knew was coming, his resolve as solid as stone as he pushed forwards, intent on protecting his future. Well, Kushina, I have been giving it some thought recently, and I'm not so sure that Naruto was really ready to start his training with the girls, replied Minato, his words catching Kushina off guard as he blinked at him a few times before her eyes narrowed dangerously as they focused on Minato. Excuse me, she whispered in a dangerous tone, as she looked across at Minato, who had not looked away from her. Would you mind saying that one more time, honey, because it sounded like you were asking us to hold off on training our son after he has waited for 2 years to start? After we promised that he could start this year, she continued, allowing her anger to flood off of her as she spoke. Despite the fear he felt at the moment, Minato steadied himself. He had dreaded this, but he would not back down when things got tough. He was the Hokage, and he would not be dissuaded so easily, even as a small part of him hoped he might be. I'm saying, Kushina, that we both know that Naruto is still pranking and causing trouble all the time in class. He isn't showing a real aptitude towards any area of being a shinobi yet. If we start him now, it will take both of us looking after him just to make sure that he is properly looked after, answered Minato as Kushina continued to glare up towards him. If we were to bring him into the training now, all we would be doing is taking all of the attention away from Naruto and Minami, and both of them are getting into the advanced levels of their training. Leaving them now is dangerous, he continued, even as he felt his own heart slowly hardening. Oh, you mean like how we have been training them without him for the past 2 years, Minato? Or did you forget that little detail? How is it fair to neglect Naruto for them? Shot back Kushina, now rising to her feet. Be that as it may, we can't fix that by damaging Minami's and Naruto's training just so that Naruto doesn't feel left out. Kushina, the girls have a burden that Naruto doesn't. We need to make sure that they are looked after, Minato replied, holding his ground as Kushina advanced upon him. Oh, so we just leave him out in the cold? Is that your answer, oh wise Hokage? Not even a clone, cause its dispersal messes up our training, quoted Kushina, throwing Minato's reason for the absence of clones along with one of her fingers that she jabbed into his chest. Swallowing slightly, Minato looked down to his wife as he replied. Kushina, what happened to you when you were a Jinchuriki of the village? Whispered Minato quietly, his tone solemn as he felt a stab of guilt using his wife's own past against her. At his words, Kushina stepped back as though she had been slapped, her mouth opening and closing as it failed to form words. The memories of her near-successful kidnapping flashed before her eyes. Seeing her uncertainty, Minato pressed his advantage, his tone carefully controlled. At this moment, both Naruto and Minami are in the same kind of danger you were. They are not only Jinchuriki, but also my children. Kyumo tried to steal the Byakugan by kidnapping Hineda's daughter just a few years back. This is a real danger to them, and they need to be ready because we are sending them out into a world with a bullseye painted on them, he continued as Kushina began to shake herself back to reality. But Kushina began to reply, only for Minato to press on. We can't risk them not being ready for this world we live in, even if that means that Naruto will have to wait a bit longer for training. Kushina, we knew they would be in danger for carrying the Kyuubi just like you were, and I don't want to see them ever having to suffer like you did, continued Minato, as he walked forward, wrapping his arms around Kushina as he did so, feeling her body shiver under his hold. But Naruto, whispered Kushina, struggling to speak in her shaky voice, eyes slowly turning up to Minato. He doesn't have the Kyuubi in him, Kushina, and the Uzumaki bloodline doesn't show visible signs like in Mito and Minami, so he is in even less danger. He's our son, but he isn't a target like the girls are, replied Minato in a soothing voice as Kushina's mind continued to swirl, the fear seizing hold of her inch by inch. Besides, it's not like we are going to abandon him. Once the girls are ready, we can start his training up with Mito, and with both of us, it won't take long before he's an amazing shinobi. Even Naruto and Minami can help us if we want. He'll have all of us there for him, right? He finished with a small smile, offering Kushina the hope she needed to escape her growing fears. Promise me, whispered Kushina in a hushed voice as her shaking slowly died away. Promise me he will be okay, Minato. Promise me that we're doing the right thing for him, pleaded the woman, privately praying her husband would stop himself here even as the realization of what she was going to be asking of her son settled down on her. I promise, Kushina, we will do whatever we have to in order to protect them all. Now let's get ready for them, we have a party to attend, after all, and we can't go ruining it for them by being sad, smiled Minato, not knowing that Naruto was just then having his world crumble down around him. Outside of the parents' room, Naruto stood frozen as he finished listening to his parents talking, his arms pushing him slightly away from the wall, his body moving as if in a trance as he slowly turned to pad slowly down the hall back the way he had come. But why? They said I would start this year. Sure, Naruto and Minami need attention, but what about me? They told me if I waited, I would get training, too. It's not fair. Why are they asking me to wait even longer? What am I supposed to do now? Thought Naruto as he slowly made his way down the hall, his feet soon crossing into the sitting room as his mind continued to swirl. Seedling, I'm so sorry. I know how much this must be hurting you, but you need to stay strong. The world's not always fair, but you can't let this beat you, consoled the Juobi as she watched the boy, her own thoughts privately cursing herself for being right about the parents all along. But he has been waiting for 2 years, it's not fair. Why are they asking him to wait even longer? What's wrong with them? Why are Naruto and Minami so important? Yelled the other member of their trio as his mind raged within their linked minds. I don't know, but the fact is that there isn't anything we can do about it. Well, we could show up the girls, show them my youngest isn't much compared to his mom, added Juobi as the other voice slowly fell into a set of angry mutters. Don't blame Minami and Naruto, please, it's okay, came the soft thoughts of Naruto, causing both voices to suddenly pause. What came both of their replies, only receiving silence as an answer. Naruto, what do you mean, it's okay? You can't actually believe that this is okay, they broke their promise to you again. How much longer are you going to defend them? You can't keep letting yourself suffer for them, called Juubi with a hint and desperation in her voice that finally drew a reply from the boy. I'm not, Juubi. This caught the other two speakers' attention. But I can't hate them for wanting to look after my sisters, either, he continued as both voices fell silent. I know what they are doing isn't fair, but it's like you said, Juubi, life isn't always fair, and I guess I'm just not as important to them as my sisters are, replied the blonde, allowing small tears to form on the sides of his eyes. Seedling, whispered Juubi worriedly as Naruto shook himself, forcing his tears back as he spoke next. I won't let this beat me, though. I will keep training to protect them and keep my promise, even if I don't have their help, continued Naruto as he slowly began to pull himself back together. Maybe you should leave the village to train somewhere else, or hey, why not go and join another village? That would show them for treating you like this, suggested the other voice as Naruto shook his head in irritation. What? Are you crazy? If I did that, who would look after Mito, and what would happen if I did join another village and had to fight Hinata, or my friends? And besides that, where would I go? I don't even know where the other hidden villages are, replied Naruto as the other voice fell silent. As much as I hate to say it, I have to agree with Naruto on this. If he were to leave, no doubt they would send shinobi to find him, and even if he did make it to another hidden village, that old Toad spy network would be able to find him and bring him back. That's if they didn't just ransom him off back to Konoha, agreed Juubi as the other voice let out an angry huff. But he has to do something. They're abandoning him, argued the voice. I will, Naruto replied, causing his fellows to fall silent. I'll keep training with Hinata and get strong enough to keep my promise. I'll even protect my family whether they like it or not. And when I do get my training from them, I'll show them just how strong I can be so that they will have to see they were wrong to leave me behind, finished the blonde as a small silence greeted his words. Gah, you're stubborn. Okay, then I won't fall behind either, so you better watch out, Naruto, shouted the voice as Naruto mentally nodded towards its source. Okay, Seedling, we'll do this your way, whispered Juubi even as Naruto blinked back to reality to see Mito seated between Naruto and Minami, all three laughing happily as the older pair messed with the tiny redhead. As his view fell on the three, Naruto felt a small smile play across his face despite everything he had learned. He may have been angry at his family at the moment, but it just wasn't in him to hate them. He loved them so dearly, and in a way, that is why this most recent betrayal hurt the most. His thoughts returned to something Kushina had once told him, of how being an Uzumaki meant protecting your family, even when you may not always want to. Smiling softly to himself, he nodded as his thoughts turned to those words. He was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and from now on, he was going to show the world just what that meant. Now standing upon the Hokage monument some 4 years after that decision, Naruto Uzumaki stood looking down upon the village, his face with a look of grim determination as he drew in a deep breath of the new day. Okay, no turning back after this, he said to himself as he felt the small touch of excitement creeping over him. I just want you to know, Seedling, that whatever happens, it has been my pleasure to know you. Godspeed, Seedling, spoke Juubi, adopting a salute from her seat in the limbs of her tree, a firm look upon her face that drew a smile to the boy's lips. Just remember, all your training has been for this day. Make us proud. Show those idiots how an Uzumaki gets things done, said Naruto's other confidant, their voice bright with cheer. As the last word was spoken, a faint stir announced the presence of a second person on the cliff face, just before she began to speak. Ane Naruto-kun, are you sure this isn't too extreme, asked Hinata, as she stepped forward to stand with him on the head of the third Hokage. The wind caught her blue Heim-style hair, blowing it around her face as her pale eyes sought his. Trust me, Hinata-chan, this is going to be the greatest thing we have ever done. Just imagine what Hanabi and Mito will think of it. Besides, we worked on this all night. I can't let all our hard work go to waste, Naruto replied, placing a comforting hand on the poor girl's shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze. Yeah, I guess you're right. I do think they'll like it. Mom will too, Hinata said with a smile, her gaze fixed on the village below where her family compound stood. For a few more moments, both teens stood there, looking out at the city as Hinata's thoughts drifted back over the past 4 years that had led to her standing beside Naruto on the stone Hokage. Flashback. Naruto and Hinata were sitting together in a special classroom after the academy had let out. A few of their fellow students, including Sakura and Ino, were also there, waiting for their teacher to arrive. The pair were chatting quietly in the back of the room. After they had decided to train together, Hinata had been looking for a way to lift Naruto's spirits after hearing that his parents had postponed his training yet again. So when she heard they were starting extra classes for medical ninja, she thought it was the perfect opportunity to help Naruto feel like himself again. She especially thought so after explaining that neither of his sisters would be able to do it because of their enormous chakra reserves. This seemed to do the trick. Now she sat next to Naruto, both of them watching the door eagerly for their instructor. Around them, the class slowly filled with prospective students of all ages. After a few minutes, a woman with deep black hair and eyes walked in. She was wearing a matching kimono and holding a small pig in her arms, and she crossed the wooden floor to stand before the blackboard, facing the raised seating of the classroom. Hello everyone. I'm your instructor, Shizen Kato, Shizen said, smiling around at the students. Her eyes rested on Naruto for a moment. That's strange. Tsunade said Naruto is always fooling around. I wonder why he's here. She thought to herself as she turned her eyes away from the blonde boy. She hadn't really gotten to know him very well, only knowing the girls because she had to patch them up after their regular training with Tsunade. She was, overall, only peripherally involved with the family. Well, let me first welcome you to your first lesson in the medical program. The Hokage and my master, Tsunade, have allowed me to start this course so we can begin to prepare future genin for the field, should they choose to enter it after their graduation. If you all study hard and listen, I don't see why we can't have you all learning at least one jutsu before you graduate. But you better be ready to work for it, she finished with a smile, seeing all the students looking around excitedly. The lesson went by without much incident, except for one girl who fainted when Shizen cut her arm to demonstrate the proper way to bandage a wound. The lesson had to pause while she was taken out of the class. When the lesson was over and most of the class had left, Shizen noticed that a pair of students hadn't returned their equipment. She looked around and spotted the two still sitting at the back table with one of the test dummies. As she looked, she noticed the blue and yellow hair that signified it was Hinata and Naruto. They were apparently still working on the day's lesson. Deciding to investigate, she walked over to see Naruto wrapping and re-wrapping the dummy's arm, with Hinata pointing out where he had gone wrong before he tried again. As she watched, Shizen was surprised. Instead of getting angry or annoyed with Hinata's advice, or his own failure, Naruto simply smiled and tried again, attempting to follow the girl's instructions. He's not acting at all like Tsunade described. He seems like a good little student, she thought to herself as Naruto finally succeeded in wrapping the arm and celebrated by hugging the poor girl beside him. Unfortunately, she fainted as a direct result. I guess I'll ask Tsunade about it when I get to the hospital later, she thought as she watched Naruto panic over the unconscious Hinata. A small smile crossed her lips as he turned back and forth before finally spotting her. Sensei, help! Hinata's collapsed again. What do I do? He called out, looking to the black-haired woman for help. Letting out a small sigh at how clueless boys could be, Shizen moved up the steps of the classroom to stand before the pair before replying. It's all right, Naruto, she just fainted. But set her head down carefully. She'll wake up in a little while, okay, she replied, trying not to laugh at the poor boy as he hurried to obey. Okay, thanks, Sensei, Naruto replied, hurrying to sit down beside Hinata, placing her head on his leg so it wasn't on the floor. Shizen could only giggle at the sight they made as she left, thinking how the poor girl was probably going to faint again as soon as she realized where she had been resting. After that, Naruto and Hinata continued to attend Shizen's lessons, becoming two of the top students in the class, only being surpassed by Sakura. That pink-haired girl seemed to have a gift for the area and took to it like a fish to water. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata had to put in more work but were able to become competent enough that as they approached their final year, both could boast of having some of the best chakra control in their grade. That was not the only thing they learned from Shizen's instruction. During their final year, as the pair had once again found themselves staying after class, Hinata noticed that Naruto was fidgeting slightly in his seat while also glancing at her from time to time before turning back towards the front of the class, with a faint blush on his face. This confused Hinata. It was very out of character for Naruto to not be his usual boisterous self. Her mind wondered what was happening with her blonde friend. Meanwhile, within Naruto's mind, another woman was addressing the same point, only in her usual subtle manner. Well, are you going to tell her or are you just going to keep acting like an Abarame stuffed your pants with their insects, asked Juubi, looking at the scene with a huge smile on her face as Naruto continued to squirm. Hey, leave him alone, it's not that simple and you know it, spoke the Juubi's only other source of communication, only succeeding in drawing a larger smile to the woman's lips. Yeah, what he said. I mean, how do I even do this? She's my best friend, asked Naruto, his worry showing just how confused he was about the matter he found himself in. You should have thought of that before you read that last chapter in that medical textbook Shizen let you and her borrow. Or at least before you asked me to explain what happens when a kunoichi and a shinobi love each other very much, laughed Juubi, remembering how both of her listeners had gone bright red and fainted when it came to the part about male and female relations. Hey, shouted two voices, still embarrassed about that particular episode. How were we supposed to know that she was fainting because she was thinking about us, shot back Naruto. Yeah, I mean we always just thought that she was sick or something, or suffered from fainting spells, added the other. Juubi gave both a small sigh. And the fact that she only did this whenever you two were close together or accidentally said something embarrassing didn't tip either of you off? Seedling, you need to pay attention if this slipped by you, chuckled Juubi with an air of superiority. At this, both gave up and opted to continue their little fidgeting game once again as they glanced once more towards the girl sitting beside them. Soon the end of class came, and Naruto found himself and Hinata heading off to one of the training fields to do a little more work before heading home for the day. Even after they arrived, Naruto had still not worked up the courage to talk to Hinata. His nerves were so shot that while practicing with shuriken throwing, he had one sail so far over the target that it flew off into the woods bordering the training field. Finally, as they were about to leave, Juobi stepped in and politely insisted that he ask her, "Naruto, either say what you're going to say or I am going to make it so that ramen tastes like the Uchiha's hair gel for the rest of your life," shouted the black-eyed woman, having finally lost patience waiting for the blonde to say what he came here to say. This finally prompted Naruto to speak up. Hey Hinata-chan," he called out to her as she finished throwing a kunao, turning back towards him. "Yes, what is it, Naruto-kun?" asked Hinata while a blush began to form on her face. "He called me Chan, Naruto called me Chan," the girl thought, smiling happily to herself as Naruto pressed on. "Well, you see, I was wondering if you, what I mean is, I was wanting to know if you might," well, he managed with all the grace and poise of a drowning man. "Just ask or I swear I will blow up this hollow thing you call a head right now," shouted Juobi, knowing that if someone didn't give the kid a kick in the pants, he might just blabber on all night and never get to it. Once again, she was the kick in the pants that Naruto needed. "Hinata, I was wondering if you would like to go out with me sometime," shouted Naruto as his anxiety and fear gave way, resulting in him yelling the question at her as though he were auditioning for a place as a human megaphone. "Smooth move, idiot, now half the village probably heard you," came a mocking voice from his head as Naruto froze in horror at what he had done. Meanwhile, the Juobi had fallen backward out of her tree and was now rolling on the ground howling with laughter at the whole situation, unable to believe that he had just shouted it at her like that. "Oh my Kami, that was amazing. Ah, you might as well have painted it on the Hokage monument," Juobi managed between her laughing. Hinata, for her part, could only stare wide-eyed at Naruto, trying to process what the blonde had just said. Did Naruto-kun just ask me out on a date? No, don't faint, don't you dare faint, answer him. Oh god, he's just looking at me. Do something, you idiot, or he's going to think you aren't interested. Come on, girl, move. Hinata screamed inside of her head, which resulted in a very interesting response. "I'd love to," she shouted back at Naruto before clapping both hands over her mouth as she turned the same shade as Mito's hair and desperately tried to stay conscious. Oh Kami, I can't breathe, this is great," cried Juobi in Naruto's head, even as he tried to process what she had just yelled at him. She said yes. "Whoho, yeah, this is the best," called the other member of this event as Naruto blinked across at his oldest friend. Really, Hinata-chan?" asked Naruto quietly, trying to look at the girl as a blush slowly spread across his face. Yes, Naruto-kun, I would really like to go out with you," replied Hinata, also trying to meet his gaze despite her burning face. This would have been enough, however, once their eyes had met, each blushed so heavily that they both fell over, with huge goofy smiles on their bright red faces, giggling to themselves. The stress of the whole event was finally taking its toll on them. Amidst Juobi's continued laughing, only a single phrase was audible to no one but Naruto's other silent companion. Ha, double kill. Ha, he, snort. End of flashback. After their rather embarrassing start, the two had gone on their first date, and then a second, until halfway through their final year, they had simply decided that they were officially dating. Each had agreed to keep the matter quiet during their time at school, not wanting to be hounded during their lessons. Although neither of them would admit it, both wanted to hide it from their families for a little longer, for fear of either trying to separate them. A fear present more so in the blonde boy as his family situation slowly deteriorated around him. During these past 4 years, Naruto's connection to his family had become strained at best. He hadn't really talked much with his father outside of meals, and even then, he didn't really have anything to say to the man. After all, what was there really to talk about with him now that he didn't seem to concern himself with Naruto's training and work in the academy? When the man wasn't working in the office, he was working with his older sisters, and as a result, the conversations he had always seemed to be about them and their training. Meanwhile, the two sisters had each begun to drift apart from their brother for their own reasons. Naruto had at first simply wanted to get Mito's attention from her brother and had attempted to do so by showing off. However, when this didn't work, she also turned to belittling her brother in an attempt to prove that she was superior to him in every way. Couple this with her naturally competitive nature, and you had a recipe for disaster. Despite this, she had begun to back off slightly after a particular incident where Mito had yelled at her for talking bad about Naruto. The whole thing devolved into a shouting match that neither had completely recovered from. Following that, she had simply taken to ignoring her brother and working to make herself stronger, while trying to mend her connection with her little sister. But most of the damage was already done. After being hostile towards Naruto for so long, she could no longer approach the boy without those old feelings pushing to the surface once again. And so, as of yet, her relationship with her brother was still in the garbage. Meanwhile, Minami also found herself moving away from her brother, but in her case, it was more out of a fear of being angry with him. She had long ago gotten it into her head that the only reason Naruto wasn't allowed to train with them was because of his own behavior, and that he was choosing to slack off and misbehave, not taking anything seriously, making it his fault that he was left out. As a result, what started as simple annoyance with his actions soon turned to anger, and eventually to sadness. In her mind, Naruto was going to get himself hurt, and there was nothing she could do to stop him. She assumed that her parents saw this as well and were trying to discourage him from becoming a shinobi by not training him so that they could protect him. As a result, whenever she found herself with her brother, all she could muster was either annoyance at him or sadness that he seemed to be ignorant of his family's efforts to protect him from a life he was ill-suited for. As a result, she wasn't able to see the true reason for any of the events surrounding her brother and simply moved further and further from him, making her blind to the work he was putting into his dream. The final sister, Mito, however, had remained Naruto's bright light, giving him constant support and love. The pair had only grown closer as the years went on, even as, thanks to him, she also grew closer to Hanabi who, despite what he said, did enjoy the time he spent with both her and Naruto, although he would never admit to it. The boy may have been best friends with Mito, but he was still terrified of the Red Devil, as he referred to her. Then was the final member of his family and assuredly the most complicated for Naruto to sort out his feelings on. His mother, Kushina, had tried to remain a clear part of his life, even with the training. Yet despite her seeming efforts, she too slowly distanced herself from the boy. At first, it was simply just taking him out for ramen or accompanying him with Mito to visit Hitomi while the kids ran around. Small things, but enough to show him just how much he still meant to her. Unfortunately, as time continued to pass, those events started to become less and less common, the spaces between their trips to the ramen stand or simple visits growing longer and longer with each passing year. The reason, sadly, was that as Kushina continued to train her daughters, she found less and less time for her son. It didn't help that on top of this, Naruto and Hinata were working together more and more in both their medical classes and afterward. Unaware of this, what times they could have spent were slowly taken over, Kushina's ignorance of her son's life making planning such times impossible for the pair. However, what was more damaging to their relationship was the lies Kushina had begun to believe to help her manage the growing guilt she felt at drifting from her son. Kushina may have been many things brash at times, headstrong and stubborn, but no one could call her stupid. Looking back, she could see how she had allowed her own fears to damage her relationship with her son, but she also allowed her fear of facing her failure to build into a wall of denial that cut her off from her guilt, piling the reasons and false truths as a means to hold back the swirling storm of failure that was her relationship with her eldest. Recently, this had been causing her more and more distress. During his last year, she had begun to try and make more time for him, but the issue was that she had been away from his life for so long that she just had no idea of where to begin with him. Her only saving grace was that thankfully, Naruto seemed to be willing to be patient with her, though even his willingness to accept accounted for very little as Kushina continued to hold herself back from her son. At the same time, Hinata faced her own set of family issues. It wasn't all bad, however. Her mother and her had continued to be there for her despite her limitations, and her connection to Hanabi had actually been very nice, as he continued to see her as his loving older sister, who protected him from the threat of what he called the Red Devil, sometimes known as Mito. Where things started to go downhill was with her father. With Hanabi to train, he had all but left his daughter to the side of his life, leaving a gap in her family where he was concerned. On top of this, her cousin Niji had gotten into a competitive nature like his father and her own, and as a result, they were less like family and more like rival sports teams, always trying to one-up each other, leaving her closest relative to be a source of constant abuse. Still, this was not the same for every one of the pair's age group. Besides each other, they had also found some company in their classmates. Sakura had been a particular surprise. It seemed once she had found her place in the medical field the girl's confidence had skyrocketed. With this came the avoidance of the dreaded fangirl symptoms that seemed to be infecting so many of the class's girls. She had also held onto a strong friendship with Ino, who found herself in the medical class along with Sakura after a while, looking to impress her peers. They had also gotten closer to Kiba, who unlike some of the class had really taken a liking to Naruto's jokes, and found himself enjoying his time with the two friends. It also didn't help that both Mito and Hinata found Akamaru to be the greatest fluffy plushie alive. So that brought the pair to this moment on top of the Hokage monument, looking down at the village below as the first vestiges of light began to crest the horizon. "Naruto-kun, are you sure about this?" asked a blushing Hinata as she looked nervously behind her to where a massive tarp lay wrapped up. "Well, Hinata-chan, a good friend of mine suggested the method, and you did say you wanted to tell everyone about us," smiled back Naruto while pulling out a kunao and walking back towards a rope that was staked to the ground. "Bulletin, but Naruto, I am not sure this is a good idea," continued Hinata, allowing her stutter to return momentarily in face of this coming event. "It's okay, Hinata-chan, no matter what happens we'll be okay. Now watch this, it's going to be great," smiled Naruto as he sliced through the rope behind him with a dazzling smile upon his face. With a flutter of canvas and a small shifting of robes, a banner descended over the Hokage's faces, rolling halfway down the mountain as it went, obscuring the stone face's eyes. The first to notice the movement were the sentries on the outer walls of the village as the flutter of white had grabbed their attention. The reaction from them was different depending on the individual. While several were simply stunned at the message now facing them, along with the idea that it had apparently been so easily slipped past all of them, left several momentarily stupefied. Others, particularly from the female demographic, were giggling to themselves, thinking how cute the whole event was, while a few of their male co-workers could only nod their heads in approval at the display. Those who noticed next were the shinobi and kunoichi along with the students who were about to leave for class as they exited their homes, or spied it from their windows. Most fell into the same groups as their ladders, however, there were a few exceptions. "Oh my god," shouted a pink-haired girl as she spotted the banner from her bedroom window before falling into a fit of excited giggles at what the banner spelled out. "There's no way, how did I not see this coming," called a blonde girl as she exited her front door, dropping her lunch as her eyes traveled over the banner, allowing her mouth to sound out the words. From the Hyuga resident, 3 sets of Byakugan sat above 3 separate expressions. Hitomi was smiling ear to ear, while she clapped her hands together in front of her mouth trying to stop her excited giggling. Hanabi was torn on what to think, finally settling for a simple smile, being happy for his older sister as he traced the message before him. Hayashi, however, had a look on his face as though he had just seen his entire home burnt down. Equal amounts of horror and anger crossed the man's face as killing intent began to leak off of him. Over at the Namikaze residence, one little redhead was excitedly clapping her hands as she looked out her window at her brother's most recent action, even as behind her the remainder of her family were undergoing very different reactions. Minato was livid, his mind already racing as he glared towards his son's latest prank. How could he do that to the Hokage monument? Didn't he realize that he was desecrating a village monument? On top of that, how could he not tell him about what was written up there before telling the whole fucking village? And what did he mean by Uzumaki? Thought the blonde as he continued to glare at the hanging message. Minami and Naruto were simply in shock, their eyes tracing back over the sign as it hung down over the village, not knowing what to think. A part of them was both happy for their brother, but also jealous/angry at him for creating this whole event. But most of all, they felt confusion at the one point of the banner Uzumaki. They both thought, wondering just what their brother meant by the change. Kushina, however, was where the real reaction was found. She simply stood there as if frozen in place as she read the banner. Guilt, happiness, sadness, anger, worry, and a small twinge of fear all fought for possession of the poor woman's face as her violet eyes continued to dart back and forth across the banner, causing her to look as though she was having a small fit of some kind. As her eyes passed from left to right, she found herself reading the words once again as if trying to believe that they were real. Naruto Uzumaki, luckiest guy in Konoha, is dating Hinata Hyuga, the most beautiful girl in the world. The banner read in bright orange letters as it swayed in the morning breeze for all to see. Several questions came to her mind as she read the banner for the second time. How did I miss my own son being with Hinata, she thought to herself. How could I miss something so big as this warehouse? Why didn't I see it coming? Thought the woman as her racing mind began at last to slow enough for other thought to begin inching across her consciousness. Wait, how could he not tell me? Have I really pushed him that far away from me? Wait, what am I thinking? My Sachi has his first girlfriend, oh, and it's Hinata. Oh, Kami, they will be so cute together. Oh, I wonder if Hitomi is seeing this. I wonder how Hayashi is taking this. Thought the redhead in rapid succession. Her thoughts finally came to rest on one particular part of the banner that suddenly became the complete focus of her attention. Why does it say Naruto Uzumaki instead of Namikaze? Is he trying to say something to us? But what would leaving out only the Namikaze part of his name? Wondered Kushina. And with those final thoughts, she turned to see her family's reaction to the banner. As she looked around, she saw the questioning and, in the case of her husband, furious reactions to the pronouncement. Mito was still clapping away at the window, and her 2 daughters were looking between their Kasan and Tusan as if expecting them to explain what was going on. Minato, Kushina began, but before she could get any farther she was interrupted by her husband. Kushina, take care of the girls, I have to go take care of our son, stated Minato in a voice of forced calm as he departed in a familiar yellow flash, leaving Kushina to turn towards her daughters, who still looked slightly dazed. Girls, did you know about Naruto and Hinata being together? Questioned Kushina to the pair as each met her violet eyes, pausing themselves before replying. I didn't, Kasan, but I really don't spend much time with Oniakan anymore, replied Naruto, looking a little ashamed as she said it, which did not go unnoticed by Kushina. No, Kasan, I don't really have time to worry about Oniakan stunts, though I know he does stay after class with Hinata to go to that course on medical jutsu with Aunt Shizun. I guess he just went to spend time with Hinata, answered Minami as she began to answer her own questions in the same manner that had led her to move so far from her brother. Wait, how long has he been going to these lessons? Asked Kushina, wondering why she hadn't heard about any of this before. Pausing for a moment, Minami considered the question before replying. Not sure, I think it was during our second year sometime, you would have to ask Shizun. Minami answered back as Kushina nodded slightly to herself. Yeah, I guess I should. Anyway, you girls get ready for school. Mito, come on, we are going to go and visit your godmother for a bit, called Kushina as she turned to find her youngest still happily clapping at the window. Meanwhile, across town within the Senju complex, Shizun at that very moment was smiling to herself as she looked at the banner hanging above the Hokage's faces. Well, it's about time those two finally told everyone, she chuckled to herself. Being their teacher for the past few years, it was pretty obvious to her that the two were either dating or so close to doing so it hardly mattered. Meanwhile Tsunade was simply laughing at the whole thing, while banging her fist on the windowsill trying to catch her breath as she looked from the banner to Shizun. Shizun, please tell me, does he ever do anything halfway? She managed between laughs as her student paused for a moment before shaking her head slightly. Not that I've seen, he is all this and more, milady. He is also becoming quite prominent at medical work. In fact, he is one of the top students in my prep class. Shizun replied, still smiling as her sensei slowly caught her breath. Her student's words caught Tsunade's attention, however. Although she had fought to have the basic program installed for her apprentice, she hadn't actually had a chance to stop by and find out how the classes had been going. Between her work at the hospital and creating the medical ninja corps and the regular forces, she hadn't had a lot of free time. What little she had spent with Kushina and the girls, she soon realized as she cast her thoughts back. On that thought, she recognized that she had never been very close to Naruto. He had just reminded her too much of her brother at that age, and the pain of that lose was still being too much for her to face. As this occurred to her, she realized just how little she actually knew about her only godson, and with that realization came a pang of regret. Just how much have I ignored him because of my own fears? She thought to herself, suddenly feeling like a coward at running from the boy for nothing but his appearance. Shaking herself, she decided to stop by the Namikazes later that day and see if she could at least start getting to know the boy she should have been spending time with for years. Hey Shizun, could you tell me a little bit about the kid? Asked Tsunade, turning to find her student blinking towards her, looking slightly confused by her question. I don't see why not, she replied, privately wondering why her lady was suddenly taking an interest in Naruto, but deciding to ignore it. Back on the top of the monument, Naruto could not help but feel spikes of killing intent begin to emerge from all over the village as the banner swayed for all to see, his smile faltering slightly as he wondered what was going to come of this. Still, it had been worth it, and as that thought crossed his mind, Naruto once again found himself smiling as his passenger added her own view on the matter. Well, my little seedling, this has got to be either the single dumbest thing you have ever done or the most romantic. On second thought, it's probably both. Chuckled Juobi, smiling as she noticed Hinata turning beet red as the thought of all the people who were now reading the message. Ah, who cares, this is great, laughed the voice. Yep, this was perfect, agreed Naruto as Juobi let out a sigh. Not to interrupt, but I can feel some chakra signatures approaching, and they seem to belong to your father's umbu, spoke the woman with a note of concern in her voice. So shall we run for our lives? Asked the voice. Oh yes, let's. Responded Naruto as he turned towards Hinata. Hinata-chan, I'll see you later at the finals. I have to go for now, said Naruto, giving Hinata a quick hug before grabbing one of the ropes and shimmying down it towards the town below. Just as he leaped, Hinata found herself surrounded by several umbu who were looking around for the orange-clad boy. Hey Nico, go ahead and take the girl to school, we'll track down the kid, called a wolf-masked umbu towards his female companion. Meanwhile, the other three umbu began to run down the side of the mountain after the boy, attempting to catch him before he could reach the city and give them a real chase. Hinata in the meantime looked over at Nico as her fellows departed. Nico-san, what are they going to do with Naruto-kun when they catch him? Asked Hinata, not able to keep a bit of worry out of her voice. Nico only looked down at the girl silently for a moment before responding. Our orders are to escort him and his accomplices to the academy finals for now. After that, however, you both will be brought before the Hokage, she finished without a hint of emotion in her voice. This caused Hinata's head to drop slightly. She knew she would probably be okay, but she couldn't help but worry about Naruto. He had not been on good terms with his father for the last few years, and this incident was sure to push things between the two. Spying this, Nico decided to offer some comfort to the girl. I'm sure the Hokage will be gentle with you kids, she said in an attempt at a comforting voice. I'm not worried about myself, Nico-san, replied Hinata in a firmer voice. I don't want to see Naruto-kun to get into much trouble is all, she said, looking up at the umbu with a look that made the women giggle a little despite herself. Well, I guess we know who is in charge of this relationship, thought Nico, as she and Hinata disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Later at the academy, Hinata and the rest of the class sat waiting for Irika to arrive. Hinata in the meantime was subject to more than a few stares on account of the morning events. Kiba, Sakura, and Ino had already bombarded her with questions at her arrival, everything from why they hadn't been told to whose idea the banner had been and for more details of the pair's relationship. The girls could only giggle about how cute it was, while Kiba just kept telling her how awesome the whole thing banner had been, and how we wanted Naruto to make one for him when he got himself a girl. Meanwhile, two figures of the class were keeping quiet during the morning. Naruto and Minami sat in silence during the early lessons, still not knowing quite what to think about the whole morning's events. I wonder what else I've missed about Ani-san, Naruto asked to herself as she waited for her brother's arrival, glancing now and then out the classroom window. How did I miss this? I'm supposed to be his own Isin, for the love of Kami. What have I been doing? If I can miss this, then what's next? Thought Minami, beating herself up mentally at having been so afraid of her own emotions to have driven a wedge so great between her and her brother. Before either had time to think more on the matter, the door to the classroom opened and in walked Irika, followed by a blonde boy in step with two umbu that stood flanking him. Well, everyone, it's time to get these exams underway, called Irika, giving one final glance back to Naruto and his escorts as he did so. Well, you gave them a good run while you could, said the Juubi with a cheer-up tone to her voice. Yeah, who would have thought they would have been able to clear that fruit cart, but you still made them work for it, chuckled the voice in agreement. Hey, who said you could stop practicing? You still haven't mastered number 6 yet. Till then you won't get to have free time on my watch, Solider. Now back to work, or we start all over again, spoke the woman in a firm tone directed at the other voice. Ha, sucks to be you, chuckled Naruto mentally as his other confidant let out his own chuckle before fading. Oh yeah, well you have to deal with Kasan later, so who's it suck to be now, replied the voice. Oh crap, thought Naruto as he paused for a moment, his eyes widening. Oh crap is right, but one thing at a time. For now just concentrate on passing this exam. I'm not having you mess up after all the work you've done to get your cut in the jewelry before the two could go at it again. Yeah, you're right, I have an exam to pass, spoke Naruto aloud by accident, in his enthusiasm drawing all of the classroom occupants' attention. And now everyone thinks your crazy way to get off to a great start as usual, seedling, sighed Juubi with an exasperated shake of her head as the blonde moved forwards towards his examination. Soon Naruto was escorted towards the rear of the class, where the Umbu leading him gestured towards an empty seat separated from the rest of the students. This however caused Naruto to look up at the porcelain masked face of his escort for a moment as though he were insane before he marched purposefully towards the empty seat beside Hinata, a few of the class watching his determined progress as short as it might have been. Naruto managed to get a whole 2 feet from his escort before the man's hand darted out to seize him by the shoulder, causing the boy to jerk to a halt. Namikaze, you are to follow my instructions, now take your seat, stated the Umbu plainly as he once again gestured to the separated seat, causing the blonde to glance back at him, his eyes narrowing towards the man. Don't think so, you can sit there, I'm sitting by Hinata-chan, replied Naruto, glaring defiantly up into the porcelain mask as the Umbu's fellows glanced at the exchange, shaking their heads slightly before sifting into the shadows around the room, waiting for their colleague to finish with the blonde. You will sit where I tell you to, Gaki, or I will make you, stated the Umbu in a tone that dared Naruto to disobey him as his hand tightened ever so slightly upon the boy's shoulder, drawing Naruto's eyes down to it before moving back to the 2 black hole of the man's mask as a wicked smile crossed his lips. Oh, I would not have done that if I were you, chuckled Juubi, leaning forward on one of the branches of her tree as she prepared for the show to start. Oh crap, he's got that look in his eye, thought the majority of the class, the scared Irika included, as they all began to move slightly back from the pair, a few pulling out books or shifting as if ready to fling themselves under desks. Looking around in confusion at the sudden change in the class, the Umbu was forced to wonder what it was he was apparently missing. A moment later they got their answer. No one could quite explain how or what happened next, but by the end of their disagreement, as the students and teacher re-emerged from their cover, Naruto was left for the rest of the class with being escorted by a rainbow-colored Umbu, his whole body caped in a mix of neon colors that could likely be seen from orbit. At the same time, his fellows who had taken positions at the door and window respectively could only chuckle silently at the fate of their comrade while making a mental note to not start a tiff with the Hokage-san, orders or no. The resulting scuffle had also left a large amount of paint dripping from the ceiling, as well as one unlucky rainbow-colored Nara, who had yet again not been prepared to duck. After that, I hope the Hokage gives him D-rank missions for a month, the now multicolored Umbu thought, glaring down at his ruined uniform before looking back at his blonde charge. But where was he keeping all that paint? Meanwhile, Naruto had settled happily beside Hinata, who was failing to keep a small blush from her face as she felt his hand close around her own. Together, they turned toward the head of the class. Well, Irika called, emerging from behind his desk and dragging his aide, Mizuki, to stand beside him. Now that we are all present, I will go ahead and explain the exam. Across the rows of desks and up the staggered seating, Naruto watched as Irika began his speech. He allowed his mind to fall back into his mindscape until the actual exam started, as he'd heard enough of these speeches to know what was coming. Just like that, with a slight tug to the back of his mind, he was off. As he opened his eyes upon the familiar grassy field of his mindscape, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss for one of its particular features that no longer cast itself into the wide blue skies. Pushing himself up from the soft carpet of grass, Naruto's eyes turned to the central hilltop that was now barren, devoid of the beautiful tree he had seen all those years ago when he had first met the Juubi. The hill now looked somehow naked without the tree, and in a few steps, Naruto found himself standing at the edge of the hill, slowly making his way up its slope. At the crest of the hill, a simple pool of water was there to meet him, sitting just where the tree had once stood. It was as still as glass and somehow darker than night itself, refusing to reflect the blue skies above. Its midnight blackness gave off a faint, familiar glow as if it were a doorway opened from a long way off, spilling light into a quiet night, yet the light did nothing to illuminate its countenance. Reaching the summit of the hill, Naruto found himself gazing down into the still water before cupping his hands around his mouth. Hey, Juubi, can I talk to you for a minute? The boy called into the pool, which seemed to shiver slightly at his words before going still once more. After a few moments of continued silence, a purple spot slowly began to rise from the still water. The object continued to swell until a woman's face emerged, her waves of purple hair falling about her shoulders as they too emerged. Her black eyes trailed over to the boy, a look of slight annoyance upon her brow. As she slowly rose to stand upon the now still pool, her slender arms reached up to cross before her bosom as she let out a sigh, examining the boy before her. Seedling, how many times do I have to tell you? You don't have to scream in your own head, or in my ear for that matter, came the lecturing tone of Juubi as Naruto gave her a wide grin that slowly caused her annoyed expression to drop. And then he just smiles at me, I'm such a pushover. Okay, Seedling, I'll let you off the hook this time, but don't take too long. Your shouting caused your friend to lose focus and knock himself out while trying to manage number 6, smiled the Juubi. Naruto let out a small chuckle at the mental image of someone managing to knock themselves out with their own technique. Thanks, Juubi-chan, I just wanted to talk to you about what I should say to my Tusen, after the exam? Naruto asked, his voice slowly shifting to show his obvious concern, a point that did not go unnoticed by Juubi. What to do, sigh honestly, Seedling, I don't know. Never really had a Tusen. I guess all we can do is wait and see. Really, waiting is the worst part for now, replied the Juubi as she tilted her head to the side, a habit she had picked up from Naruto whenever she was thinking. Right, thanks, Juubi, replied Naruto, allowing his head to drop slightly to try and hide the worry now moving across his face. Juubi watched the blonde's head drop, feeling a small rush of self-loathing for being so helpless to alleviate the boy's suffering. She could not help but think how much easier it would be if he were more like some other kids his age, who would have allowed him to simply break from his family after so much silent suffering on his part. But that wasn't her little Seedling, he was just too caring about people to callously cast them aside, and what was worse, he absolutely hated disappointing them, even if they excelled in doing the same to him. Still, I suppose that's what makes him the perfect host for me, just a couple of bakas always trying to handle everything ourselves. Juubi sighed as she shook herself, putting her mind back to work on the problem at hand. Well, Seedling, we may not know what to do with the Hokage, but try and remember that you did what you did for you and Hinata-chan. It was about making you two happy, so don't let him or anyone else take that away from you, alright, she finished, smiling hopefully down at the blonde who slowly raised his eyes to meet her own. After a moment, Juubi's words seemed to have the desired effect as Naruto brightened up and even cracked a small smile, moving forward to hug the woman as she reached down to gently run one hand through his blonde locks. After their small embrace, Naruto finally stepped back, still smiling slightly up at the woman. Thanks, Juubi, the boy called as he glanced around the deserted mindscape for a moment, so I guess I better get back to class before anyone sees that I'm acting funny. Naruto chuckled as Juubi's face turned up in an amused expression. A little late for that, Seedling, you did rainbow paint your guard, Juubi chuckled as Naruto paused for a moment before nodding, one hand rising up to scratch idly at the back of his head. Oh yeah, hee, hey wait. Juubi, I have an idea, the boy called just as Juubi was starting to sink slowly back into the pool. Her eyes shifted back to the boy as her slow descent stopped. Well, now I should be worried, so what is it, Seedling? Juubi asked, noticing the wide smile now upon the boy's lips. With the exam, we do the henge right. Well, what if I whisper he finished, attempting to be silent, ignoring the oddity of whispering within his own mind. Despite this, the blonde's almost ecstatic look flooded across his face as Juubi paused before letting out a small giggle, reaching up one hand to cover her mouth. Hee, oh I like it, you have my permission, oh I wish I could see the looks on my son's face when you do that. Just make sure you do it right, I'd hate to have you mess it up, replied the Juubi wistfully as she finally allowed herself to descend back into the pool, leaving not a trace upon the once smooth surface. After giving the somehow empty mindscape one final look, Naruto allowed himself to be pulled back into reality as the bright blue and green faded into darkness. Soon enough, the blonde found himself dropping back into his own body as the feeling of the seat below him and the soft drone of Irika's speech washed over him, the man's voice slowly winding down as the class seemed to be stirring from their own slumber. As Naruto blinked a few times, he finished coming back from his mindscape just as Irika finished the last of his speech. Alright everyone, good luck on the examination and remember what I told you, called Irika as he moved forward, his hands full of the written examination. Just in time, now to get this thing done. Naruto smiled to himself as he reached out to take a test for himself before passing the pile over to Hinata as the two set to work. The written test passed without incident, and Naruto was pleasantly surprised at how well he had done, making a note to thank both Hinata and Sakura for helping him prepare on the subject. Hard to think just a few years ago I would have probably failed that test. The blonde thought, smiling at the proof of his hard work that he was now passing toward Irika. After the exams were fully collected and stored, Irika led the class out into the yard where a series of stationary and moving targets had been set up for the examination. Once the class had fully filed in, Irika called up the first student, directing them toward a line beside which a table stood covered in kunao and shuriken awaiting use. For a time, the only sound was the whistle of steel through the air, accompanied now and then by the satisfying thunk as it found its target and the dull chatter of those watching, spiking now and then in support of a friend. Suzuki Uchiha, Irika called, watching as the raven-haired boy approached the weapons table, his expression slightly sullen as his eyes fell across the weapons and targets. With a bored air about him, Suzuki bent to begin selecting kunao and shuriken, ignoring the calls of support from behind him. Sadly, this was what the young Uchiha had become. The boy who now stood at the weapons table had changed greatly from who he had been only 2 short years ago. On that day, Suzuki had witnessed his brother, Itaka, slaughtering every shinobi and kunoichi of the once great Uchiha clan, watching as the brother he idolized struck down their own father, then turning his blade upon every clan member who could hold a kunao. By the end, Suzuki was left alone beside his unconscious mother as the blood of his family slowly cooled upon his cheeks, his eyes distant as they traced across the faces of his dead clan. Only those either not affiliated with the shinobi world or below the rank of genin had been spared his wrath. The rest had met their bloody end that night, and with them, the once happy boy who had been Suzuki Uchiha also died. In his place came the new boy, who despite the surviving members of his clan, had shut himself off from the rest of the world, concentrating only on gaining the power to kill his brother, to kill the man who had murdered the boy he had been. Exacerbating this issue was the fact that he was to be the first of the next generation of Uchiha for Konoha, and as a result, he garnered a bit of a fan club in both school as well as some elements of the civilian populace who saw this as an opportunity to gain favor with a future clan head. So a boy hurt, alone, and angry, separated himself from anyone who could truly help him, instead choosing to allow people to praise him and offer him encouragement toward his goal of killing his brother. So by the time Suzuki had bent down to pick out his weapons for this portion of the exam, almost all of the boy he had once been was lost. There was one person, however, who had somehow managed to help the boy hold on to some vestiges of himself. That person just happened to be Naruto Namikaze, who had become something like a rival to the Uchiha. The two constantly butted heads over every little thing and oddly formed an attachment thanks to these actions. While Suzuki had the natural talent on his side, Naruto's special training and constant striving to grow had her neck and neck with the Uchiha in almost every area of the academy, causing the continued growth of their competition. The two had managed through this to form a bit of a friendship, at least when they weren't trying to pound the other into the ground. Okay, Suzuki, just attempt to hit as many targets as possible, you need at least a score of 6 to pass, stated Irika as we watched the boy gather up his weapons and turn toward the target. Suzuki replied as he flicked his hands forward in an almost lazy fashion, letting a small wave of kunao and shuriken fly out as a single wave of steel that sped down range. With a satisfying series of thunks, all 10 of the kunao and shuriken buried themselves into the wooden targets across the field nearly simultaneously. At this display, a few of the fangirls couldn't help but cheer for the raven-haired teen, even as Naruto's voice called out a challenge to the boy, drawing a small smirk to his face as he moved back toward the class. Naruto's attention, however, was drawn up toward the Hokage monument where he could barely see figures moving back and forth across the cliffside, likely attempting to dismantle his sign. Ha, like I would make it that easy for you. Naruto thought for a moment before he saw a distant series of colored eruptions going off on top of the monument, followed shortly thereafter by what sounded like a mixture of angry shouts and death threats. But maybe that was just his imagination. Chuckling to himself at his small victory, Naruto turned back toward the front of the class where he saw a young man stepping back as Irika's eyes found the titular blonde. Naruto Namikaze, Irika called, patiently waiting for Naruto to respond as his eyes dropped to his clipboard. After a few moments, Irika noted that no one had moved, causing him to turn his attention back to where he saw Naruto standing, blinking innocently toward him. Meanwhile, a great deal of the class was also looking toward the blonde, a few unable to keep from glancing at the rainbow-colored umbu that still stood stoically behind him, as even he was now looking toward the boy. Naruto, what are you doing? Get up there. Irika repeated with a hint of annoyance in his voice as he saw a small mischievous smile crossing the blonde's lips. But Irika-sensei, you didn't call my name, called Naruto as he raised a hand to point toward the monument. If you need help, it's right up there. The blonde continued, apparently amused as he watched a few of the class look up toward the banner still waving gently before the Hokage monument. After a quick glance toward the banner, Irika sighed, marking his clipboard as he turned back to Naruto. Fine, Naruto Uzumaki, will you just get up here and start your test before I have to dock you points? Irika called, rubbing his forehead, wondering what he did to deserve this even as a few of the class saw the distant poofs of a few more multicolored eruptions from the cliff. Two of the class, however, had shifted their attention back to Naruto as he approached the weapons table, wondering what exactly was happening with their Naizen. Why does Naruto keep using Kasan's old last name? I mean, why not use Tusen's too? I just don't get it. Naruto thought, a little annoyed as she tried and failed to figure out what her sibling was up to. After all, what would be the point of only dropping half a name? After all, there weren't any simple Uzumakis in the elemental nations anymore. Wait, could that be it? Is he trying to do this for Kasan? But why? I mean, Kasan's not just an Uzumaki anymore, man, what is going on with him? The blonde girl thought, her blue eyes closing in concentration as she continued trying and failing to piece together what she was apparently blind to. A few feet away from her, the final member of the sibling trio was also attempting to decipher her sibling's message. Uzumaki, well, that was Mom's clan name. Is he doing this to try and get her attention? Baka, if he wants attention, then all he has to do is work harder, and Kasan and Tusen would let him train with us. All these kinds of stunts are showing as how unprepared he is. If he keeps trying to take shortcuts, he's going to get himself in trouble. The redhead thought, her annoyance with her Naizen only surpassed by her confidence that the boy's actions were to blame for his lack of training. Meanwhile, as the sisters continued to debate the boy's actions, Naruto had reached the testing table. Taking it slowly, Naruto pulled up a pair of projectiles at a time to throw toward the targets, smiling with each dull thwack that echoed back to him. Although not as impressive as Sasuke, his throws were mostly on target, only missing 2 out of the 10 possible targets. As the last kunai found its mark, sticking into the moving dummy's head even as his last shuriken glanced off its arm, Naruto found himself smiling at his score. It wasn't perfect, but it was his, and after all the hours working with Hinata over the years, those 8 hits were his and no one else's. Nicely done, Naruto, it's good to see you've improved so much, offered Irika, marking down his score and motioning for the next student to approach as the blonde made his way back across the field. Good job, Naruto-kun, called Hinata as he stepped up beside her, the girl's soft words of praise causing Naruto to break out into a wider smile as he turned to her. Thanks, Hinata-chan, I'm sure you'll even do better Databia. He replied with so much enthusiasm the poor girl found herself blushing as Ino and Sakura leaned slightly out of line to cast wide smiles toward the pair, flashing thumbs up toward the girl. Soon enough, the rest of the class stepped up for their attempts, most passing the exam with varying scores. Hinata managed to score an impressive 9, which prompted Naruto to throw away all subtlety, deciding to give her a tight hug that took her off her feet, causing her to blush furiously even as a wide smile decorated her face. Naruto was pleased with his score, yet a sting of sadness pierced his happiness as he watched his siblings score perfect 10s. They threw their kunai with the same practiced form as Sasuke, a testament to their focused training. The skill gap between himself and his siblings made him deflate slightly. Beside him, Hinata gave his hand a gentle squeeze, and he smiled softly at her in thanks. As he turned away, he and Hinata watched Sakura take her turn, his brief melancholy pushed aside by the desire to cheer for his friend. At the same time, another pair struggled with their own emotions, stealing quick glances at the blonde. Well, Naruto did okay. He's not as good as me, but he did all right. I guess I should congratulate him. That would be okay, right? Yeah, and I can ask him about the Uzumaki banner thing, Naruto thought, taking a few steps toward Naruto. Her mixed eyes met his azure ones as she approached. Hey, big brother, you did pretty well with the throwing weapons. Congratulations, Naruto said, trying to keep her voice light. She noticed how strange it felt to be talking to him so happily. It had been a long time. Across from her, Naruto looked utterly shocked by his sister's words. Is Naruto congratulating me? As in, actually praising me? It's been years since she did that, Naruto thought to himself. Kid, she hasn't really spoken to you much since Mito-chan yelled at her that one time. This is probably the most she's said to you in months, Juobi replied, wondering privately if Naruto had some hidden motive. Well, she's being nice. That's good. Maybe things are looking up, he thought. Thanks, Naruto, but you're still way better than me. I bet you've been working yourself to the bone. As usual, Naruto smiled. His words caught Naruto off guard. But he doesn't train with us. How would he know that? I mean, he used to watch with Mito, but that was years ago, she thought with a pang of sadness. A quick image of a younger blonde boy and a little red-haired girl cheering for her across a grassy training field flashed in her mind. How could he have remembered that for so long, and why? Naruto wondered, stepping back to watch Minami's turn as she tried to collect her thoughts. After her own perfect score, Minami's thoughts also drifted to her older brother as she slowly moved across the schoolyard toward the classroom. Big brother did okay. No, he did great. He was better than most of the class, but how? He was always just playing pranks, wasn't he? I mean, I didn't always see him, but that's why mom and dad wouldn't train him, right? I mean, what else could it be? It had to be that. Maybe he just got help from Hinata. But that would mean training. Was I wrong? Minami thought, growing more nervous as she approached him. Hey big brother, I guess you've been working hard on your throwing. I mean, it shows, Minami said softly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. It wasn't easy for her to face the possibility that she might have been completely wrong about her brother, destroying her time with him for nothing. If that was the case, what had it all been for? And why had their parents done the same? But why didn't mom and dad train my brother then? We were busy with our own training, but they should have noticed, shouldn't they? Or did they? No, they couldn't have missed it, Minami thought, more than a little scared of the answer she might receive. Now Minami, too? Did mom put something in the food this morning or something? Naruto thought to himself. Maybe it has to do with your banner, but something seems off with them. Maybe it's about you and Hinata, or maybe it's about the whole Uzumaki thing. Juobi suggested, trying and failing to understand the sudden shift in the sisters' behavior. I guess that could be it, but why would that make them want to be nice to me? The puzzled boy wondered, turning to face Minami. Thanks, Minami. I guess all my work paid off, but you're still the best at weapons out of all of us, Naruto replied, giving her a warm smile. This did little to ease Minami's mental dilemma and the mounting worry that she had been helping to destroy the connection she shared with her brother. With such thoughts still plaguing the two sisters, the class made their way back into the school building for the final part of the exam, the jutsu section. Instead of heading back to their normal classroom, which was still dripping with paint, they all went into the auditorium where the exam was to be held. Upon reaching the room, they were instructed to stand against the back wall and wait to step forward for their turn. Before beginning, they were told they would be monitored throughout the entire event. To most of the students, this point passed by as insignificant. A few simply thought it was so they wouldn't interfere with other participants, but this was actually a final part of the exam designed to see if they could begin to act as soldiers rather than just a group of kids. Several chunin were planted in the class, specifically there to fail the exam and increase tension among the other students. Additionally, the professionalism of the students was being observed to see how they would behave while watching their peers. It had been suggested by Ibiki of the interrogation department to set up this particular part to see how the students acted under pressure, as well as to weed out those who allowed their base emotions to dictate their actions without thought. Consequently, their reactions to the successes and failures of their classmates were also being monitored to gauge their competence as shinobi. A few students were able to grasp the meaning behind their predicament, while others remained blissfully unaware. Why would they have us all be able to see each other? That would only make it worse to fail and make everyone, that's it. They're trying to psych us out, Sakura thought, looking around at her classmates. A trick like that wouldn't work on me, a raven-haired boy thought. Yes, time to show off for Suzuki-kun, a blonde girl thought, completely missing the point. Troublesome, was the only thought from Shikamaru. I hope I do okay, munch, Koji said to himself. Oh man, this is great, Juubi. It's like they set it up just for us. Naruto thought, a smile spreading across his face, which incidentally caused his escort to back away slowly, worried for his sanity. Okay, Hinata, just remember what Naruto-kun and mom told you. You've worked hard for this, and you're going to become genin together with Naruto-kun, Hinata said to herself, her face set in a look of determination. Oh yeah, just watch me. This is going to be easy. Naruko thought, rolling her shoulders slightly as if to remove a crick in her neck. Come on, Uncle Jiraiya taught us all about intimidation. This is nothing, Minami thought, sparing a glance toward Naruto and hoping he would be okay, remembering he hadn't received the same training. The thought brought another stab of worry to her mind. What was that, Akamaru? 2 of the students aren't from our class? Then why would they be here, unless something else is going on? Keep your eyes peeled, buddy, Kiba whispered to Akamaru. Buzz, no one is even looking at me. I'm starting to wonder if my clan can become invisible and no one told me, Shino thought to himself. Soon enough, the students stepped forward one by one to take their examination, each attempt allowing the tension to mount for those remaining as they watched their peers celebrating in success or marching away sadly in failure. A few of the weaker students were unable to keep from panicking and, in one case, simply crumpled to the floor in a dead faint. Not long into the exam, Hinata stepped back with a leaf headband wrapped around her neck and a bright smile on her face that Naruto returned. She could hardly resist jumping up and down in happiness at the idea of proving herself in front of everyone and even to herself. As she reached her position once again, she glanced over to Naruto, noting the smile on his face and privately wondering what he had planned. Soon enough, Naruto was stepping forward to stand before Irika in the center of the gym, his confident smile still in place as he gazed at his sensei. Okay, Naruto, I need you to do the Henge, Kawarimi, and finally the clone jutsu, Irika listed off, looking up from his clipboard and settling his eyes on the approaching blonde. Sensei, would it be a problem if I did my Henge last? Naruto asked, fighting back the urge to break into an even wider smile, something that did not go unnoticed by the Umbu still stationed around the gym. I guess that won't be an issue, Irika replied after a moment of wondering how this could possibly be used against him. Right, Naruto said, positioning his hands and calling up his chakra. Clone jutsu. At his call, a few clouds of smoke appeared around the blonde, dispersing a moment later to reveal 4 clones standing around him, all blinking and smiling just like the original. Very nice, Naruto, Irika called, marking it down on his clipboard, thinking how far he had come over the last few years. Irika then raised his hand with a practice kunao, taking aim at Naruto. Ready, Naruto? Ready, sensei, Naruto replied confidently, preparing to dodge the oncoming blow. With that, Irika flicked the kunao forward toward the orange-clad boy, where it struck, sticking directly into his chest. Naruto's eyes bulged slightly as the kunao entered his body. The force pushed him back until, with a flash of smoke, a chair and the kunao tumbled to the gym floor with a dull clatter. At the same time, Irika was forced to push himself forward as the chair he had been sitting on disappeared from under him. Turning his head, he found Naruto standing where his chair had been, grinning up at the man. Nicely done, Naruto. Now, would you mind going and getting my chair for me? Irika said, with no hint of real anger in his voice. In reply to his sensei's chiding, Naruto raised his hand and rubbed the back of his head as he rushed to drag the chair back to Irika before once again taking his position in front of the examiners. "Alright, Naruto, the henge is all that's left," Irika called as he resettled himself into his seat, turning his black eyes on his blonde student. Naruto nodded excitedly in reply as a small pulse of chakra began to build around him. "Okay, Juubi, here we go." "Man, I wish I had a camera," the blonde thought as he prepared his henge. "You and me both, kid. Oh, I wish I could see my son's faces when you pull this off," Juubi thought as she settled down on the grassy hill. The smile on her face was somehow stiff, as if she was pushing something down as she mentioned her sons, but if there was something there, it was for her alone to know as she turned to look out through Naruto's eyes, an invisible observer to the world. As soon as Juubi's words left her mouth, the grinning boy was obscured in another billowing cloud of smoke. After a moment, the summoned smoke began to dissipate, allowing everyone in the gym to see a new figure where the orange-clad prankster had been. The newest appearance garnered quite a response. There, in the middle of the gymnasium, stood a woman dressed in a beautiful gray and silver battle kimono adorned with a pattern of falling leaves. She stood just under 6 feet tall, with her arms and feet bare so that her pale skin shone like ivory. As she turned toward Irika, her hair, which cascaded down her back in a deep, rich purple, swayed slightly so that it seemed to give off a faint glow in the dull gymnasium. A single lock of that purple river fell forward over her chest, accenting her generous bosom as it curved to her figure, which supported a heart-shaped face from where a pair of brilliant eyes shone out. Black eyes, like twin pools of midnight, seemed to draw in the light around them as they drifted over the class, pausing for a moment on each person before shifting back to Irika. Most of the onlookers could only gaze at the creature before them in awe, wondering what exactly they were seeing. A few, however, were able to keep their wits and start asking themselves some suddenly very important questions. Wow, where did Naruto see someone like that? And those eyes? Sakura thought, looking at the boy's henge. Naruto-kun was all Hinata could manage, trying and failing to keep some of the more inappropriate ideas about her boyfriend from entering her head. "Naruto, buddy, you have got to tell me where you saw this woman." "I think I'm in love," Kiba shouted in his head, a smile playing across his face. "Damn it, man, that is not a woman, it's a boy. Now get your head back in the game," Naruto's Umbu guard thought, giving his head a little shake as he did so. The most amusing reactions, however, came from Naruto's sisters, who at the moment had more than one voice bouncing around in their heads. "What the hell is that thing doing here? She's supposed to be sealed," the yang part of Kyuubi shouted as it banged against its cage inside Naruto's mind. "What the hell, Furball, what are you yelling about?" Naruto yelled back, placing her hand over her seal as if trying to hold back the voice. "Shut up, Naruto, this isn't the time for your stupidity. You have no idea what you're even seeing, do you?" the Kyuubi replied with a growl. "So, Big Brother hung into some odd-looking woman, what's the big deal?" Naruto replied, adopting a questioning look as she took in the Kyuubi's words. "Just shut up, kid, something is going on here, and it has something to do with my mom," the Kyuubi replied, relaxing slightly against his cage, trying to think about what was happening in front of him. "Wait, Kyuubi, and he ignores me. Rude. I wonder what he meant by mom, and what is going on with my brother?" Naruto wondered as she glanced once more at Naruto's henge. Meanwhile, Minami was having a bit more trouble calming her part of the Kyuubi down. Mama's back. "Hey, Mom, over here. Hey, over here. Hey, Minami-chan, hurry, go say hi. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Mama, over here," the Kyuubi's yin chakra yipped excitedly, bouncing around its cage. For some reason that Minami could never quite figure out, the yin part of the Kyuubi had always been more like a child than a great beast of destruction. She assumed it had to do with there being less of a good side to the Kyuubi, but she was never able to get a straight answer out of it, or any straight answer, for that matter. "Kyuubi, what are you saying? You don't have a mom. I thought you were one of the great-tailed beasts. And will you please try to calm down?" Minami called, trying to calm the excited fox down before she got a larger headache than she was already having thanks to the creature. "Baka, Minami-chan, everyone has a mom. She was just gone for a while," the Kyuubi replied as if lecturing a child. "But you're not just anyone, you're Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox, the most powerful demon. Your mom would be a demon too, not some woman, and how would Naruto have seen her anyway?" Minami tried to reason with the Kyuubi. "Don't care. That's my mom," the Kyuubi replied, folding its arms in front of its chest as it turned away from the cage's door, signifying an end to the conversation. "Great, now Kyuubi is pouting again. Seriously, why did I get the one that acted like a child?" Minami thought to herself, before again turning to face her brother just as the henge fell. As the image of the purple-haired woman dissolved, the reappearance of Naruto was greeted by a few moments of silence as everyone in the room shook themselves slightly to get over the memories of the figure they had just seen. Naruto's two sisters were now looking at him with equal suspicion and curiosity, having finished their conversations with their tenants only moments ago. Meanwhile, Irika was the first to snap back to reality, focusing on the blonde before him, tallying up his overall results and smiling at what he saw. Well done, Naruto. With this, you pass and are now an official shinobi of Konoha, Irika said proudly, holding out a headband for the blonde. Naruto burst forward, seizing the headband and fastening it to his forehead with a huge, beaming smile. Nothing could ruin his mood as he turned to see Hinata, her eyes brimming with tears of joy, so happy to witness his success. As Naruto started to move back to his spot, a hand on his shoulder stopped him, alerting him to a presence just behind him. He turned to face the multicolored Umbu who had been his escort all morning. The sight of the man caused Naruto's smile to falter a little. He then saw another Umbu place a hand on Hinata's shoulder before a swirl of leaves engulfed them. The two were teleported to the Hokage's office to answer for their morning's actions with the monument. Meanwhile, in the Senju compound, Kushina and Mito were being welcomed through the front door by a smiling Shizun. The little redhead immediately launched herself into the black-haired woman's dark kimono in a joyful greeting hug. Auntie Shizun. Well, hello to you too, Mito-chan, the woman smiled, looking down at the child's happy face before her gaze shifted to Kushina. Shizun offered a smile before leading them inside. As they passed the entryway, the kitchen and living area came into view, along with the other occupant of the home. Kushina, Mito-chan, what a nice surprise, Tsunade called out, looking up from the kitchen table as they arrived. What brings you here today? The blonde asked as she turned just in time to receive her own greeting hug from Mito, before facing Kushina. Sorry for just dropping in like this, Kushina replied, giving the woman a quick hug. We just wanted to stop by for a few minutes. I had something I wanted to ask Shizun, Kushina finished as she moved to sit down in the chair Tsunade gestured toward. Shizun soon joined her at the table as Mito broke free to chase the small pig Tonton, her happy giggles serving as a backdrop to the older women's conversation. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Shizun asked, looking up from where Tonton was leading the youngest Namikaze on a chase through the living room. Well, I heard that my son was taking lessons from you after school, and I was wondering if you could tell me how they were going, Kushina asked, trying to keep her tone steady. The awkwardness of the question, however, pushed through despite her efforts. At her words, both Shizun and Tsunade exchanged a small glance, prompting Kushina to continue, her thinly veiled worry becoming more pronounced. I mean, I hope he isn't causing too much trouble in your class. He tends to be a little too much like me when I was a kid, Kushina continued as Shizun turned back to her, a small frown tugging at the corners of her face. I'm just worried he's disturbing the rest of your class. If he is, I'll have a talk with him. We can even wait for him to be ready before he starts coming back if you think it's best. I just hope he hasn't been causing you trouble, Kushina finished, her tone oddly distant as though she was reciting a script, lines she knew and had spoken well enough but knew in her heart to be nothing but ink on paper. The same tired excuses she had been repeating for years, lines that had slowly become all she had to know her son by. However, before the truth could dominate her, the comfort of that lie settled in again. After all, it was because of his lack of focus and pranking ways that she had held off on her son's training these last few years. It wasn't that she didn't know her son. It wasn't that she was afraid to look at him in the eyes anymore. It wasn't that she was scared of what she had become. As Kushina finished, a few moments of silence greeted her. Shizun could only look at the woman, a mixture of barely concealed anger fighting for dominance beside an equal force of fear at what the woman's words alluded to. Meanwhile, Tsunade had dropped her head slightly as she remembered the talk she had shared with Shizun that morning, recognizing the fear in Kushina's words, and knowing what they meant for the woman, and for Naruto. Flashback. So Shizun, what can you tell me about the kid? Tsunade asked, sipping her tea across from her apprentice. The blonde had only just managed to stop laughing at the signs still visible from the compound's open windows. Well, I can't say I'm an expert or anything, but I guess I'll tell you what I've seen of him in class over the years, Shizun replied, tapping her chin lightly, casting her thoughts to the titular blonde. He isn't a genius or anything and can be a bit loud when he gets excited, but there's no real shortage of enthusiasm. He never seems to know when to give up, but he's always happy to get advice from me or the other students. Really, aside from being a bit excitable, I would say he is the perfect kind of student, Shizun finished as she blinked across at her sensei, who nodded slowly at her words, prompting her to continue. He really isn't like what you would expect from most his age. You would think a boy might be embarrassed by being slower than some of the girls, but he never seemed to mind. He even stays after class some days with Hinata and myself just to get that day's lesson down, Shizun continued, her mind flashing back to her years now spent teaching the boy. Besides that, he seemed really eager to learn. I was surprised as I had heard of some of his pranks at the academy, but he never misbehaved in my class. Did he ever say why he didn't prank you? Tsunade asked as her apprentice paused before nodding slightly. One day, I decided to ask him why, the black-haired woman replied, pausing to take a sip of her own tea. And what did he say? Tsunade asked, a small twinge of guilt building with every word spoken about the boy. Well, he said he only did that when they were learning about something boring like history or the civilian side of the village, Shizun replied, setting down her cup. I think he said something like, if it can't help me survive as a shinobi, what's the point, Databia? Shizun replied, smiling at the memory. At hearing this, Tsunade could only lean back in her chair, thinking about what she had just been told. Sounds like the kid wants to learn and does behave whenever he is given the chance. Damn it, he sounds just like Noeki. And I didn't see it because I was so scared for myself, the blonde woman thought as she let her eyes drop slightly, even as her mind continued forward. Wait, I might have missed it, but what about Kushina and Minato? They always said he wasn't ready, but they couldn't have missed it as well, could they? No, it couldn't be. Besides, I have enough mistakes without worrying about new ones. I wonder if maybe I could offer him some hands-on training. Yeah, that might work. I can even offer some to his new girlfriend. It's at least a start, the blonde finished as her thoughts drew to a close along with the conversation. Flashback end. Kushina Shizen said, finally breaking the silence and drawing the redhead's violet eyes toward her. I'm sorry to have to ask this, but just how much do you know about your son? Shizen asked, her eyes hardening slightly as she watched Kushina's face take on a pained expression, seeing in that one look all the answers she needed. What do you mean? Kushina replied, a mounting feeling of dread filling the woman as she stared back into the black eyes of her friend, her hands moving to cup the glass of tea before her in an attempt to hide the trembling. Kushina, I'm asking you how much you know about Naruto, because I'm sorry to say what you just said doesn't reflect upon the boy that has been in my class these past few years, Shizen continued, staring back at the woman across from her with a hint of coldness leaking into her voice. She could understand Tsunade's reason for not having gotten to know Naruto, but there was at least no real duty for her to do so. But this was Naruto's mother, for Kami's sake, and she was acting like she didn't even know her own son. And worse, she felt as though she was also to blame, having been blind to the horrible truth that was now opening up before her. Being faced with the possibility of this brought forth both anger and sadness that she was struggling to hold back. Upon Shizen's comment, Kushina flinched back as though she had been struck. However, Shizen did not let up as her tone darkened, pressing the woman with her words. If you have to ask me if he has been behaving in my class, then I have to assume you haven't spoken to him about it, and he has been in my class for the last 4 years, Shizen continued. And I haven't seen you once in those years there to pick him up from class, Kushina, not once in 4 years. So I'll ask again, Kushina, how much do you know about your son? Oh Kami, please tell me it hasn't been that bad, Kushina thought, her mind reeling from what Shizen had said. I know I have been distant with him, but surely I haven't allowed the gap to grow that large, right? She asked herself, trying to assure her rapidly crumbling confidence as those words she had spoken now rang so hollow before her. As Kushina's mind began to shiver, her body followed suit as a small sweat began to break out, even as her hands, still holding her glass of tea, began to shake slightly despite her attempt to keep herself steady. Tsunade, seeing Kushina's plight, decided to try and help the poor woman catch her breath, so she tried to steer the conversation toward another topic. Luckily for her, Mito came to her rescue as the little redhead sprouted a single golden chain from her back in order to help catch the fleeing tauntaun. Mito had only a month ago discovered that she had the same kind of special chakra as her mother. Unluckily for Hanabi, the day she had gotten the hang of it had been when the poor boy was trying to hide from her in a tree. The result had been Mito wrapping the chain around the boy's leg and trying to pull him down while he clung to the branch for dear life. He had been rescued from the event by Hinata and Naruto, who had intervened in order to make sure no one was hurt. Though the poor boy had turned around to see Mito smiling at him with a single chain waving behind her like a tail, only reinforcing the idea that she and all other girls except for his sister were devils in disguise. So, Kushina, when are you going to start training Mito on the use of her chains? After all, she is the only one of your kids who has your chakra, right? Tsunade said, trying to save the poor woman in front of her. Why yes, we were thinking of starting her training next week, after the others all got their own senseis, Kushina replied, silently thanking Tsunade for saving her from falling apart. The question pushed her thoughts away from the crumbling walls of her mind, even as her hands began to relax, an air of calm moving over her. The mother's happiness was short-lived, however, as Mito, overhearing her last words, ran up to her with a wide smile on her lips. Really, Kasan, that's so cool. Can Aniki help too? I want to be big and strong just like him, the excited redhead chattered, ignorant to the look of abject horror that was playing across Kushina's face as her momentarily repaired defenses were hit with a fresh wave of images of a boy no older than Mito asking the same kind of questions so many years ago, and what her words had done to that innocent smile he had once worn. And Naruto, Kushina said, her voice cracking slightly as the realization of what was happening fell upon her, even as her hands tightened around the tea in her grasp so that the cup shattered. And just like that, the dam broke, and everything was suddenly so clear to her for the first time in years. The lie she had begun to believe, her strings holding her determination together, now broken, cut, leaving her alone with the naked truth, her truth. She had abandoned her son, her maelstrom. How could I have let my own fears allow Minato to convince me to leave him to the side? How I had started to simply take everyone's word on Naruto's behavior without a second thought, and how I had let the babe I had once held so close to my heart now slip so far, how I had slipped so far from who I once was. Struggling to find some reassurance, she tried to recall how in the past year she had begun to try and get closer, only to realize how feeble those attempts had been. She had started conversations only to back out once it became awkward for her. She had offered to spend time with him, but only when she was free, never seeing when she could set aside other things for him. Every time, he had stepped up, smiling at her, happy to see her, and every time she had left him to walk away with a smaller smile on his face. What am I? Who am I? Oh Kami, no. Please no. Sachi, my little maelstrom. I'm sorry. Her mind crumbled as a wave of pure despair began to move over her, even as Tsunade moved forward to help her hands that now had small cuts from her broken cup, even as the dull mutter of voices rang out around her, somehow distant to the woman. Just as Kushina felt that she must surely drown in this horror of her own making, a tugging at her dress drew her vacant eyes down to where Mito was looking up at her. The little redhead's eyes were wide with worry as her mouth moved quickly, the sound slowly pushing through the numb shell around Kushina. Kasan, what's wrong? Kasan, what's wrong? Mito called worriedly as she watched her grandmother tending to Kushina's hand, giving the redhead worried glances. Something in Mito's worry seemed to reach Kushina as a sudden smack came to her, as if her own mind was forcing itself back into action. No, this isn't you, stop hurting them. A part of Kushina screamed as she found herself dully responding to the stronger voice. Right, I won't. I'll fix this. No, I have to fix this. It's time to act like the Kasan you're supposed to be for a change. You have to. You can't let this be about you. Never again, she thought as the pain in her hand came to her, along with her other senses, which she ignored as she reached down to wipe a stray tear from Mito's eye, causing her youngest to blink up at her. Nothing's wrong, Mito-chan. I promise, don't worry, and I'm sure your Aniki will be there with you. After all, we can't have an Uzumaki training without all of us, Kushina managed as she saw her daughter's face light up in a smile before she pulled her daughter into a tight embrace, looking sadly past the girl's red hair to the pair of women watching her. And by Kami, nothing is going to stop me from making it up to you, Sachi, she thought to herself as she tried to fight back her own tears. Tsunade and Shizun only looked down on the crying mother, watching the emotions on her face slowly change to one of determination. With a small breath, Tsunade turned her gaze to her student, who was now looking at her as well, the same uneasy look on both of their faces. This was not something they had been prepared to find, but it was before them now, and all that was left was to choose how they would face it. Meanwhile, across the village, Naruto and Hinata shivered into view just outside the Hokage's office, their Umbu guards releasing their shoulders as they turned to see their final member nodding a porcelain cat mask toward them. Okay, Boar, I can take it from here. Now go get yourself cleaned up, you look ridiculous, Nico stated as she steered Naruto and Hinata toward the Hokage's office, leaving the painted Umbu to vanish a moment later in another shiver of leaves. As the teens were steered forward, the doors to the office swung open, revealing Minato sitting behind his desk with several shadow clones, going about filling out forms, while the original sat with his back to them, his eyes facing out across the village through the open window before him. Thank you, Nico, that will be all, Minato called in a crisp voice as Nico bowed slightly, shining away a moment later. As Naruto and Hinata watched, Minato dismissed the clones gathered around him with a simple flick of his hand before turning to face them. Despite the anger he felt toward his son at that moment, a small twinge of pride stirred within him as he saw the leaf headband resting upon Naruto's blonde-brown hair. He pushed the feeling aside, however, his hands intertwining before him as his impassive gaze settled upon the two teens. His focus turned back to why his eldest was currently sitting before him. So, Naruto, would you mind explaining to me why you and Hinata there decided it would be a good idea to vandalize the Hokage monument for your own amusement? Minato began, his tone filled with disapproval as his sapphire eyes moved between the two newly minted shinobi. At his words, both teens instinctively straightened slightly, exchanging small, worried glances before Naruto swallowed, stepping forward to speak. The words, however, were lost to him. Well, I'm waiting, Minato continued, his gaze fixed on his son's clouded sunset eyes. Knowing his father was angry was one thing, actually facing his intimidating presence was another entirely. For all his determination, Naruto found himself paralyzed, his mind racing in circles, desperate for a foothold but finding nothing to help him in this situation. Thankfully, his mind contained a guiding hand for just such circumstances. Seedling, snap out of it, Juubi called, causing Naruto's mind to quiet slightly at her words. Juubi? The teen managed before her voice rang out again. Good, now be quiet and listen to me. Don't worry, just say what I tell you and it will work out, understand? Juubi's words jump-started the boy's mind back to life. Still a little dazed, Naruto mentally nodded, hoping Juubi could help him somehow. Well, you see, Hokage-sama, I simply wanted to announce the good news to the village in a place where it could be seen by everyone. The monument wouldn't interrupt anyone's work or endanger the village, so it seemed like the only place, Naruto replied, repeating exactly what Juubi was saying to him. And pray tell what complications were those that you were avoiding? Minato questioned, his tone making it clear he wasn't buying his son's defense. Well, Hokage-sama, if I'd put it up inside the city, it could have obscured businesses, gotten in the way of civilians, and possibly interfered with shinobi activities. The city walls also wouldn't have worked, as it would have inconvenienced the guards stationed there, possibly putting the village in danger, the boy replied. This caught Minato slightly off guard. Something about the way his son was speaking felt wrong. However, even as he considered this, the boy's argument took his full attention. He does have a point about the wall and the town, but that still doesn't explain the banner itself, Minato thought, looking back at Naruto. Yes, that is all fine and good, but that's assuming you needed a banner to declare it to the town in the first place. So, would you mind explaining why you needed that to tell everyone that you two were dating? Minato asked, letting a little bit of anger seep into his voice as his eyes tracked between the pair, quickly growing tired of debating with his son. Well, I can only say that I wanted the whole village to know about it without it having to go through the rumor mill. If it did, it could have come out as something else and tarnished the Hyuga clans and the Namikaze's name. I mean, rumors can start about anything nowadays. Now, everyone knows that we're together, so rumors won't be able to fester, Naruto replied with the same calm responses as before, still seeming slightly off as the words tumbled from his lips. Rumors are nothing compared to the Hokage monument, which you disgraced. It is a distinguished part of this village, and your stunt was little more than vandalism. Disrespecting that mountain is disrespecting Konoha, Minato replied, rising from his chair and resting his hands on his desk as he looked down at his son. If that is the case, Hokage-sama, why was it left completely unguarded? Naruto's question momentarily caught Minato unprepared. Before Minato could pull his anger back together, Naruto pressed his advantage. If it is such a distinguished part of the village, then shouldn't it be under some kind of protection so that I, without even being a ninja, could set something like that up? I assumed it wasn't all that disgraceful, considering how easy it was to string up the banner. I mean, not even one person came to ask what I was doing, and I was there all morning, Naruto continued, his words slowly snapping together to form a perfectly reasonable excuse for his actions. From beside Naruto, the pale-eyed Hinata could only stare, open-mouthed, at her boyfriend as he continued to debate with his father over the banner, wondering how he was managing to come up with such a good explanation. He had just said to her that he wanted to let everyone know how much he liked her, when she had asked him. Now, he sounded like a Nara, explaining his answer as if playing out a larger chess game. Besides, Naruto continued, placing one arm around Hinata. Her thoughts were suddenly smothered as a rose-tinted blush worked its way up her cheeks. I wanted the whole village to know I had the most beautiful girl in the village as my girlfriend, Dadabia, he finished, causing Juobi to facepalm slightly from within his mind. And he goes off script, and he was doing so well, Juobi sighed as she gazed out a second later to see Minato pulling himself back together, a sense of dread accompanying that shift. I see, Minato said, sitting back down in his chair and looking between the two as he drew in a deep breath, his tone a small, smoldering thing that spoke of the anger he was containing. So you had time to spend all morning setting up this prank. You had time to practice an excuse, and you did all of this without taking the time to think what this would mean to the village and to your family, the Hokage stated, each word dripping with obvious anger. Naruto, this is the reason you haven't been trained like your sisters. You're still not thinking things through. You're behaving like a child, and I'm not even sure I shouldn't take those headbands from both of you right now until you have proven that you are mature enough to be shinobi of this village. Why can't you act like a member of the Namikaze family is supposed to? Minato finished in the same voice heavy with disapproval, his own lies being read like a script, just as Kushina had only hours before. The reaction to his words was immediate. Naruto stiffened for a moment as twin flashes of sadness and anger swelled up inside him as he gazed at the blonde before him. At the same time, from within his mind, another figure snapped as well, his pure rage pouring out in such a flood that Juobi was forced to focus upon it, leaving Naruto alone for the moment. So the sadness closed in the cold reality of what his father's words meant, and with that, the flash of anger at him, not just for his callous words but that he would dare threaten his Hinata-chan like that. From beside him, Hinata felt more than she saw the sudden shift in the boy beside her, his emotions as bare to her as chakra was to the Byakugan. With that clarity came a sudden fear that if they weren't careful, the two might lose more than they could believe. Shaking herself, Hinata turned to prevent this, even as one hand moved to gently cup the boy's. Hokage-sama, she said softly, drawing Minato's attention. We put up the banner and set it off before we graduated, so the two aren't really related. And we both managed to pass the academy tests in front of the class in Yorumbu. If we weren't fit for duty, then wouldn't we have failed then, she finished, falling silent and looking back at Naruto, seeing that he was now looking silently at the ground below him. At Hinata's words, Minato let out a heavy sigh, allowing his anger to cool slightly as he cast his thoughts over what she had said. Well, I guess she is right about that. They did both pass the exam, and what would I tell the Hyugas if I sent her back after a whole class saw her pass? Leave it to Hitomi's daughter to be able to talk a Hokage down. Not that I need much talking down, I don't want to punish them too much, but they need to learn what is and isn't acceptable in this village. Here his eyes fell across Naruto. Especially Naruto, why does he keep acting like this? I don't have time to deal with his stunts, and he doesn't even realize that every second I spend cleaning up after him is one I can't spend doing things to protect our home? Minato thought as he turned his focus back to the pale-eyed girl before him. While that is the case, young Hyuga, the matter still stands that both of you have defaced a part of our village's heritage, Minato replied, pausing as he saw Hinata moving slightly closer to his son, noticing as she did that the boy was no longer looking at him, a small feeling of shame touching him as he saw this. However, you are correct that at the time you were not shinobi of Konoha, so I will be lenient this once. You are each to complete 5 D-rank missions without pay upon your team assignments. He finished, raising a hand to let them know they were dismissed. Hinata could not help but breathe a sigh of relief at this, thinking how, all things considered, they had gotten off easy. Now, her attention turned back to the blonde, who had not moved since his father's comment. May we go, Hokage-sama? Hinata asked, looking to get Naruto out of the office as soon as possible. Yes, you may go, Minato replied as his eyes dropped down to his desk as he began to look around at the scrolls strewn out before him, not watching as Hinata slowly led Naruto out of the office. As they reached the door, however, a thought occurred to him. Wait, I didn't find out what that whole Uzumaki thing was about. Wait, he called toward the 2 retreating figures just as they reached the door, drawing their steps to a halt. Naruto, I need to ask you something, Minato said, prompting Naruto to turn slowly to face him with his face still bowed, either unable or simply unwilling to look the man in his face, hiding the small tears that had formed after his father's comment about his place in their family. Why did you have your name on that banner say Naruto Uzumaki instead of Namikaze? Minato asked with some genuine curiosity in his voice. The response he received was not what he had expected. A soft and sad little chuckle escaped Naruto's lips as he brought his face up to look at his father in the eyes. Minato noted the formation of tears in Naruto's eyes but dismissed them as nothing, thinking he was simply sad at getting punished. Well, Hokage-sama, like you said, I've never been very good at being a Namikaze, so I decided I'd try and see if I could do better as Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said, looking into his father's eyes before turning back to exit the room, hand in hand with Hinata. Silence followed his words as silence. Minato sat in, stunned at what his son had just said, replaying the words over and over in his head, trying to understand what the boy had meant. Then, just as his iron resolve began to crack and doubt began to creep in, there was a knock at his door, and in walked his secretary with some more files to be handled. With the prospect of more work ahead, his emotions once more became second to his duty. After all, he was the Hokage, and his first duty was to the village. Words he would someday damn himself for believing in. As Naruto and Hinata descended the stairs of the Hokage Tower, neither could work up the strength to talk to one another. The happiness that had been with them when they had unveiled their banner before the village and even their pride at becoming shinobi was now slowly slipping away, replaced only by the harsh words of the Hokage. As the pair made their way down the winding stairs, the pale-eyed Hyuga felt as though she had to guide the numb Naruto down each step, his movements somehow stiff, empty. Hinata slowly turned her eyes upon the boy as they reached the lobby and began approaching the main doors. What she saw was the destroyed face of the boy she cared so much for, his eyes closed tight along with his lips as he allowed small pools of tears to form in silence as he moved slowly across the entrance hall, his expression pained at trying to hold back his sorrow. Oh, Naruto-kun. No, Hinata, don't you dare start feeling bad. Naruto-kun needs you to be strong for him. Get it into your head, girl, and get your boyfriend to smile again, the Hyuga girl thought as the two stepped out into the village. Hey, Naruto-kun, what do you say we go and see Shizune-sensei and tell her the good news? Hinata asked, trying to get a response out of him, her tone hopeful even as Naruto continued to remain silent. Meanwhile, inside the boy's mind, Juobi had re-emerged from her pool and was pacing back and forth, desperately trying to think of what she could do to snap the boy out of it, even as black thunderclouds began to gather across the usually blue sky, the normally still pool behind her bubbling with the rage of the other occupant to the blonde's mind. Damn that man, what was he thinking saying something like that to my seedling? If I wasn't bound to these two, I would tear him limb from limb. And he's so out of it's all I can do to stop him from charging off to Konoha. Gah, why are all men idiots? Juobi shouted inside the mindscape, unable to communicate with Naruto as his mind slowly grew darker with every passing second. No, Juobi whispered as her black eyes swiveled up to see the storm clouds slowly moving across the mindscape, her lips pressing together in worry as she glanced back to the bubbling pool behind her. The boy is nearly comatose, darn it, think, Juobi, think for the love of Kami, she yelled as she grabbed large clumps of her hair in both her hands. As she became more and more infuriated, her thoughts turned to the only other person she could count on to be trying to snap her two seedlings out of their current dilemma before either did something rash. Come on, Hinata-chan, you need to do something, I can't help him if he won't let me in. You need to snap him out of it. Juobi called in a desperate cry, hoping that in some way her words could reach the girl as she looked up into the darkening sky of the mindscape. Outside the blonde's mind, Hinata had been waging her own mental conflict, trying to think of what to do for the boy as he continued to remain unresponsive. Come on, Hinata, think, what can you do? You need to help him, she thought with a mix of concern and panic. As she cast her eyes around for something to help, she found her eyes drawn to the banner that was still gently flapping in the afternoon breeze, her eyes tracing across the words upon it, and what they had done once it had been finished. That's it, she shouted to herself, spinning Naruto around so that he was now face to face with her. As Naruto came around, Hinata's hands came up, cupping his face a moment before the pair's lips met, their soft embrace even as Naruto's eyes shot open with surprise, as Hinata's closed with a silent prayer that this could help. For what seemed like forever, the two stood in that embrace before with a gentle pressure their lips parted, the sudden absence carrying a note of longing with it. At that feeling, Naruto's eyes slowly went wide, while his face held a look not unlike those found on the faces of people who had recently been too close to a faulty explosive tag. Before he could recover or even begin to gather a thought, Hinata had spun him around once again, this time to face the monument, his eyes drawn to the banner waving gently in the breeze. "Naruto Uzumaki," Hinata called in a commanding voice as she turned Naruto to face the sign. "You are a shinobi of Konoha. You are the kindest boy I know. And you are dating the most beautiful G-girl in Konoha, Hinata Hyuga. Now start acting like the boy I love and answer me." Hinata finished, her words slowly rising into a shout as she forced herself to continue through her nerves, desperate to see them given voice. Then, as the words ended, Naruto felt a small pressure upon his back as Hinata slumped slightly into his back, her smaller frame pressed against his as her next words came out in a soft, almost pleading tone. "So let's go to Shizen-sensei's and thank her for teaching us, Naruto-kun, please," the pale-eyed girl whispered as her hand found his, their fingers intertwining as Naruto blinked up at the sign, his mind abuzz with sudden activity. Hinata-chan, wait, what, where, what's going on? The boy's mind managed as, with a start, Naruto found himself standing in a familiar open field as what looked like the wisps of storm clouds retreated from a blue sky. Before Naruto could figure out what had happened, a sudden impact caught his attention. "You baka, don't you ever scare me like that again?" Juobi called as she pulled Naruto into a cross between a headlock and a hug, her voice a mix of elation and anger as the blonde struggled to free himself. "Juobi, what happened?" Naruto called as, with a final squeeze, Juobi released him so that he thumped to the grassy ground, turning to see her shaking her head, a few flecks of moisture being flung aside. "Well, do you want the long or short version, seedling?" the purple-haired woman asked as she calmed herself, looking down at the boy. "I was leaving the office, and everything just kind of collapsed in on me." "What was that?" Naruto replied as Juobi gave a small glance back towards the pool that had died down to a gentle rippling. "You shut down and he got upset. You went catatonic after your run-in with your dad. I guess it was a little too much all at once, and he didn't take it much better. With him so worked up, I couldn't reach you, and neither could Hinata-chan. So, well, she took matters into her own hands," Juobi finished, allowing a small look of happiness to adorn her face for the first time as Naruto blinked up at her before glancing back towards the pool. "Wait? He?" Naruto started, only to be cut off as a voice echoed from the pool. "He is really fucking pissed," the voice roared as both turned to face it, even as a heavy sigh escaped it following its words. "But yeah, I lost my head. Good thing Hinata-chan was there, make sure you thank her for me." "Okay," the voice called a moment before it faded, the pool once more going silent. "Is he?" Naruto started before Juobi cut him off. "I'll handle it, Naruto, now get out there," Juobi called before giving the boy a shove so that he found himself falling back into consciousness, leaving Juobi seemingly alone in the mindscape once more. "He better hurry before she has to get his attention again," the woman sighed, turning back toward the pool. She let out a silent thank you to the girl as she did. "That wouldn't be so bad, would it?" a voice spoke just as she reached the pool's edge, causing her to look down with an annoyed expression. "Quiet you. For that little stunt, we're drilling you all day. You're worse than my sons," Juobi called out. The pool remained silent for a moment before rippling again in response. "Someone has to be. Besides, what did you expect after looking after me?" the voice replied, the barest ghost of a smile lingering in its words as Juobi felt herself shaking her head even as she sank into the pool once more. "Just don't think you have to do it alone. We're both here for you. Even Hinata-chan and Mito-chan are, so don't think you're alone anymore," Juobi whispered as a calm fell across the pool a moment before she vanished beneath its surface. At the same time, Naruto was coming back into reality, turning his head from side to side to get his bearings. Before his eyes had even fully adjusted, he felt the small pressure of Hinata at his back, the gentle touch of her hand in his. Slowly, he turned to look down at her. The girl's face was now buried in his chest, obscured by long lavender locks of hair. What Naruto didn't know as he looked down at Hinata was that at that moment, the poor Hyuga was blushing so brightly she was likely visible from the moon. She had pulled her own version of Naruto's episode, retreating into her thoughts even as her mouth let out soft mutters that Naruto couldn't make out. "Why did I yell that? What was I thinking, forcing a kiss in the middle of town and calling everyone's attention to it like that? What was I thinking? Okay, this is fine, it's okay. I just have to be calm. I'll just run away. Yeah, that. And change my name, dye my hair. I wonder how I would look as a blonde. Maybe start over as a priestess somewhere. Wait, what am I thinking? That's crazy. I would start a bakery, yep, that's it, a bakery and hide away with all my cinnamon buns so no one can ever find me." The poor girl's thoughts grew more imaginative by the second. However, before the girl could keep up her derailed train of thought any longer, Naruto interrupted her. Just as Hinata was about to start figuring out names for her secret bakery life, she felt a hand place itself under her chin, a small pressure slowly lifting her face so that she looked up into a welcoming smile. "Sorry for worrying you, Hinata, and thank you," Naruto whispered softly before leaning down to capture Hinata's lips in his own. Their embrace was somehow more joyful than the one moments before, as if the lips themselves were elated at their meeting. And Hinata's thoughts? Well, they weren't so complicated any longer. "Okay, new plan, shut up and go with it, girl," was all they managed as she allowed herself to sink into the kiss, her fears of the past few moments washing away in the warmth of the two's embrace. After a few moments, the two broke apart with large smiles plastered across each of their faces, the afterglow of their kiss lingering upon them. "You're right, Hinata, we should go tell Shizen we passed," Naruto spoke, smiling down at her as she gave him a small nod, her fingers tightening around his own. "Hi," she replied as both of them turned, beginning to make their way toward the Senja compound, leaving their worries behind, at least for a time. Meanwhile, across the village, within the Senja residence, a group of women sat silently around a small kitchen table. Two watched the third as she slowly steadied herself. After a few more deep breaths, Kushina managed to steady herself. Her attention turned to the pair seated across from her, who offered nothing but patience for the redhead, who felt a fresh stab of guilt that she managed to push down even as the blonde of the pair spoke. "Are you okay now, Kushina? If you need some more time," Tsunade began, but she was cut off a moment later by Kushina, who shook her head, raising her violet eyes to the woman. "No," she began, her voice coming out slightly cracked as though afraid to let that silence close in upon her again, leaving the watching pair to blink, slightly worried at her. "I mean no, I think I have waited more than enough, don't you?" she finished, looking over at Tsunade and Shizen, who both gave a small nod in agreement with her words. "Okay then, I guess we should start at the beginning, shouldn't we?" Tsunade sighed, trying to keep the conversation moving and avoid another pause that could lead Kushina to collapse in on herself again. They had been forced to send Mito out to play with Tantan only a short while ago due to Kushina suddenly breaking down in fresh sobs at her own memories. "Kushina, I want to know why you are not as close to your Sachi as you are with your daughters," and when it started, began Shizen, her voice firm but lacking the overt anger present hours before. It was little comfort to be angry at a woman who looked so broken as Kushina currently did. After gathering her thoughts for a moment, Kushina moved to answer. Well, it started when they were 5, on their birthday. You see, Minato and I decided to train the girls first so that we could gauge the Kyubai's influence on them. We were worried if we weren't careful they could get out of hand. We didn't want Naruto to get caught up in it if something were to happen. I was still carrying Mito at the time, so there was a chance I could be undependable if the Kyuubi acted up, Kushina began, her voice soft as the shame she now felt became etched upon each word she spoke. But Minato is a seal master, and I know for a fact that Jiraiya was making regular visits. "Why did you alone have to be responsible?" asked Tsunade, confused by Kushina's response. "We didn't want to risk it. Even if Jiraiya did visit sometimes, he wasn't always there. Even if Minato could be counted on to hold off one Jinchuriki without hurting them, 2 could have been dangerous, and if Naruto was beside one of them, we couldn't guarantee his or their safety," Kushina replied, her words causing Tsunade to pause for a moment before leaning back in her chair in apparent contemplation of Kushina's words. "But once they were able to control their chakra, we planned to include Naruto," added Kushina weakly, her words sounding somehow broken compared to her earlier speech. "Kushina, whatever you had planned to do isn't important. The fact is you didn't ever start training him, did you?" stated Shizen calmly, her eyes watching as Kushina looked away from her, a pained expression upon her face. Still, Shizen pushed her, the anger she felt for having been blind to Naruto's life forcing her to find the truth of these shadowed events. "Why didn't Naruto join them a year later, Kushina? If it was just for a year, then why is it that your Sachi was left by the side till now?" continued Shizen, her voice growing slightly more hostile with every word. Just as Shizen looked ready to continue, Tsunade moved a hand over to her student, cutting her off before she could begin again, her own eyes trailing to Kushina as her own lips parted. "Shizen, getting angry isn't helping her," stated Tsunade, drawing her student's eyes to her for a moment before she let her head drop in a nod as her master took up the questioning. "I'm sorry, Kushina, but she is right. I can agree with not training him during the first year, but Shizen is right, there is no good reason that he was left without guidance for so long." "So Kushina, what happened?" Tsunade asked, trying to keep her student's anger from taking hold of the situation even as she was attempting to balance Kushina's own fragile state. At her words, Kushina looked up to her before beginning anew. "We were going to, until Minato and I had a talk the night before the triplet's 6th birthday," Kushina started weakly, feeling as though she would have liked nothing more than to sink through the floor as both women watched her for a moment, their faces impassive. "And what happened during this talk that made you change your mind?" Tsunade asked in a tone of forced calm. "Well, a lot of things. I had been wanting to train with the girls more now that I was able," Kushina started weakly before she was cut off once again. "That had better not have been your only reason," Kushina cut in Tsunade, her brown eye narrowing upon the redhead. Immediately, Kushina began to shake her head as her lips parted once more. No, she shouted, her voice holding an edge of panic to it. No, it wasn't like that. We were worried because of what happened to me when I was younger. The girls had the same targets painted on their heads that I did, and we were scared what would happen if they were left alone. Kushina all but shouted, a few tears brimming in her eyes as she looked between the pair, Tsunade looking momentarily pained even as her student appeared lost. What is she talking about? Asked Shizun, looking around to her sensei, who let out a heavy sigh as she turned to answer her. Shizun, before you ever met Kushina, back when she was just a genin, she was abducted by the hidden cloud for her chakra and being a Jinhyuriki. It was only thanks to Minato that she didn't end up in Kumo being used for Kami only knows what. They almost got away with her, and I'm guessing that is what you were worried about happening to them. Tsunade finished as she looked toward Kushina, who nodded silently at her words. What? Why didn't I ever know? Shizun questioned, glancing to Kushina, feeling a small pang of guilt at not knowing about such an event. It's not something I care to talk about, whispered Kushina softly as she glanced across at the black-haired woman. Still, that doesn't really answer the question, Kushina stated Tsunade, drawing the pair's eyes to her once more as she continued. Why didn't this apply to Naruto? He may not be a Jinhyuriki, but he is still your and Minato's son. If you want to talk about targets, he is still in danger, Tsunade pointed out as Kushina looked momentarily shaken before struggling to speak. Minato said, Kushina started but was interrupted by both women. Tsunade slammed her hand down onto the table, bringing Kushina's words to a halt as Shizun began to question the redhead once again. Damn it, Kushina, we are not asking what Minato might or might not have said, we're asking you. So tell us why you left your Sachi alone, give us a straight answer, called Shizun as the mother turned to face her, what was left of her mind shaking with the effort of answering the simple question. She spluttered before Tsunade cut her off, her voice coming out in an almost subsonic growl. Kushina, what are you running from? Stated Tsunade as Kushina spun to face her as the walls of her control fell once more, the naked truth once more exposed. I was scared, alright, shouted Kushina, her words causing both women to look slightly shocked at the normally strong-willed woman looking so vulnerable as she brought her arm to wrap around her as if trying to shelter her from the world as her words continued to tumble from her lips in a broken mix of sobs as she began to visibly shake. I was scared. I didn't know what to do, and I listened to Minato. We were trying to do what was right but nothing turned out like it was supposed to. We just kept pushing back his training, over and over and over again. Damn it, I don't know why I did it. I just kept running away from it every time. Every time he would ask or another year would pass, I would make up some excuse to put it off further. By the time I realized what I had done, I was too afraid to know what to do. If he knows what I did, he'll hate me. Kami, I don't know what to do. I just keep running away from him. I'm still running, Kushina finished, the tears and sobs intermingled throughout her words finally overtaking her, leaving her to slump over the table, her red hair falling over her face as her muffled sobs rang out through the home once again. Neither Tsunade nor Shizun could move for a solid moment as they watched the woman collapsing in on herself, the raw guilt and sadness laid bare as a woman they knew would stand before the devil himself without flinching broke at the mere memory of what she had become. As her strangled sobs continued, Shizun slowly rose to move around to the woman, putting one of her arms around the quivering figure of Kushina as she began to make quieting sounds, glancing across to Tsunade whose head was now bowed into her folded hands, apparently in deep thought. For what seemed like an eternity, the three stayed like that. Kushina's sobs slowly dying down into a small series of wet hiccups as Shizun worked to clean her up, and Tsunade continued to run what she had learned through her mind over and over until one point was all that was left to learn. Kushina, who brought up the idea those 2 times, asked Tsunade in a calm voice, finally glancing up from her hands towards the redhead who was just managing to draw a few calming breaths. We both, she began, but was cut off by Tsunade before she could continue. No, Kushina, no half answers. Was it you or Minato that had the idea to hold off Naruto's training both times? One of you, or both, brought it up. You may have had the same worries but one of you brought it up, and I want to know who. Tsunade finished, already suspecting she knew the answer. And Minato was the one. He brought it up on their 6th birthday. After we talked, we decided to hold off his training. That was where it started, whispered Kushina softly, her voice heavy as though too exhausted to even muster the guilt necessary to start another round of sobs. I see, Tsunade replied softly, standing from the table and moving towards the window to look out towards the Hokage monument as she drew in a few calming breaths. I think it's time you stopped running away, Kushina, and a good place to start maybe talking to your Sachi and his girlfriend, Tsunade said after a few moments, turning her head to glance back to the redhead, a small pained smile touching her lips as she saw the redhead unable to meet her gaze. I don't even know where he is, Kushina murmured softly, fighting to hold herself together. Kami, I wouldn't know where to start looking. You don't need to worry about that, Kushina, called Tsunade, drawing the redhead's eyes to her. He and his new girlfriend are walking up the front lawn as we speak. The blonde finished as the kitchen went suddenly silent as Kushina's face suddenly shifted to a look of abject horror. Swinging her head to face the front door, Kushina felt herself trembling, before her eyes began darting around hastily as if looking for a place to escape to, even as something inside the woman finally snapped, and the little redhead that had once declared she would become Hokage forced her way back into the driver's seat of the Uzumaki woman. No, damn you. Not again, you aren't running from him again. Now get your ass in gear or so help me I'll brain you. She yelled at herself even as a knock came at the front door. Glancing up, Kushina saw Tsunade give her a small nod before moving out into the hall as Shizen moved to remove what redness she could from Kushina's face, trying to hide what she had just been through, and privately hoping that the redhead was ready to face her son. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bright green door of the compound, Naruto and Hinata stood, glancing around at the estate, their hands still intertwined, never having parted since they left the Hokage building. Hey Hinata-chan, what do you think Shizen-sensei will think of the banner? Asked Naruto as he looked from the door he had just knocked on. I'm sure she'll like it, Naruto-kun, replied Hinata, smiling as she glanced back to the banner, a warmth in her voice as she looked at it, the words now holding a stronger meaning after the events of that day. Yeah, you're right, Hinata-chan. Naruto nodded as a movement before them drew their conversation to a close as the door in front of the two teens slowly opened to reveal the smiling face of Tsunade, her arms crossed beneath her impressive bosom as her green and white outfit waved gently in the afternoon breeze. Well, if it isn't the town's two lovebirds, what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Or is this step 2 and you're going door to door with the news? Asked Tsunade, smirking as the two looked up at her, taking a moment to look Naruto up and down as she did so, wanting to start getting a feel for her godson as soon as possible. Hello, Tsunade-san. We're here to see Shizen-sensei and tell her the good news, replied Hinata, pointing to the headband that now hung around her neck, speaking comfortably with the sage, having met Tsunade a few times when she had come by her home to give her mother's checkups. Naruto on the other hand, while having seen Tsunade on several occasions, had never actually talked to the woman for any extended period of time outside of a simple greeting and was slightly lost as to what to say to her. He had a vague recollection that she had some kind of a relation with his twin sisters, and Mito had mentioned something about a blonde Baa-chan, but outside of that, he had nothing to judge the woman before him on except for her title as a sage. So in typical Naruto fashion, he simply did what came naturally. Hi, Baa-chan, he said with a small wave and a smile, ignorant of the landmine he had just stepped on. Of all the things Tsunade might have been expecting the boy to say, this particular phrase was not one of them. Now, usually, Tsunade was a reasonable enough individual, but there were a few exceptions. Okay, so there were a lot of exceptions, but the point is that on top of that particular list were perverts, closely followed by those who commented on her age. As a result, if she had not just recently sworn to herself that she was going to get to know her godson better, Naruto would have likely been approaching Suna airspace about then, compliments of the woman's fist. As it stood, she simply looked at the boy with a slightly annoyed expression for a moment before letting out a sigh as she stepped back to allow them entrance into her home. Well, come on in, kiss. Shizen is in the kitchen at the moment. Oh, and Naruto, your Kasan is in there as well, so hurry and tell them the good news. She finished, gesturing them inside. The two moved to follow her down a small hall towards the kitchen ahead. Ahead, Shizen and Kushina sat at the table, the latter looking tired but at least not bearing any sign of the anguish still tearing at her insides as the footsteps rounded the corner, bringing the three figures into the room. With a sad little smile, Kushina saw her Sachi enter into the room, the metallic glint of his headband drawing a small bud of pride a moment before it was strangled by the guilt that let her know that he had earned it despite her efforts and not thanks to them. Then came the mental assaults once again. Wait, damn it Kushina, what were you waiting for? He's a shinobi now, he's becoming an adult and a soldier, what were you waiting for all this time? She thought sadly to herself as that growing part of her suddenly cut off the train of thought with an angry growl. Shut up, this isn't about you now. Get ready to congratulate him. Came that voice so much like the person she had once been, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she listened to that voice even as the pair of teens turned, smiling to Shizen. Hey, Shizen-sensei, look we passed, we're shinobi of Konoha, called Naruto excitedly as his eyes found her in the room, raising the hand still holding Hinata's so that both now held a hand in the air. I never had a doubt in my mind you two would succeed. I'm so proud to have had you as my students, Shizen said, leaning back slightly to take in their beaming faces. A slightly mocking tone entered her voice as a wide smile touched her own face. Now, what's all this I hear about you two dating, she added, watching Hinata's cheeks turn a soft red. Well, you see, Naruto stammered, a blush rising on his own face as he nervously glanced at his mother, unsure what he should say. Seedling, calm down. We both know your mom isn't going to be that mad, worst case okay, maybe you should be scared, Seedling, Juubi finished, her tone a little worried as Naruto shot a mental glare her way. You're not helping, Juubi, not helping. Luckily for both of them, Hinata was able to step in and save the situation. Well, Shizen-sensei, we've been together for about a year, but we wanted to keep it a secret until after we passed the academy. I'm sorry we didn't tell you, Hinata finished, trying to keep her voice steady. In response, Shizen rested a hand on the girl's head, gently rubbing her hair as she grinned and rose to her feet. Well, it's not like I didn't figure it out about the second week of class, she smiled, mentally chuckling at the teenager's shocked expressions as she continued. Just make sure you two look after yourselves. I can't have my students giving me a bad reputation. Shizun then walked back into the kitchen to prepare more tea. Of course we will. Just watch, we'll become so famous that everyone will want you as a sensei, Databia. Naruto declared, pulling Hinata closer to him, which elicited a small eat from the girl, while raising his other hand in a fist. From the doorway, Tsunade simply chuckled and shook her head as she watched her apprentice's students. Shizun soon returned with a serving tray in her hands, and the group moved back toward the kitchen table where Kushina still sat silently. As they did, Tsunade glanced at Shizun, then back at the two teens, and nodded to herself. She had reached a decision that had been on her mind for some time. After all, today seemed to be a day for change, she might as well not fight it. So, Gaki, Shizun tells me you two are aspiring new medical shinobi. Care to tell me what she's been able to teach you? The blonde woman asked, stepping around the two as they pulled out their chairs. Tsunade noticed that Naruto had chosen the seat directly beside his mother's without a moment's hesitation. The simple gesture brought a small bit of hope to her as she glanced at Kushina, whose eyes were now focused on the boy, seemingly shocked by his choice of seats as well. I guess he isn't as far from you as you think, Kushina. For your sake, I hope you're done running, the blonde sage thought before continuing her conversation as she dropped into her seat. How about you go first, Naruto? Tsunade prompted, and Naruto nodded. Well, I'm not as good as Hinata-chan or Sakura-chan, but I'm pretty good at the basic mystical palm technique. I can only do it about half the time, the other times, I end up blasting myself away from the dummy, Naruto smiled, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Tsunade let out a small snort, having seen the same thing happen whenever someone pumped a little too much chakra into the technique. But I'm really good at bandaging and resetting bones and stuff. Hinata and Sakura drilled me until I can stall until someone like them gets there to fix the person up, so no problem, Databia, he finished, smiling across the table as Tsunade gave an approving nod. So, not bad chakra control for a genin, and smart enough to know not to endanger the patient, but to do what he can to wait for those who can handle it. I have to say, Shizun, the boy does strike me as a fine shinobi in the making, Tsunade thought, letting her eyes trace over to the girl seated beside the blonde. And how about you, Hinata? The slug Sunin prompted as Hinata nodded back to her. Well, I've made it up to using the next stages of the mystical palm technique, although I'm still working on it, the quiet girl began. But I was able to take the medicinal part of the lessons and apply it to healing salves and some small chakra pills that help with minor injuries. Sakura-chan is still better than me at the chakra techniques, but I'm the best in the class at elixir work, Hinata finished, with a bit of pride in her voice as she thought back to her best area of training. Tsunade smiled at this, privately noting the similarities between the young woman and her own student when she had just started her training. She also couldn't help but notice that both of the pair had now mentioned the Sakura girl. I might have to look into this Sakura-chan, she thought. After all, Shizun might have her own apprentice soon enough, the blonde sage thought, glancing from the pair to her own student for a moment before replying to the two. Well, that sounds very impressive for fresh genin, especially you, Hinata. In fact, you remind me of Shizun when she was just getting started in the medical field, the Sunin said, looking from the smiling teens to Shizun, who smiled faintly at her sensei's words toward both her students and herself. In fact, if you ask her, I bet that Shizun wouldn't mind having you as her first apprentice, the blonde finished, taking a sip of the tea Shizun had set before her. Both Shizun and Hinata froze at these words, looking at Tsunade as she continued to sip her tea with a small smile playing across her lips. But Lady Tsunade, I'm still just an apprentice. I can't have one of my own, until, my lady, do you mean? Shizun spoke in a rush, her face going from confusion to a look of anticipation and joy. Unless I had recognized you as a full-fledged master of the medical field, is that what you were thinking, Shizun? Questioned Tsunade, setting her cup down and facing the woman with a smile. Shizun could only nod silently in reply. Yes, Shizun, that is exactly what I mean. I've been considering it for some time now, but seeing your students' progress makes me confident to announce you as having completed your training under me. I have no doubt you will go on to surpass me as the next queen of elixirs in no time. Later today, we can finalize it by having you sign the slug contract, but as of now, you are. Tsunade started, but was interrupted by Shizun throwing herself into her arms, nearly knocking the blonde Sunin over in her chair. Tsunade, caught slightly off guard, simply held the girl who had been like a daughter to her as she let out her thanks. The pair were the center of a few warm smiles as the members of the kitchen let out small calls of congratulation at the news. After a few moments, the noise died down as Shizun released the blonde and once again took her seat, her face along with Tsunade's moving toward the final member of the trio whose time had finally come to act. And act she did. Sachi, she began in a quiet voice, getting Naruto to turn and face her. I wanted you to know how proud I am of you for becoming a genin. Shizun's been telling me about your classwork, and, well, I wanted to ask you if you would like me to help you with your training. If you want me to, Kushina finished quietly, a hint of fear in her voice. As she spoke, Kushina looked down into his own swirling purple and blue eyes, now fixed upon her own violet orbs, as his mind went momentarily into shock at hearing the words he had long given up on ever hearing from her. A myriad of thoughts swam through the boy's mind as he tried to process what she had just said to him. Only a short time ago, his no. The Hokage had been telling him that he wasn't ready to be trained like his sisters, but now here sat his Kasan, in defiance of his words. As this fell upon him, a small fear gripped him as he saw the Hokage forbidding her from training him, snuffing out the small life she was bringing to his old dream. What should I do? She doesn't know what the Hokage said. There's no way he will allow her to train me. And why now? What's changed? Is it because she saw the banner, or because I became a shinobi? She agreed with him back then, even if she didn't leave me all alone, but can she even mean it? What should I say? Naruto wondered as another voice cut into his inner debate. Stop confusing yourself, Naruto, Juubi called, momentarily bringing the boy's thoughts to a halt as she continued. The choice is simple: either say yes and deal with the Hokage later, or tell her no and stay as you are now. Either way, seedling, this is your choice to make. Over the past year, she has seemed to take more and more notice of you, but this is the first time she's made this big a step. For what it's worth, I think this offer is genuine, the woman offered, wondering herself just what was happening with the day's events. It's like Kami's working overtime on the boy's prayers, or doing backlog, more like it, Juubi thought privately, even as the final member of the mental trio spoke up. Just do it, Baka. This is what we wanted, so don't you dare let it slip away from you again. Forget that idiot Hokage, you're an Uzumaki now, and even if she's not much better than him, your Kasan is Kushina Uzumaki, so learn your heritage already, the voice called in an annoyed tone before falling silent, waiting for Naruto to act. Don't say that about her, she's not like him, the blonde whispered as he mentally shook himself. Right, I'll do it, but I think she should know about the Hokage so she doesn't get in trouble. I don't want to lose this for hiding it from him, Naruto thought as he turned his attention back to reality, even as his partner let out a small huff. About time, let's just hope she isn't spying on us for the Hokage or something like that, the voice added, leaving the blonde with that uncomfortable thought as he focused back onto the redhead before him. Kasan, there is something you should know first? Naruto started, looking up at his mother, who visibly stiffened. Oh, Kami, please tell me it isn't too late. Please don't let me have destroyed any chance I had to have my Sachi in my life, please, Kushina pleaded as she forced herself to speak, cutting Naruto off mid-sentence. Sachi, please, I know I don't have a right to be asking you this after having put it off for so long, but please, I want to be there for you, if you'll have me, she said softly, looking down at Naruto with naked longing in her eyes, a look another mother knew all too well. Seedling, Juubi whispered, catching Naruto's attention once again as she continued. I know you may not fully trust your Kasan yet, but as one Kasan looking at another, please give her a chance. Not all of us get a chance to be with their children, and it's not always clear why, the purple-haired woman whispered, looking off into the blue and green expanse of her home, silently casting her thoughts onto her own children as she did so. After a moment, Naruto made his choice. Okay, Kasan, if you think I'm ready, he replied softly, still a little off guard by the sudden offer. Sachi, whispered Kushina as she softly reached out to capture her son in a hug. Oh, my little maelstrom, I know you're ready. I'm just sorry it took me so long to notice it, but I'll make it up to you, I promise, she continued while holding the boy close to her. Kasan, she still cares about me, she doesn't think I'm an embarrassment to the family, she really does love me, the blonde thought while allowing himself to relax in the woman's grip as the other observers watched. Good for you, seedling, good for you, Juubi whispered, even as the other voice simply went back to work, though Juubi noticed tears leaking down his own eyes as he left her gaze. Meanwhile, after a moment, Naruto remembered what he had been about to say a moment before. Kasan, said Naruto, pulling himself back from Kushina to look up into her eyes once again. Yes, Naruto-kun, replied Kushina, her voice still a little unsteady as she looked down at her son. Well, I really want to train with you, but I don't know if the Hokage will allow it, the blonde replied in a quieter voice, his words bringing a sudden chill to the warm moment that had begun to set in upon the scene. His words caught Kushina more than anyone off guard, her mind rushing to understand what Naruto could be talking about. Oh, God, did he know about everything? No, that couldn't be. If he had, he would have said something earlier. So what was he talking about now? Did it have something to do with graduation? I heard he did just fine, so what then? The woman thought, rushing to find an answer to her fears. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? What would make you think your Tusen wouldn't let me train you? Asked Kushina, inwardly dreading the answer. Pfft, I can think of a few reasons, thought both of Naruto's mental occupants at the same time, even as across from the boy, Tsunade and Shizun were thinking along similar lines. Meanwhile, Hinata was forcibly holding herself back from explaining what the Hokage had recently said to Naruto to everyone, but holding herself back as she glanced at the blonde boy beside her, knowing that this was something that Naruto had to do himself. Well, he was upset with me and Hinata-chan about the banner this morning, and well, I don't think he will want you training me is all, the blonde replied, not meeting his Kasan's eyes as he spoke. This did not go unnoticed by Kushina as she listened to her Sachi's explanation, her eyes tracing from him to Hinata, who was looking as though she wanted to speak but remained stubbornly silent even so. He's not telling me something, he doesn't trust me, but why would he? Never mind that, what could it be? Even Hinata looks angry about something, maybe she will tell me what's going on. But that doesn't matter now, Kushina realized as she focused back on her son. Well, I don't care what he thinks, Naruto-kun. I'm going to make my Sachi the best shinobi he can be, and Mito-chan's going to be there to help, she said, mustering a small smile as she said so. Oh, and speaking of Mito, she is out back with Tantan, and I bet she really wants to hear the good news, so why don't you go tell her, Kushina finished, watching Naruto as she finished. At hearing her words, Naruto visibly brightened, a small smile touching his lips as he nodded to Kushina before getting up to go and tell his Imato the good news. Just as Hinata was getting up to follow him, however, Kushina called out to her, drawing her movement to a halt. Hinata-chan, could I ask you something quickly? Asked the redhead, hoping to find her answer, whatever it might be. Hearing this, Naruto turned as he reached the home's rear door, looking back towards Kushina and Hinata in turn with a questioning look. Hinata, however, waved him on. It's okay, Naruto-kun. I'll be right behind you, just don't let Mito get too excited, smiled Hinata, privately thinking she knew just what Kushina wanted to know and intent upon giving her just what she wanted. Her words seemed to reassure Naruto as with a small smile he departed out the back door, where a cry of greeting followed by a muffled thump came drifting through the door a moment before it swung shut. Even as the sound of Naruto no doubt being dragged to the ground by his enthusiastic sister reached the inside, Hinata turned to walk back to the table where Tsunade and Shizune had retaken their seats, taking her own so that she sat directly across from Kushina. Hinata-chan, before we start, I wanted to say thank you, Kushina spoke in a somber tone. Her words caught Hinata momentarily off guard. Out of everything she had been expecting to hear from the redhead, a thank you was not among them. For a moment, Hinata just stared blankly at the redhead until she was finally able to form some kind of response. Kushina-san, why are you thanking me? Asked the genuinely puzzled girl. Kushina in turn adopted a sad little smile as she saw the young woman's confusion. What I'm thanking you for, Hinata, is being there for my Sachi. He needed someone like you, Kushina replied slowly, watching as Hinata's eyes widened slightly at this. After how little I have been there for him, I'm just thankful that someone was there for him. I'm starting to make amends, but I first wanted to thank you, Kushina continued, still with that sad smile across her face. Hinata looked back at the sad face of Kushina and could only feel a small pang of sadness of her own. Sure, Kushina had wronged Naruto, but it seemed that he was willing to put his trust in her at least one more time, so she supposed she would as well. It's okay, Kushina-san. Naruto was there for me when I felt like I was all alone. I'm happy to do the same for him, Hinata replied, seeing Kushina's face drop slightly. After a moment's pause, the new genin spoke again, seeking to offer some small comfort to the poor woman before her. He still loves you, you know, I don't think he ever really stopped. It's just, you're going to have to take it slow if you really want to make it up to him. He's been without you for a long time, Hinata finished, seeing her words cause Kushina to visibly flinch before steeling herself as she turned back to the pale-eyed girl, nodding slightly. Thank you, Hinata-chan. I hope that I can start to repair some of the damage I've been doing over the years, Kushina replied before focusing back on why she had asked the girl to stay behind with her. There's something else I'd like to know, Kushina continued, and Hinata nodded, encouraging her to proceed. What really went on between Naruto and Minato in the office? Kushina asked, sitting up straight as if bracing herself for the worst, but even then, she was unprepared for what came next. With a heavy sigh, Hinata looked at the three women before her and began to recount what had transpired in the office, including the exact conversations between the Hokage and Naruto, omitting nothing. As she spoke, Shizune and Tsunade's expressions slowly contorted into looks of anger and disappointment, but they paled in comparison to Kushina's. The moment Hinata had started, hot anger flooded through every fiber of her being, but before it could run rampant, a darker thought touched her as she recalled doing the same thing to Naruto just a few hours earlier. With that realization, her anger sputtered out, turning inward as a fresh wave of guilt threatened to overwhelm her, even as her mind struggled to process what she was hearing. Minato, what on earth were you thinking saying that to our Sachi? But am I any different? I was saying the same thing to Shizune earlier today. But to say it to his face like that, it's like you don't even care if Naruto is hurt, but that's crazy, right? Oh please, Kami, tell me that isn't it, Kushina thought as Hinata's story progressed. Once the tale was finished, the four sat in silence for a few moments, no one speaking. Then, Hinata rose from her seat and, with a small bow, excused herself to join Naruto in the back, leaving the three women to sit in silence, contemplating what they had just been told. So, what are you going to do now, Kushina? Because it sounds to me like your husband has pretty much driven your son out of the family, Tsunade asked, her voice tinged with her still simmering anger as she looked at the redhead, who appeared to be in a state of shock. I wasn't there for him either, but it's like Minato is purposefully trying to push him away. But that can't be right, can it? Kushina asked in an almost pleading voice as she looked at the pair. Kushina, I have no idea what Minato is thinking, and right now, it doesn't matter. What you need to worry about is what you're going to do now, because if what Hinata said was true, then you're looking at your last chance, Tsunade replied, and beside her, Shizen nodded in agreement with her lady. She's right, Kushina, you need to worry about Naruto right now. He needs you to be there for him, and I'm afraid that if you don't hold on to him this time, it's over, Shizen said, looking at her friend. Right, but, I mean, what do I do? Training is a start, but he'll have a sensei soon for that, and a team. I don't know how much time I have left, Kushina replied solemnly. How about becoming the kid's Jonin sensei, Tsunade suggested after some thought, causing the other two women to look at her for a moment. Kushina paused as the idea washed over her. It would allow her to start spending more time with Naruto and even enable her to supervise his training firsthand. Mito could come along and be trained while Naruto and his team were. Heck, if Hinata was on the team, they might even have Shizen there as well. It sounded like it just might work. Yes, that's perfect. This is just what I need to do for Naruto, and Minato better go along with it if he knows what's good for him, she thought, even as she pushed herself up from the table, a determined look on her brow that had been absent for far too long. You're both right, this is my chance, and I'm not letting it slip by me, she said while making her way to the back door to tell her children and Hinata that she had to go and see the Hokage about something, asking them to look after Mito for a moment. Before she left, however, she made a point to hug both of her children, even pulling Hinata into a quick hug before whispering something to her that caused the girl to blush heavily before she departed. Meanwhile, across the village, inside the Hokage's office, Minato was busy filing through his paperwork, trying to figure out why exactly the things seemed to multiply whenever he looked away from them. He had just finished with the last sheet when his secretary once again entered his office, much to his displeasure. Let me guess, more requests from the Civilian Council, or is it something to do with the treaty between Suna and Konoha that was supposed to be arriving today? Minato asked while looking up from his desk and silently cursing his lack of a break as the woman approached, shaking her head slightly as she passed him a tightly packed file. No sir, it's the results from the Academy's test, as well as those who have submitted their names for Jonin instructors, the secretary replied quickly before turning to leave the office, letting the door swing shut behind her with a dull click. Finally, something that is actually shinobi related. I swear that this job is becoming more and more of a paper pusher the longer I stay here, sighed Minato as he opened the file, taking the first stack of papers and starting to skim the names arranged before him. Seems that Sam's pup needs a little more work on his theory work, might mention it to her next time I see her. Oh, the new Inoshikacho trio all passed, well, that's at least one team I don't have to worry about. Now let's see, quite a few civilian ninja have made it through this year, oh, and even a few from Shizen's class, could always use a few new medical shinobi, the man thought as he continued to slowly flip through the file until he came across the names of his daughters, a smile touching his lips as he read their information. Top of the class, good marks in every area. Well, of course, we've had Naruto and Minami working since they were 6, of course they would be amazing. Let's see, they were tied for the top of the class, with the next being Suzuki Achiya, well, I guess that is to be expected, the boy only lives for training nowadays. Maybe those three would make a good team, all three of the best students put together. It might seem unfair, but at least they wouldn't slow each other down at all. Heck, if they keep up this pace, they might even be the next coming of the Sunin in a few years. Now who to have as their instructor? Minato thought as he sank back in his chair, his eyes closed as the faces of those who had volunteered passed through his mind one by one. Kurane won't do, she already has her apprentice. Asuma could, I suppose. Kakashi's always available. Now who else do we have? The blonde pondered as he sat in silence, allowing his mind to wander around this dilemma. Before too much time had passed, a knock came at the door, followed moments later by several faster, louder knocks that forced the Hokage's eyes open as he glanced at the door, letting out an annoyed sigh as he leaned forward onto his desk. Not right now, I'm in the middle of something very important. Come back in a bit, Minato called dismissively, trying to get back to his train of thought as the knocking quieted. However, just as he was starting to get his thoughts back on track, a bright golden chain erupted from the center of the office door, sending the bronze lock clattering to the office floor where it spun to a stop just before his desk. As four white-masked figures shivered into view before Minato as each turned to face the door, their hands trailing to the hilts of their blades as the doors before them swung effortlessly open to reveal the figure behind them. Instead of an assassin, the Umbu and Minato found a familiar red-headed Kushina, still draped in the simple blue dress she had been wearing that morning when Minato had departed for the office. As the Umbu gave the red-head a glance before turning to Minato, who shook himself slightly as he nodded for them to depart, which they did a moment later, leaving the blonde to face his wife, who currently had an expression on her face that promised pain to anyone who dared to get in her way. As the blonde watched, Kushina strode confidently into the room until she stood before her husband's desk, looking down at the man with a determined expression that likely accounted for the enthusiasm the Umbu had executed in leaving the office a moment before. I think that you can make time, right, Minato, Kushina said, looking down at her husband, who felt a dull sense of foreboding in her words. Kushina, what are you doing here, and why did you blow down my door? Minato asked as he looked back at the broken door before glancing up at his wife, still feeling some uneasiness with the intensity she seemed to be watching him with. "I blew open your door because you didn't open it, Minato, and I'm here to tell you that I am putting in my name to be a Jonin sensei for this upcoming group of genin," she replied simply, with a note of authority in her voice, as if daring Minato to try and question either of her statements. She had expected some kind of protest from Minato at her words, some kind of appeal to her like those that kept threatening to pull her back into her own guilt-ridden past, held only in check by the anger currently fueling her defiance. What she had not anticipated was for Minato to burst into a large smile before her as he let out a small bark of laughter. "That's perfect, Kushina. I was just looking through the list of Jonin senseis, for someone for Minami and Naruto's team, but you would be perfect. You already know their training schemes and would be able to work with Jiraiya and me just like we have been doing it." "Perfect, why didn't I think of it? You scared me for a moment, but leave it to you to fix everything," Minato smiled, continuing to speak as he missed the look of anger growing upon his wife's face. He didn't remain ignorant for long. Minato's rambling was cut short as a golden chain suddenly whipped out before him, stabbing down through the list of students and into the solid oak of his desk with an audible crack that caused Minato to jump slightly as he gazed up into the face of his angry wife. Then his survival instincts had their say as they kicked into high gear at the sight of his wife's intimidating form. The danger signs were all fully on display. Her beautiful red hair was waving slightly, having already separated itself into 9 locks, her arms folded under her chest, while above that, her face was fixed into an angry gaze that she currently had leveled straight at him. If that was not enough, aside from the chain currently stuck in his desk, there were several more of the golden machinations that were currently waving dangerously behind her, glinting slightly in the light from the window behind him. "Kukushina, what's wrong?" Minato asked with a clear hint of fear in his voice as he took in her angered form. "What's wrong, Minato, is that you interrupted me. Now you're not going to do that again, are you?" she asked as her chains drew slightly closer to the desk, an ominous clinking reinforcing her words. Minato could only shake his head slightly in reply, wondering what was happening as Kushina continued. "Now as I was saying, I wish to be a Jonin sensei for my Sachi," she finished pointedly, her tone leaving little doubt that this was anything like a request. No, this was a demand, and Minato knew it. For his part, Minato looked as though he had just been struck across the face. He had never even considered the possibility that Kushina would wish to be Jonin sensei for Naruto. Why would she, with Minami and Naruto being the top of the class, why would she want to be teaching Naruto? She hadn't mentioned him outside of his pranks in months. What had changed? It just didn't add up in his mind. Naruto, why him? Kushina, where is this coming from? What about Naruto and Minami? What's wrong with them? I have to make her see reason, Minato thought to himself. "Kushina, I don't think that Naruto would fit well with Naruto and Minami's teamwork. They are the top of the class, and they need someone of their skill in order for them to reach their full potential. Naruto just isn't up to." Minato started, only for a second chain to slam forwards, embedding itself into the desk with another sharp crack only a few inches from where Minato's hand was resting, causing him to fall silent instantly. "Maybe I need to say it again, but slower this time," whispered Kushina as the pair's eyes met once again. "I want crack to be crack, a Jonin sensei crack for my Sachi crack, not my daughter's crack, not the top of the class crack, not the for the reincarnation of the first 3 Hokages crack, but for crack my crack SOCH crack. Am I making myself clear?" she finished, punctuating every few words with another of her chains spearing the desk before her so that it had effectively splintered under her assault. Kushina, be reasonable, you're talking about leaving the girls alone during their most vulnerable time as kunoichi. What about the other villages? What about them?" Minato called, a hint of desperation in his voice as he saw just how serious Kushina was being, hoping his appeal would be enough to change her mind, or at least calm her down. It did neither. "I have given the last 6 years to my girls, don't you dare question my love for them," spat Kushina, glaring at Minato, who recoiled slightly at her words. "But I have been failing my Sachi for just as long, and I refuse to do so any longer, so you will let me be his Jonin sensei, or I will beat you within an inch of your life, at which point you will make me his Jonin sensei anyway," finished Kushina with a dangerous intensity that seemed to transform the housewife into a being more terrifying than the beast she had once held captive. "Kushina, you're being irrational, just calm down and we can talk about this, you'll see," Minato started softly, trying to talk down the enraged redhead. "Please, we can work this out. I promise, let's just take a little time and..." Minato continued, his tone soft, almost pleading, a tone she had been hearing too much that day. From the hallowed halls of her memory, the memories threatened to overcome her once more, memories Minato would regret bringing up. Memories of a small boy with sun-kissed blonde hair looking up at her, with a pleading look in his voice, asking to go out for ramen with his parents, before being turned down by that voice. The same boy sitting on his bed looking sadly at his parents, that voice assuring him everything would be fine, denying him training, assuring him of their lies, her lies. The tone that now haunted her, the one that even now was trying to convince her to leave that boy alone once more, that voice that now drove her to act. "Okay, Minato," whispered Kushina softly as Minato seemed to relax slightly as the words came from her mouth, thinking he had won her over somehow. I guess we'll have to do it the hard way, she finished as with a sudden blast of movement, the golden chain still speared into his desk when taut before the great oaken desk threw itself up, scattering bits of paper and quills everywhere as Kushina proceeded to hurl the desk bodily towards him. Minato had only a second to react, but being the yellow flash, this was all the time he needed, as he avoided the desk in a flash of light before he was beside his wife, another flash exploding out before both he and Kushina were suddenly gone from the Hokage's office, even as the desk shattered through the top floor window and hurtled down towards the street below where it splintered loud enough to draw several figures' attention. With another flash of yellow light, both Minato and Kushina found themselves landing in a deserted training field, Minato forced to jump back as Kushina swung an arm around in a vicious backhanded strike aimed for his head. As Minato danced out of her reach, he found himself landing a small distance from his wife, looking back to see her focused upon him as her chains began to shift ominously behind her. Minato, I am going to say this only one more time, I am going to train our Sachi with or without your approval, I won't fail him again, and if you were half the father I know you can be, you wouldn't be standing in my way, Kushina called, settling herself in to beat some sense into her husband if necessary. Across from her, Minato watched as his wife's chains began to move into place, even as she herself sank into a familiar stance, apparently intent on keeping her word on the matter if he declined her. Damn it, why is this happening? Why is she suddenly so adamant about Naruto? I know I promised we would eventually get to teaching him, but this is just crazy, what is going on? Gah, what am I going to do if this keeps up? It could tear the family apart. No, I won't let that happen, I won't lose them. I can't let everything fall apart now, I can't, Minato thought to himself, as he looked across to his wife, seeing her intent to fight him in earnest if he didn't respond. Get moving, you idiot. Just let her train Naruto, Jiraiya, and I can still work with the girls, and I'll just have someone I trust be their sensei. Fighting like this isn't helping anyone, besides with my hummingbird style as well as the toad style they will be fine, he finished, still ignorant of the true cause of his wife's rage, but knowing enough to recognize when to fight, and when not to. With a breath, Minato relaxed as he looked across to Kushina, his lips parting as he gave his reply. Okay, Kushina, if that's what you want, you can have Naruto as your student. I'll get you the list of students to put in your request. I'll bring them home tonight, now I have an office to put back together, Minato replied as he started to move towards her, only to stop as she shook her head towards him. I'll walk back, whispered Kushina as she turned from him, physically at his words, but no longer able to look him in the eyes as he slowly began to make her way across the field back towards the village, leaving Minato to look after her, a bone-deep pain now permeating him. As she disappeared into the tree line, Minato found himself looking after her for a few moments before, with a silent yellow flash, Minato set off to return to his office, just as across the village, the trio of Hinata, Naruto, and Mito were making their way out of the Senju compound, each sharing a parting goodbye with the occupants before heading into the earthen streets of the village. Right off the bat, the trio was on the move. Naruto and Hinata took turns answering the excited questions that Mito fired off about the exam, and if they were going to rescue a kingdom or maybe fight an evil magician, like in her princess movies. As they made their way toward the Hyaga complex, their path crossed a familiar pair that had just been let out of the academy for the day. Both were lost in thought, and it took them a moment to notice who they were walking toward. Minami stepped away from the academy, her new headband on full display, but she just couldn't shake the events of the exam out of her head, or, more specifically, she was too busy discussing those events with the other voice that resided there. Okay, Kyuubi, Minami began. I thought I asked you to call me Q, Minami-chan, the yin half of the Kyuubi cut in, interrupting the girl's train of thought for what felt like the 100th time that day. Right, okay, Q. Now what was that about Naruto Naizen and your mother? Minami questioned, trying once more to get a straight answer about what had caused her passenger to go into the equivalent of a sugar high since the exam. What do you mean, Minami-chan? Q asked, tilting its head slightly in a questioning glance as it practically wiggled with excitement. What I mean, Q, is that you said your mom was gone, and that she was like you, meaning she's a demon. So how would my brother have ever seen her? Q, I think you made a mistake, Minami replied, trying to remain patient as she drilled the fox for answers. At her suggestion, however, the massive kitsune let out a huff, turning its head up and away as if it was talking face to face with the redhead instead of the mental conversation they were sharing. I didn't make a mistake. That was my mother, the beast huffed, and Minami found herself mentally sighing at the kitsune's attitude before giving up the point. Okay, Q, you win. You didn't make a mistake, but that still doesn't answer how he saw her, Minami replied, and the kitsune let out a pleased-sounding noise as it turned its attention back to her original question. I don't know, Minami-chan, but he did somehow. Maybe he saw her when he was busy training. I saw him in the test, and you said he did well, so he must have been working hard. Maybe he saw her then, the kitsune replied, his words biting into Minami worse than the beast's own fangs had done. For a moment, the redhead went silent, her red eyes traveling down to the dirt street her sandaled feet were padding against, watching as the small puffs of dust traveled up to brush against the black leggings that accented her yellow battle kimono. As her eyes drifted, her thoughts found themselves once again swirling with doubt about her brother, and the action she had so firmly held to, action she no longer held blind faith in. That's right, Naruto Naizen was out training. He wasn't just goofing off the whole time. But then what do I know about him? I mean, no, just calm down. Don't start second-guessing yourself before you have any answers, Minami reassured herself, and within her mind, Q seemed to come to some kind of conclusion of his own. Wait, I know. Minami-chan, how about you ask your brother where he saw my mother? He'll know. Q called excitedly, a sense of pride in his voice as though he had just solved the most difficult of problems with his idea. At his words, Minami felt a sudden fear touch her as the consequences of that possibility unfolded before her. Can I even do that? Minami thought to herself. I haven't been close to Naruto Naizen for years, thinking he was being lazy. Now that it's clear he wasn't, do I have any right to even ask him? What if he won't want to talk to me? What if he won't listen to me? She thought to herself. Meanwhile, Q, picking up on these last few thoughts, decided to add his own 2 cents. Come on, Minami-chan, I'm sure he will. You're the nicest person I know. Besides, if he doesn't want to talk to you, I'll ask him. He's bound to say yes, Q smiled, wagging his tails as he cheered his container on, a small smile touching the girl's lips despite her worries. I'm the only person you know, Q-kun, but thanks for the encouragement. I'll just have to see if Naruto Naizen will be willing to give me a chance, the girl finished as her eyes traveled up from the dirt road to see the trio approaching them. During Minami's mental fretting, Naruto, beside her, had been undergoing her own less civil mental discussion. I'm getting tired of this verbal. Now tell me what was with Naizen and that weird henge. Naruto shouted, her yells reverberating within the sewer-like proportions of her mindscape as the towering kitsune behind its cage let out an annoyed growl at her words. By Kami, will you shut up for 2 seconds, you miserable little meatbag? I'm trying to think, and your constant whining is distracting me, the yang side of the Kyuubi spat, even as he rubbed his forehead trying to get rid of the headache slowly growing since he had spied that blasted image earlier that day. Well, then think up a way to answer me. What was with Naruto's henge and why were you freaking out about it? Darn it, Kyuubi, tell me what's going on. Naruto continued, her voice issuing from every corner of the kitsune's cage as it slammed its paws over its rabbit-like ears. Will you shut up? I don't know what's going on. If you want to know so bad, ask that brother of yours to tell you and leave me alone, the Kyuubi shouted as a wave of chakra billowed out from the beast, forcing Naruto out of his presence as the mindscape became blissfully silent for the kitsune. Kyuubi. Hey, gah, that stupid furball. I hate it when he does that. My ears pop every time, Naruto thought, shaking her head slightly so that her waist-length blonde hair waved behind her, brushing against the dull red of her cut-off battle kimono, touching just where the red gave way to her black and umbu-style pants. Baka Kitsune, still, I guess I should just ask Naruto. I mean, it's better than just sitting around and waiting, Naruto finished with an annoyed sigh. But will he want to tell us? A little voice whispered in her head as she turned her attention back to her and Minami's progress through the village, spotting just as her sister had a moment earlier the trio moving ahead of them. The two groups paused for a moment as they seemed to notice one another, the pair of sisters focusing immediately upon the titular blonde along with his recently announced girlfriend, and their youngest sibling, Mito, as the three across from them shifted between the two girls in turn. The mutual staring contest lasted all of a few seconds as, with Mito's enthusiastic cheers, she sped off toward her sisters, soon throwing herself into her usual flying tackle of greeting. Ni-san. Mito cheered a moment before she crashed into Minami, nearly bringing the larger redhead to the ground with her. As the little missile impacted, she felt a small metal plate resting against her front, turning her eyes down to see the leaf headband that was wrapped around her waist like a belt. It took all of a second for this to dominate the young girl's attention as she swung her smiling face back up to her sister, eyes shining above an ear-splitting smile. Ni-san, you're a kunoichi. You're just like my mom now. That's so awesome. Hey, are you going to go and save princesses now? Naruto Naizen said that would take time, but I think he just doesn't want me to know about it. Is it a secret you can tell me? I won't tell anyone, really. Please. Mito called in a forced childlike tone that would have melted lesser mortals' hearts on the spot. Minami, however, had grown up with the little red terror and knew that look all too well, simply smiling down at her little sister, wondering how the girl managed to be so excited all the time. Sorry, little sister, no big secret. We won't be starting missions until we get our senseis in a few days, so you will just have to wait until we start missions, Minami replied as she returned Mito's hug, giggling as the little redhead's face turned up in a childish pout that didn't quite hide the smile still on her lips. Okay, Ni-san, but you have to tell me as soon as you get a mission. Promise, Mito finally replied in a slightly whining tone as she directed her bright eyes up to look at her sister. Minami, in turn, let out a small sigh before nodding down to Mito, who seemed pleased with that response as she turned toward her other sibling. Naruto, in the meantime, stood off to the side slightly, looking longingly at the interaction between Mito and Minami, her lips shifting slightly as her teeth found themselves chewing on them. It had been a long time since she and Mito had been that close, a long time since she could remember being that comfortable around her younger sister, even if it was all she ever wanted. Ever since that time years ago when she had tried to embarrass Naruto in an attempt to impress the little redhead, she had lost that happiness. Instead of impressing Mito, she had only driven a wedge between the two, the little girl's tear-filled shouts still as clear to her now as they had been back then, frozen bits of her life that never failed to bring a shameful shiver to her spine. Ever since, she had done everything she could to mend her mistake, anything to mend their relationship, but it still hadn't returned to how it once was, and privately, she feared it never would. At that moment, Mito turned her attention to Naruto, her eyes focusing on the headband that, like Naruto's, was tied around her forehead, the little girl's violet eyes focusing on it as her smile grew larger if possible, her voice calling out to the blonde. "Yay, Naruto-ni-san is a kunoichi too. Now you all are going to be going on adventures. You have to promise to tell me all about it too, okay, Ni-san," the little redhead called, giving her sister an enthusiastic smile even as she remained holding Minami, seemingly making no effort to embrace the blonde in turn, something Naruto felt like a physical blow as her lips parted in an effort to reply. "Yeah, little sister, just watch. We are going to be the greatest kunoichi of all time. When you get to the academy, they'll have to have books just about us," Naruto replied, smiling as she saw Mito's excited look as she turned back to her to start asking if that was true. At the same time, Naruto and Hinata had finally caught up with the little redhead, her little running start having covered quite a bit of ground so that the four teens were only just now standing across from one another. "Hello, Minami, Naruto. Congratulations on passing," Hinata greeted with a kind smile, nodding to both who gave her smiles of their own. As Hinata turned to see Naruto not having spoken, she moved slightly closer to him, her arm moving to elbow him a little, prompting him to speak up. "Hey, yes, okay, Hinata-chan," what Hinata said. "Congratulations, you too. I just knew you two would pass, no problem," the blonde smiled, while idly rubbing his side where Hinata's impact had landed. "Thanks, Naruto," Naruto replied a little dismissively as she glanced to her brother before looking back to where Mito was finally releasing Minami from her grasp. As the youngest sibling touched the road, Minami looked over to Naruto, her mind set as she addressed him. "You did really well, too, Naizen," she called, trying to sound genuine as she wondered how to actually talk about what was still running rampant through her mind. "And thanks, we got Rookies of the Year," she continued, raising a hand to brush lightly against her headband as she decided to at least try for a first step along that path. "But it means a lot to know you were cheering for us," she finished, offering a hopeful smile toward the blonde as she did. For his part, Naruto could not say that this run-in was very welcome after the roller coaster his day had been. Heck, he was still wrestling with what had happened between his mother and him. Adding the complication with his twin sisters on top of that was pushing even his impressive mental reserves, and it didn't help that a certain someone was not helping to keep his more unpleasant emotions in check. With a small force of will, however, he forced himself to bite back those feelings as he looked from the apparently uninterested Naruto to where Minami stood looking hopefully toward him. "Well, huff, what am I thinking? If I just ignore them, I'm not much better than the Hokage, and Minami, my little sister, kind of looks like my mom did, oh well," the boy thought, coming to a decision as he focused back on his red-headed sister. "Always, little sister," Naruto smiled, noticing as he spoke a small smile touched Minami's face even as across from her, Naruto's eyes tracked to Naruto for a fraction of a second before looking away as if ashamed to look at him. Well, we better get going. We still need to tell our mom and dad the good news," Naruto called, looking down at Mito and then to Minami as she glanced across at the other two, looking to get moving as soon as possible. "I better get home too. I need to let my parents know that I passed as well. And explain about the sign," Hinata mumbled as Naruto gave her an encouraging kiss on the cheek, causing her to blush heavily as she gave a final wave to the group before heading off toward the compound. As Naruto looked at her retreating form, he found a small blush touching his own cheeks as he noticed Minami and Mito giggle at him from a few feet away before he shook himself, preparing to head home now that he was alone with his siblings. However, just as he was about to turn toward home, Minami's voice caught him off guard. "Hey, Naruto, why don't you tell Mito all about the exams? Naruto wasn't there for that. Besides, I have something I want to ask Naruto really fast," Minami asked, looking down at Mito, who nodded excitedly as across from her, Naruto smiled at the chance to be with her little sister for a bit, privately remembering to thank Minami later for the suggestion. "Yeah, okay. Come on, Squirt, I'll tell you all about it. Besides, we need to tell our mom the good news," Naruto said as Mito nodded, moving up beside her as the pair stepped forward, soon a ways down the street as Naruto turned to Minami who stood silent still where she had been a moment before as the afternoon wind rustled her yellow garb just as it did for his own orange jacket. Once the two had gone a small distance, Minami drew in a heavy breath, steeling herself as she turned to face her brother, noticing as she faced him that Naruto seemed just as uncomfortable as she was, the thought causing a small trickle of fear to break through her calm. But, before that trickle could grow, Minami forced herself to act. Hey, Naizen, that was a cool henge you did during the exam," she said, inwardly berating herself for sounding so timid and unsure. At her words, Naruto found himself relaxing slightly, at least having something to explain what was happening with one of his family today. Oh, so that's it. I guess you were right about the henge catching their attention, Juobi. He smiled to himself as from within the grassy field that made up his mind, the familiar purple-haired woman emerged from that glassy pool, smirking slightly at his words. Well, what could you expect? I'm guessing that my youngest has been giving her a field day after that, Juobi giggled, privately praying that her child was just excited at having seen her. Yeah, but there is something we kind of overlooked, he replied quietly as Juobi quirked an eyebrow up at his remark. Oh, and what is that, seedling? Juobi asked with a hint of interest. What are we supposed to tell her about that henge? I mean, I don't trust her to keep quiet if I tell her about you, he added as Juobi took a moment to mull that over. Well, you know that somehow completely slipped my mind. Look, just tell her you saw it in a book or something. If she proves herself later, we could meet. Kami only knows I'd like to see my son again, she finished in a whisper that Naruto could tell held more longing than she had wanted to let on. Don't worry, Juobi, I'm sure you'll see them soon, I'm just sorry you have to wait. I know you're only waiting because you want to keep me safe, he replied in a softer tone as the woman shook her head slightly at his words. No, seedling, there is no need to worry. It was at my insistence that we waited until you were ready before revealing it to anyone. After all, what use is people knowing if the result is painting a target on my little seedling? Juobi finished with a kind smile, giving the boy a mental nudge as he felt his worry vanishing in her comforting words. Thanks, Juobi, Naruto replied, his focus snapping back to reality and the girl who had only just broken the silence between them. Thanks, Minami, it took forever to get it just right. I had to work really hard after I found a description of it in an old story about the court of Kami, but man was it worth it. Naruto smiled, one hand rising to scratch idly at the back of his head. A book? I don't remember us having one like that, asked Minami, curious about how she could have missed one in their home, as she had always liked reading more than her siblings. At her words, Naruto silently cursed, trying to figure out a way out of this. Yeah we don't. It was at Hinata-chan's one day when we were looking after Mito and Hanabi, Naruto chuckled nervously as Minami nodded slowly. I guess that makes sense. It sounds like something the Hyagas would have, and, well, at least he's willing to talk to me about it. That's a good sign, I guess, the redhead thought, drawing some small comfort from the idea before pushing forward. Oh, well, maybe I'll have to borrow it sometime. That henge was something else, even Q was excited about it, Minami replied, gently resting a hand over her stomach where the spiral seal held her partner. Her words unknowingly drew a hopeful smile to a mother's lips. Anyway, I just wanted to say it was really something and I was really impressed, Minami continued with a small smile on her face. As she saw Naruto smiling widely at her praise, she felt a sharp stab of guilt at how long it had been since she had been the cause of such a smile. How long it had been since she had just said something nice to the boy in front of her, the thought sparking something deep within her. Okay, Minami, you have to start somewhere. Might as well be now, the redhead decided, stealing her courage for what came next. Naizen, what I mean is, she began, her stumbling words causing a puzzled look to appear on the boy's brow as she swallowed, forcing herself to stay calm. Look, what I'm trying to say is I'm sorry for how I've been acting. I was being a baka and I'm sorry. I'd like to start over, if we can, she finished, looking hopefully up into Naizen's eyes, waiting with bated breath for his response. Well, I can't say I expected that. First Kushina and now her. This day just keeps getting weirder and weirder, muttered Juobi, shaking her head at how long it had taken his family to finally start inquiring about her seedling. For his part, Naruto was now facing the same thing twice in one day. Kushina had at least been there for him, but his sister, well, she hadn't been hostile, but she hadn't been exactly supportive either. And now she was just apologizing to him. Juobi, little help here? Naruto asked with a hint of worry in his voice as his other passenger added their 2 cents. And now she starts up, Gah, what is that? Admit you screwed up day? Of course Minami would be the next to notice. Whatever, it's up to you what to say, but I wouldn't trust her yet, the voice added as it faded, leaving Juobi to let out a sigh as she addressed the blonde. Sorry, seedling, but I'm with him on this one. It's up to you how to respond. You can give her a chance, or you can shut yourself off from her, Juobi started. You can choose to live with those that wish to change, or you can choose to hate them for what they have done, and many wouldn't blame you for that. They're your family, seedling. What comes next is up to you, Juobi finished as Naruto mentally nodded at her words. Right, okay, Juobi, it's up to me, and I don't want to not have a family anymore. I've lost them for so long, I don't want to lose the chance to have them again, he said, returning his attention once again to Minami, who stood silently waiting for her sibling's answer. Minami, well, thanks. That means a lot to me, the blonde started, Minami brightening at his words for a moment before he continued. But you're going to have to give me some time, okay? It has been, here he paused, a slight look of pain crossing his face, it's been a long time for me, he finished with a small smile as he watched Minami seemingly deflate before him. Oh, okay, Naizen, I'll wait, Minami replied, looking down as a bit of moisture touched her eyes, her own guilt now washing over her in earnest at her brother's words. However, before it could overwhelm her, a small pressure caused her to look up as Naruto moved over to give her a brief hug before stepping back, that same hopeful smile upon his lips. "But we can start now," the blonde offered as Minami found herself smiling, reaching up to wipe away the tears that had touched her cheeks, nodding towards her Naizen. Hi, Minami replied as the pair turned to follow after their siblings, Minami's thoughts allowing themselves to hope that things would turn out for the best. While she was saddened at her brother's response, she could not hold it against him for wanting to take things slowly. Looking back at her own actions, she could not help but see it as a testament to her brother's heart that he was even giving her a chance, and she swore to herself that it wouldn't be going to waste. A week following their graduation, the day of team assignments arrived. The eager students piled back into the familiar classroom, their newly awarded headbands proudly worn from their dress as they chatted with their friends, excited for their team assignments. Among these prospective students, a familiar blonde sat chatting happily with his newly announced girlfriend as the two found themselves the subjects of many questions from the pink and blonde pair from their medical classes. After the day of the exams, things had been changing slowly for Naruto along with the rest of the Namikaze family in turn. The night of their graduation, the triplets had returned to find both parents and godparents waiting to congratulate them on their success in passing into Genin, the three barely surviving the bear hug Kushina set upon all three at once. After their initial greeting, the group had broken up to chat with each of the children, Minato and Jiraiya focusing primarily on Minami and Naruto, as Kushina, Tsunade and Shizen made a point to include Naruto in all of their rebel rise, making a point to not allow themselves to slip back into old bad habits. This, however, was only the start of the changes occurring within the family. Minato and Kushina had become more distant with one another since their confrontation in the office, and in the days following it, things did not look to be changing. Only a day after the graduation, another fight had broken out between the two, although this one at least hadn't come to blows. It occurred when the following morning, Kushina had demanded that Minato apologize to Naruto for what he had said to him in the office, as well as demanding to know why he had dared to say it in the first place. Minato had remained silent on both points, a decision that had only served to further damage their newly straining relationship, and at the moment tensions were high between the two. So far, the pair had kept from breaking into conflict in front of their children, but tensions were high enough that the two still remained oddly stiff around one another. Mito had thankfully been spared any confrontation, but the triplets could tell something was going on with their parents, though even they were unsure of just what was occurring between the two. At the same time, during the past few days both Minami and Kushina had been making efforts to follow through and getting to know Naruto better. Progress was slow at first, the parties just not sure how to go about any kind of bonding, but even these little steps were enough to keep them hopeful that in time things would indeed change for the better. Kushina for her part had begun to give Naruto personal training in the past few days, and was both proud and saddened by where her son's abilities were. It wasn't that he was a failure by any means, his abilities were promising for a basic academy graduate, and that was the point, he shouldn't have been left as just another academy student. His sister's level was already mid to high chunin thanks to the opportunities granted them, opportunities that he had been denied, and the result was now looking her in the face as the boy eagerly said about any instruction she gave him. If anything, this made it even harder as the boy's enthusiasm only served to show that the failing all along had been theirs. He had always been ready, they just had chosen to ignore that fact. But succumbing to her own shame would not help him now, so she pushed on, working every moment she could to repair the damage her ignorance had caused. After observing his skills, she had decided to teach him her own fighting style that she had learned back before she had left Whirlpool as a child. Unlike the more rigid of stance-orientated taijutsu of Konoha, her own was more primal, focusing on a set of reactionary movements meant to be interchangeable with one another so that the entire style was harder to predict. It seemed this style favored his energetic personality as he took to the training like a fish to water, excited to be learning a style that no one else was trained in, not even his sisters. Well, not quite no one. Mito was also learning the same style along with her Aniki, her open happiness being a bright patch of light that helped Kushina and Naruto in their efforts to bond, always seeming to bring out a happy giggle or youthful joy to any awkward situation they found themselves in. Meanwhile, Minami had taken a different approach to getting to know the blonde once more. Instead of training or work, she instead spent what free time she had in joining Naruto in his trips to the Hyuga residence, or offering to help him surprise Hinata with lunch dates and the like. More often than not, the two simply found themselves walking around town, one or both of them just chatting away about something they had seen or done, Minami even agreeing to help Naruto set up a paint trap for a particular Umbu who seemed to have gained a black mark in his book after their time during graduation. The pair's laughs as they watched the Umbu breaking down into tears as his entire wardrobe became a rainbow colors assortment, slowly mending the bonds that had been so nearly severed forever. And so the red-headed pair continued their work, confident that someday they would be able to put the darker part of their lives behind them at last. So as the days ticked by, the time for team assignments finally arrived, and now the titular blonde sat smiling beside Hinata, glancing excitedly towards the door where in only a short while their Jonin senseis would be arriving through. "Hey, Hinata-chan, do you think we'll get to be on the same team?" "I bet we will." Kasan said that she heard we might be, smiled Naruto, as beside him Hinata nodded in turn, smiling brightly at the boy's words. "Hi, Shizen-sensei said we might too. I really hope we are," replied the pale-eyed girl as she thought about her own week following graduation. When she had arrived back at the Hayaga compound, it was to find Hanabi and Hitomi with open arms, both congratulating her on the news about her and Naruto, her mother soon giggling away at how cute the two would be now they didn't have to try and hide it around her anymore. The remarks drew a bright blush to the girl's cheeks that did not fade as more than a few of the compound's women congratulated her as she followed her mother and brother into the compound. Only one of the compounds seemed uninterested in the happiness of his fellows. Hayashi Hayaga had appeared not long after Hineda's arrival to begin questioning his daughter at just what she had been thinking. However, he only ever managed his first word before the look of pure rage that Hitomi leveled upon him rendered him suddenly mute for the remainder of the night. The reaction to her new relationship, however, was not the only events over the past week for the girl. Her new progress as Shizen's unofficial apprentice was fast becoming a source of pride for the young Hayaga as she found her skill growing by the hour. True, Shizen couldn't take a genin as an apprentice until they had received at least a year of experience, but that didn't mean that she couldn't get some pointers that Hineda was eager to receive. At the same time, a pink-haired friend of Hineda had found her own small surprise when Tsunade had arrived at her doorstep to request a meeting. Now both were being drilled daily by their respective senseis. As Hineda and Naruto returned to their discussion and the dull chatter of the class continued around the room, the door to the class finally opened, their usual scarred instructor stepping in, smiling as he looked around at the students as he moved to take his position before them. As he looked around, he could not stop himself from feeling a bit of pride at this particular class. He was certain that they would likely to become some of the largest names in the shinobi world in a few years, and all he could think was how those lives had received their start here. Before the man could travel further down this trail of thought, he was brought back to reality as a knock came at the door signaling the arrival of the Jonin sensei. "Okay class, it's time for team announcements," so began Irika, noticing as he spoke that the general din of the room was droning him out. With a small, familiar smile, Irika shook his head as he thought he might miss this next part most of all. "Everyone shut up," shouted Irika, utilizing his patented big head jutsu as the class suddenly jerked to a halt in their discussion as they turned, straight-backed, towards their sensei. "Good, now let's get started then. Team 1, started Irika as he read down his list. As he did so, students in sets of 3 would rise as a sensei would enter to collect them, leaving a moment later as the next team was called up. Next, Team 7 will be Naruto Namikaze, Minami Namikaze, and Suzuki Uchiha. Your Jonin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake," he continued as the sisters turned, smiling to one another as beside them the single Uchiha let out a small huff of acknowledgement. The 3 teens turned as one to look towards the door as with a small click it swung open. A moment later with a small whoosh, a gray-haired figure was thrown bodily into the room headfirst where he proceeded to skid to a halt just before Irika's desk as a voice that several recognized issued from the doorway. "Get in there now, you pervert," shouted a well-known redhead as more than one student looked up from the slowly rising Kakashi to the hall where they suspected the Hokage's wife stood. "Was that really necessary?" asked Kakashi, rising slowly from the floor, rubbing his head where he had landed on the classroom floor, glancing back towards the doorway. With a small sigh, the gray-haired man turned to face his future students, an eye smile upon his face as he looked across each in turn. "Well, at least I got the cream of the crop, less work for me, and more time with my little orange friend, he thought with a perverted little giggle as he brushed himself off before nodding towards the 3. "Right, Team 7, meet me on the room in 10, he called, disappearing a moment later in a shiver of movement, leaving only a swirl of leaves in his wake. As Team 7 filed out, Irika smiled slightly as he dropped his eyes back to his list. "Next, Team 8, Shino Abarame, Sakura Harano, your sensei will be Korone Ui, and final team member will be her private student Yakumo Karama," called the sensei as the two looked round as the door once more opened. Into the classroom walked a tall woman with black hair and shining red eyes followed by a girl in a simple kimono with waist-length brown hair, both smiling at the forms of their new teammates even if the younger Yakumo seemed a bit nervous, pointedly keeping herself slightly behind her sensei as the other approached. Once the 4 were joined, they departed together as the next team was called up to depart. Soon enough, teams 9 and 10 had taken their senseis and left as Irika continued down his list. "Okay, Team 11 will be Naruto Uzumaki, Hineda Hayaga, and Kiba Inyazuka. Your Jonin sensei will be Kushina Namikaze," finished Irika, looking up to see the shocked looks on all 3 of the teens' faces as they looked to one another, their minds already flooded with what they had just been told. "Yes, I'm on an awesome team, Hineda, Naruto, and I are going to kick ass. I heard from mom and sis that Kushina is an awesome kunoichi, with her I'll be great in no time," thought the feral boy with a large grin on his face as he looked at his new teammates, the pup nestled on top of his head letting out a small happy bark at his partner's obvious excitement. "Naruto-kun and I are on the same team, yes 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 yes," cheered Hineda within her mind as a chibi version of herself did a little happy dance all around her mind even as her thoughts also took in what else she had heard. "Oh, and Kiba too, he has always gotten together with us great, this is going to be amazing." Hineda smiled, looking between her teammates as another thought popped into her mind as the final point dropped into place in her mind. I hope Naruto will be okay with having his Kasan as his sensei. I know they have been getting better, but I hope this won't be too much. Meanwhile, Naruto had also found himself pausing on the final point of the announcement, his happiness at his teammates slightly muted at the newest information that he had just learned. Kasan, is this what she meant when she said she had a surprise for my training? Thought the blonde as from within in mind another voice echoed his surprise. I know she's been helping you out but, sensei, I guess she really does want to help us, she really does care, the voice added before he too fell as silent as Naruto's, along with his teammates turned towards the door as the redhead stepped into view. As Kushina entered the room, she made quite an impression, appearing before the class in her full shinobi gear for the first time in years. A familiar metal plate, similar to the ones worn by her students, now adorned her brow. It sat just beneath a few loose strands of her long, red hair, which was pulled back into a ponytail that cascaded down her back. A pair of bangs framed her heart-shaped face. In stark contrast to her vibrant hair, she wore a form-fitting black ninja long-sleeved shirt and leggings beneath an intimidating set of blood-red armor that covered her chest and shoulders. The same smile that her clan had given to the first two Hokage so many years ago now graced her face, making it seem as if a warrior from the first Shinobi War stood before the class. Her arms and legs were also clad in the same red greaves, the metal carved with a series of intricate symbols that wrapped around her entire form. The small shadows they cast upon the red iron drew one's eyes, making them get lost in the sea of symbols that decorated her. In addition to her armor, a set of standard shuriken and kunao holsters hung from her waist, along with a small set of scrolls positioned just behind her armor. As she looked at her new team, a wide smile spread across her face at the look she was receiving. She privately chuckled as a small voice inside her mind laughed, she'd still got it. As her eyes scanned her students, she found them falling upon her Sachi. A small touch of fear touched her as she watched him, hoping he would accept her as his sensei. She didn't have to wait long. Naruto broke into a wide smile that banished the worry from her, even as she forced herself to hold back a few tears that threatened to fall from her eyes. Thank you, Sachi, thank you, she thought, before shaking herself as her focus returned to the reason she was standing there. Okay team, follow me to training field 50 as fast as you can because I won't have any slowpokes on my team, Databane, she called. With a small swirl of water, she vanished, leaving the other three members of Team 11 to look at one another before they all scrambled to follow her. Naruto and Kiba threw caution to the wind as they dove out the window after her, while Hinata rushed out the door and was soon rushing out of the school's entrance, passing her teammates who were just pulling themselves out of the bushes they had landed in. Across the village, out past where the buildings could be seen, sat Training Ground 50. It was a wide, open space sparsely covered by patches of grass and bordered by a smattering of trees that only parted for a single river that ran down its center. It was upon that slowly flowing river that Kushina stood, awaiting her team's arrival while running over her plans for their training. Okay, well, Sachi is still working on the next step of his taijutsu style, so he's taken care of. After that, I can work on testing his affinity. Naruto got her dad's wind, and Minami got both my water and fire. I guess that would be her grandmother in her. I wonder what Naruto's might be. Well, I'll find out in due time, I suppose, the woman concluded as she turned her attention to her next student. Now, as for Hinata, Shizun said she was working well with her medical studies at the moment. Besides that, Hitomi said that she was progressing well in her use of the gentle fist, so that's covered. I guess all that's left is weapons and elemental training. Maybe I should bring in Hitomi to work with us, she can help instruct Hinata a little more, I'm sure she'd like that. The redhead smiled as she turned her attention to the final member of the trio. And lastly, Kiba. If what some tells me is anything to go by, he is doing well with his clan style, so I guess I can work with him on expanding his use of weapons and work on his fundamentals. If he's doing well enough on that, I can start him with Hinata on elemental work as well, but we'll just have to see how that works out. As she finished her thoughts on her final student, a small stab of guilt nestled itself in her chest, sadly a familiar companion ever since a week previously when her eyes had been opened. These feelings had been happening from time to time once she had started teaching her Sachi, whenever she noticed where Naruto stood in comparison to his peers. Naruto may have been good for a civilian or clanless shinobi, but he was clearly behind most of the other clan heirs his age, and she knew the only one to blame was herself. Whenever these common buds of guilt would blossom within her, every part of her wanted nothing more than to curl up and cry for all the harm she had done to her Sachi. All that kept her from following this instinct was the sad truth that it would only be self-serving on her part, a way to try and push away her guilt, which was something she was determined to avoid. Selfishness had long since had its day in her life, and it was long past time she left it behind. As she forced her concentration back to reality, a small rustling drew her eyes up as her team rushed from the bordering forest, spotting her a moment later. The first to emerge from the tree line was Kiba. His gray coat with a furry collar was pulled up over his head, and his black shinobi pants, adorned with shuriken and kunao holsters, were covered with a small bit of leaves and twigs from his encounter with the bush not long before. Beside him stood his small pup, Akamaru, who was wagging his tail as he barked excitedly at the figures who had landed a few moments after Kiba. The second to arrive was Hinata, dressed in standard shinobi pants that also held her kunao and shuriken pouches. She also wore a black long-sleeved shirt that allowed the sleeves to drape over her hands in the same style as her master Shizen's uniform, over which a less baggy version of her usual tan coat lay. Her clan symbol was on both of its sleeves, which ended at her elbows, allowing the undershirt to cover the rest. Hinata smiled as she looked down at the excited face before bending down to pat the happy pup as the final member came shooting out of the tree line to join his team. As Naruto landed beside his teammates, Kushina noted the same mismatch of leaves and twigs that had adorned Kiba upon her Sachi, idly wondering how the two had managed that particular addition to their wardrobe. Naruto's clothing, incidentally, had changed very little over the years. His love of all things orange still persisted in his jumpsuit, only now, thanks to Hinata's insistence, he at least left the jacket unzipped with the sleeves cut off just below the elbows, making the outfit a bit more manageable, at least in the shinobi sense. Smiling at the three's arrival, Kushina slowly made her way across the stream, her feet padding effortlessly across the top of the water before touching down on the dusky ground before her team. She smiled slightly at the impressed look she was receiving for her efforts. "Nice time making it here, team. Now, I'd like us to start off with a quick introduction so we can get a feel for one another. I know you all have been in class," and she paused to smile towards her son and Hinata, other relationships, "but now that we're a team, we will need to work as one, so let's start with our goals and something about yourself." Kushina began as she looked around at the three, who nodded towards her. "I'll start us off so you can get an idea. My name is Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. I'm a Jonin Kunoichi. My skills include my clan's fighting style, seals, and my chakra chains." Here she paused to allow a small golden chain to form from her palm before continuing. "My likes are my family, and ramen. My dislikes are a certain blonde idiot who needs to figure out where his priorities lie." Here she looked up to the Hokage monument for a moment with a look of annoyance on her brow before she let it fall as she turned back to the three before her. "Anyway, my goals are to see this team become the greatest shinobi they can be, and to make up for a mistake I made with someone precious to me." She finished towards Naruto at the end to emphasize just what mistake she was referring to. Well, at least she had her priorities straight, and she seems to be unhappy with the Hokage. "Well, join the club, Red," sighed Juubi, failing to hide the hint of happiness in her voice at this prospect, even as behind her, the small pool that still resided where her tree once had rippled slightly. "Yeah, well, it's about time. Still nice to see she's back and all, we missed her," added the other voice as Juubi turned to smile softly towards its source as she moved to sink back into the water. "Just keep trying for the tough guy act, seedling. You'll get to see her sometime. Now, let's get back to work. Naruto's got his own to deal with for now," Juubi whispered as the water swallowed her, leaving the mindscape empty once more as outside of it Kushina turned towards Hinata. "Okay, so how about ladies first?" "Right. I'm Hinata Hayaga. I like my family and my boyfriend, Naruto-kun." Here she still found a blush touch her cheeks as Kushina gave her a wide grin before she continued. And spending time with my friends. My dislikes are some of my clan customs that I want to change, and the competitiveness of some of my family. My goal is to be a splendid kunoichi like my Kasan and help those I care about reach their goals. I also hope to have a family someday," she finished, her last words coming out in a bit of a whisper as she shot a quick glance to Naruto, causing Kushina to let out a small giggle within her mind. "Okay," said Kushina with a final mental giggle as the girl finished before she turned to her next student. "How about you next, Kiba?" "Hi. My name is Kiba Inyazuka, and this here is Akamaru," the boy called enthusiastically as his partner let out a bark of greeting. "I like spending time with my friends, and working with my best friend on our clan style. I dislike those who hurt animals unnecessarily, and people who think that someone like my Kasan can't be a great leader just because she is a kunoichi. My goal is to become the greatest tag team pair with Akamaru here and maybe find someone that my Kasan and Nissan will approve of," he finished with a smile as he scratched the puppy behind the ears. "Giggle, if I know your Kasan, you have your work cut out for you with that last one, Kiba. But, with Akamaru and you, I can promise we'll make you the greatest tag team of all time." The redhead smiled as Kiba gave his own fang grin at her words. "And last, we have Naruto." "Go ahead, Sachi," she said, gesturing towards him. "Okay, Databia. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like spending time with friends, and training to become the best shinobi I can be. I also want to make a certain someone proud of me, and keep a promise to that person," he said with a smile, that nonetheless had the others wondering just who he was referring to with his statements. "My dislikes are people who judge people without knowing them, people who sacrifice others for their own reasons, and a man who hurt someone close to me and separated her from her children," he continued. Here the group once again looked at one another wondering who Naruto could be talking about, Kushina privately fearing that he was referring to a particular Hokage as he continued. "My goal is to become a great shinobi, and to help someone close to me be able to meet those she was separated from, and to be happy with my precious people," he finished as he smiled towards Kushina and Hinata in turn. At his finishing words, Kushina found her curiosity growing at just who Naruto had been talking about. At first, she thought it had been about the Namikazes, but that didn't really fit with his later comments. "Who are you talking about, Sachi?" Kushina wondered before shaking such thoughts from her mind for now. She had a job to do as a sensei first, after all. Her questions could wait until after that. Okay then, well, I guess it's about time we start our test, she said, smiling down at the three with an evil little chuckle. All three of the genin eyed one another nervously at her tone. Sensei, what are you? Hinata started as Kushina turned to her, smiling as behind her a series of 3 eruptions of smoke cut off the young Hyaga. As the genin watched, the smoke slowly fell away to show 3 more red-headed, armor-clad Kushinas now standing behind the original as she looked across at the 3. Simple, Hinata-chan, it's time for the next test. I'm sure Hitomi and Sim warned you about it, and I already told Naruto, so how about we just get started? Kushina smiled as all 3 teens paused for a moment before nodding, remembering the warnings they'd heard about a real test coming after the academy. Good, well then, time for your real test, Kushina started as she tossed a kunao each to her clones as she slowly moved back from between the 2 groups. All 3 of the teens turned to watch her as she strode towards a tree at the edge of the clearing. Now, your test is simple. Each of those clones has a real kunao with them. All you have to do in order to pass is get one of them and return it to me, and anyone without a kunao at the end will be sent back to the academy to wait until next year. You have 1 hour before my clones dissipate on their own, so better put your all into it, Kushina finished as she turned to brace herself against a tree at the edge of the clearing, nodding towards the 3 teens who, as one, looked around at the 3 clones who were standing before them. Ready! Kushina called as the teens nodded towards her. Go, she called, even as within her mind she sent out a silent prayer that they would pick up on the purpose of this test. At her words, all 3 of the clones shivered once before vanishing in 3 separate whirls of water, leaving the 3 genin and 1 pup alone in the field. What? Oh come on, Akamaru, can you smell them? Kiba called, turning to his partner who began sniffing at the ground in earnest. At the same time, Hinata had already activated her bloodline, her pale eyes opening wide as she took in the 360-degree view of the field, leaving the final member of the group to do the only thing he could think of. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! How do I find Kasan? Crap, what do I do? Juubi, help! Naruto called within his mind as the purple-haired woman peeked out from her pool before letting out a heavy sigh. Sorry, seedling, but this is a test for you, not me. Now, stop panicking and think for a moment, and it will come to you, Juubi stated before she sank back into the pool, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. Juubi, oh come on, I'm not a tracker. How am I supposed to find her? I mean, I can fight a clone, but what am I supposed to do? The blonde thought as he looked around at his team, who seemed to already be figuring the situation out. Oh yeah, I don't know, how about asking for help, Yubaka, called his other passenger, the sudden cry causing Naruto to jerk slightly as though smacked upside the head by some invisible force. Something that drew a curious look from the tree line where Kushina stood watching the 3. What? But? Naruto started before giving himself his own mental smack as he realized how easy the answer was. After all, if he couldn't do it alone, why not ask his team for help? That's what they were there for, after all, and he could help them with his Kasan's clones. Hey, Hinata-chan, do you see any of her clones? Naruto asked as Hinata paused for a moment in her searching before nodding at the blonde's words. Hi, Naruto-kun, there's 2 over that way, she said, pointing towards the western side of the clearing, even as across from the pair, Akamaru let out a happy little bark. Alright, Akamaru found one's trail that goes this way. Kiba called as the 3 looked to one another before looking off in the opposite directions the clones had gone. So what do we do? Naruto asked as he looked towards the other 2, who looked towards him. What are you talking about? We go get them. Me and Akamaru got after this one, and you 2 go after those 2 and we all pass, smiled the feral-looking boy as beside him his pup let out a bark of agreement. Are you sure you can do it alone? Asked Hinata as Kiba gave her a happy grin, throwing her a thumbs up. Of course I can, just you 2 make sure you find yours and. Kiba started before Naruto cut him off. Wait, he called as the pair turned towards him, looking a little confused at his sudden interruption. Why? Come on, Naruto, this is the only way that each of us passes. We all go after one and we win, offered Kiba as Naruto turned to him. But if you can't take her alone, then you'll fail, and we won't be there to help you. And what if the 2 we're after split up? I mean, without you 2, I'm as good as blind out here. Maybe we should stick together and go after them as a group, the blonde pointed out as both of his teammates looked to him, frowning slightly at his words. But Naruto-kun, if we are all together, we might not be able to catch that one alone. Then we might not have enough time to get all of the kunao, and that means, the girl whispered as she cast her eyes towards the pair as the thoughts settled in around each of them in turn. But if we all get separated, we might get none of them, and if we're alone, then the clones will trounce us. Kasan's amazing when she wants to be, the blonde added as Kiba gave a small shiver, the thought of his own Kasan and Nissan when they got serious making him suddenly unsure about going after the titular redhead alone. Maybe Naruto's right, besides, with all 3 of us, we'll get it done in no time. Kiba called as across from him, Hinata found a small smile touching her lips as she nodded towards the 2. Well, there you go. Now, hurry up and get to work. I'm not going to be the only one pulling us alone, it called, causing the pool in Naruto's mind to ripple slightly as a smile burst across his lips. Hi, let's go get those kunao. Naruto called as the four sped off towards one end of the clearing, leaving their sensei behind who stood watching them go, a large smile moving across her lips as she watched them go. Well, I thought it would take them longer to figure it out. Guess I shouldn't have worried, Kushina thought as she stood in the now deserted training field as her smile grew every time the memories of her clones flooded back to her, showing the three genin working off each other in order to overcome each copy in turn. Good to know teamwork won't be an issue, Kushina smiled as she felt her second clone vanishing, accepting the three would be after her last clone soon enough. The test was an old one, but simple. After all, one-on-one, even a clone of a jonin was more than a match for any genin, and all she really had to do was escape them. Leaving each other to fend for themselves would have left the three chasing her clones around all afternoon. Working as a team was the only way to pass this exam. Well, I guess that means it's official, Kushina smiled as she felt the memories of her clone returning to her. Team 11 passes, the redhead smiled as she turned to await her team's return, ready to congratulate them on officially becoming shinobi and kunoichi of Konoha. 2 months. 2 long months of hard work and some of the more interesting missions Konoha had to offer had proven beyond a doubt that Kushina's test for Team 11 was correct. Speaking of the team, the quartet plus one pup were just entering the mission hall of the Hokage Tower. Hinata held a purring Tora in her arms, the pearl-white cat looking nothing like the feral beast so many had described. On either side of her, her two male teammates chatted happily while Kushina walked behind them. A prideful smirk was on her lips as she glanced at the other senseis they passed, seeing more than one pause at the sight of the team's catch. The trio had been advancing so much in their training that Kushina was almost certain she had a group of protégés working under her. Hinata was moving into some of the more advanced areas of medical jutsu, as well as advancing in her use of poisons thanks to her meetings with Shizun, something the newly minted Master Medical Kunoichi took great pride in. On top of that, she had recently started elemental training with Kushina and discovered that, like her mother, she had a strong affiliation with water. Using this as another reason to follow through with her plan, Kushina insisted on bringing Hitomi to their training to help instruct her daughter. The memory of the smile on the woman's face when she was asked to help her daughter was still visible in her mind's eye. Alongside Hinata, Kiba had also been advancing steadily in his training, although they had not yet found a weapon to fit the Inyazuka fighting style the boy favored. Kushina was able to find that the boy possessed a particularly rare element for their village, a wind element. The boy was at first distressed by this, as neither his mother nor sister had the element, so he didn't know how to make it work with the Inyazuka style. Kushina, however, was not about to let him down and dedicated herself to finding a way to incorporate the element into his fighting style. So far, they had found that by applying wind to his tunneling fang, he had already increased both its speed and destructive force twofold, something the boy wasted no time in showing off to his family before getting smacked down for showing off a bit too much, though the smiles on his family's faces were enough to tell anyone how proud they were of his advancements. The last member of the team, Naruto, had become Kushina's primary focus. She poured herself into getting his skills back to where they should have been alongside his teammates. He had succeeded in moving to the next stage of his taijutsu style with his mother, making him able to keep up with Kiba when they were limited to taijutsu, though Hinata could still put both in their place. He had also worked hard to refine his basics to the point where he could use most of the moves without hand signs, his control slowly getting better and better until, when the team began work on tree climbing, the boy found himself able to keep up with his team. Kushina took great pride in this as the three ran up and down the sea of trees before them. His jutsu arsenal, however, had not yet begun to move forward, though Kushina planned for them to begin at least discovering his element before too long. Soon enough, the four figures stepped up to the mission desk where Irika and Minato sat, a small wall of scrolls laid out before them. Team 11 reporting a successful mission completion, stated Kushina, looking at the two men behind the desk. Her eyes lingered for a moment on her husband's face before she looked back to Irika, who nodded as he watched Hinata move over to hand a sleeping cat to a larger woman who wore her wealth on every inch of her body. Meanwhile, Minato's own gaze had been focused on Kushina, and with a heavy heart, he took the scroll from Irika, reading over the words as he continued to spare glances toward the woman he loved. Over the last month, he had done everything in his power to patch things up with Kushina, apologizing for his words and even making an effort to be at home more to help her in any way he could. Even this, however, was not enough to wipe away all the tension between them. The sticking point continued to be with Naruto and his actions toward the boy. Despite having apologized for his words to the boy, Minato had remained firm on both the punishment and in denying Kushina a reason for his actions, leaving a doubting presence that Kushina could not move past. So, at the moment, neither was sure what to do with the other. It wasn't a matter of love for them, despite their anger, it was their feelings, more than anything, that spurred their conflict. No, it was that the trust was broken between them. As much as she wanted to believe him, Kushina couldn't blindly believe in Minato anymore. Worse, Minato knew that, but he couldn't bring himself to admit his actions. he couldn't bring himself to believe what he had done was wrong. To do so would be to admit that everything he had believed and sacrificed for would have been for nothing. So the two remained at arm's length, neither sure just what the future held for them. Shaking himself from these thoughts, Minato looked back at the most recent assignment, as he suppressed a small pang of sadness while looking away from his beautiful wife. He tried not to think about how she no longer graced him with her true smile as she had just months prior. Now it was gone, and he privately feared that it could indeed be forever. Minato was not blind to his pain, and in a way, that was worse. He knew what he had done, he knew how to fix it, but he had chosen his path, and no matter the cost, he would walk it. Well done, Team 11, the blonde said, looking down over the mission report. It's still early, and we have plenty of D-rank missions left if you would care to take another. He continued, taking refuge behind his clipboard so he would not have to face that fake smile still etched on his wife's face. With respect, Hokage-sama, I believe my team is ready for a low-class C-rank mission. I would like to put in a request for one, replied Kushina, cutting her husband off before he could begin listing off the chores that passed for D-rank missions. This declaration caught the Hokage slightly off guard. A C-rank, already? But none of the other teams are near that level yet. Not even the girls' team Kakashi said they still needed work. Does that mean Kushina's team is advancing that fast? No, it's probably just something to do with Naruto, probably just trying to give the boy something over his sisters. No, Kushina wouldn't put a team in danger just for that, but they can't be advancing that fast, can they? The Hokage thought to himself as he gazed up at his wife. Kushina, are you sure? I mean, you don't need to feel pressured by your team to give them a better mission if you don't think they're ready, Minato offered, thinking he was offering help to a sensei bogged down by whining students. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, yeah, that's a lot, chimed in the Juubi in Naruto's head. I do not lie about my team's abilities, and this is my decision alone to make. My team has advanced across the board, and I would like to take them on a low C-rank mission to test them further out in the field, Kushina replied, a small bit of annoyance creeping into her voice at the suggestion that her judgment could be compromised in some way. At the tone he was receiving from his wife, Minato relented, turning to begin shuffling through the scrolls on his desk, attempting to locate a mission for Team 11. Meanwhile, across the desk from the Hokage, the three genin listening in on the conversation were barely able to contain their excitement at the news they had just heard. Alright, mom and sister aren't going to believe it. My first C rank. This is going to be great. I'll probably be assigned to protect a VIP or, better yet, overthrow a dictator. Oh, man, wait till I tell everyone, they'll be so jealous, Kiba thought, a large smile spreading across his face as he turned toward his teammates, who were also grinning. Hanabi isn't going to believe this. Oh, I'll have to tell mom about it too, maybe dad will be proud of me too. I should stop by Shizune's before I leave and tell her. She said my training is progressing to the point I can start working with her hidden Senbon technique. Maybe I can take it on the mission? The Hyuga pondered as she looked excitedly at her teammates, who looked just as excited as she now felt. This is great. I'm going on my first C-rank mission, isn't that cool, Juubi? The blonde called as, within his mindscape, a woman found herself smiling slightly at the excitement in his voice. Yes, seedling, I can see that you are very excited, but remember you have to be ready for anything out there, she replied from where she sat beside the same reflective pool, her eyes glancing down to it where she alone could see another blue sky as well as her tree stretching seemingly into that blue emptiness. Hey, Naruto, ask where the mission is, maybe we can all meet up for a bit. It's not fair you hogging Hinata-chan all to yourself, the voice chipped in. What's that supposed to mean? You have Juubi with you. Naruto fired back as the voice let out an annoyed huff. Yeah, well, we can't take Juubi out on a date now, can we? The voice shouted back. Well, actually, I'm always with you too, so really, Juubi began, smiling before the pair of voices cut her off. Stay out of this, stay out of this, both called as one, causing her to falter before adopting an annoyed expression as she raised her arms to cross them beneath her chest, taking a more proper posture. Interrupting a lady when she is speaking is rude, seedlings. I can still make both of your heads explode, you know, Juubi stated in a small, threatening tone as the pair suddenly went silent before rushing to apologize. We're sorry, pretty Ms. Juubi-san, we're sorry, pretty Ms. Juubi-san, both voices sounded off at once as the purple-haired woman smirked slightly to herself as she savored the moment for a bit. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Naruto had been gazing off into space for a few moments, but was called to attention as Minato spoke up, finally pulling a single scroll from the pile and beginning his briefing. Alright, here we go. We have a standard escort mission to Wave. Possible bandit activity at most. The client should be arriving sometime tomorrow. I will have him meet you at the gate at 0800 hours. Please have your team ready for him. Until then, prep for a month-long mission outside the village, Minato finished, speaking in the tone he used when commanding troops as he looked across at the team before him. Hi, Hokage-sama, all four shinobi and kunoichi before him voiced, even Akamera letting out a small bark as he wiggled on top of his partner's head. Nodding once toward Minato, Kushina turned to her team, each coming to attention as she looked at them in turn. Okay, squad, we will hold off training for today. Go ahead and return home for today. We will meet at the gates tomorrow at 0700 hours. I expect each of you to have a full pack and be ready to move. Understood? Kushina stated as she looked around at her team. Hi, sensei, the genin chorused before Hinata and Kiba took a moment to bow respectfully before heading out toward their compounds to tell their family the good news. At the same time, Naruto turned, smiling up to Kushina, who returned the look as the two slowly made their way out of the hall. Hey, Naruto, let's head over to the Senju compound and pick up Mito, okay? I'm sure she'll be excited to hear the exciting news, Kushina offered as the blonde turned his sunset eyes up to her. During the month, Naruto had begun to open up to her a little at a time, but even now, she still found herself nervous when speaking to her eldest. Even now, she held no illusions about the fragile nature of their relationship. Naruto may have never stopped loving her, but she had almost completely destroyed any trust the two shared. All she could do was work and wait, each day another small step toward once again holding the trust she had so long ago lost. Hi, let's go. If I know Mito, Tsunade and Shizun will probably need rescuing right about now, Naruto replied, smiling widely, as the two departed toward the Senju compound. A few hours after Team 11's departure, Hinata could be found sitting beside her mother, looking out at the garden, having just finished telling her about her upcoming mission. The excitement on the young girl's face brought a warmth to the woman as she looked down on her daughter. So, your first C rank. It's a big step forward, Hitomi commented, looking over at her daughter, who nodded slightly before replying. I guess so. We leave tomorrow for Wave, Hinata replied, smiling as a gentle breeze worked its way through the garden, scattering bright pink and lavender petals across her vision. Well, I want you to know that all of us here will be cheering for you, Hinata-chan, so just be yourself, and everything will be fine. Hitomi smiled as she looked at the wonderful kunoichi her daughter had become. Thank you, Kasan. I won't let the clan down, I promise, Hinata smiled as she turned her pale eyes up to meet those of her mother. Hearing this, Hitomi let out a small sigh as she leaned over to place one of her hands on her daughter's soft pale cheek. Her birth complication had robbed her of much the chance to train her children, even the chance to walk side by side with them, but there was one thing she would never let it take from her. Oh, my sunny place, I could never be anything but proud of you. Don't you ever doubt that, Hitomi replied softly as she bent down and placed a soft kiss upon Hinata's forehead. Leaning back, Hitomi saw Hinata brighten at her words as her thoughts brought about another thought of what she could do to help her daughter. Now, come on, I'd like to teach you how to cook something to take with you on your C rank. I'm sure your Naruto-kun will love it, Hitomi said as she turned to begin wheeling herself toward the kitchen, raising one hand to muffle a giggle at the huge blush that had overtaken her daughter's face. Kasan, Hinata called in a little bit of a whining voice as she rose and followed her toward the kitchen, fighting back the edges of her blush. As the two made their way around the compound toward the kitchen, Hinata was caught off guard by a small impact at the small of her back. As she reoriented herself, she recognized the presence of two arms that had encircled her waist, her eyes soon identifying them as her young siblings. Onisan, I heard you were heading out for a C rank for a month. You can't. If you leave, who will save me from Mito-chan? If you and Naruto are gone, I'll be all alone. Hanabi all but cried into her older sister's back as Hinata and Hitomi exchanged small glances, smiling slightly as they did so. Both soon turned their attention to the boy who was currently holding onto Hinata as though he expected her to vanish if he let go for even a second. Hanabi, I have to go, it's my job now. I have to become a better kunoichi, so I can't always be here to protect you from Mito-chan, Hinata started, as she saw her brother's face look up at her, slightly devastated by the news even as she pressed on. Besides, I'm sure that Mito-chan will be worried about Naruto too, so you need to be strong for her, okay? She's your friend, and I know you don't want her to be lonely, Hinata replied, turning to look down at her brother, who was now looking at his feet. I guess, the boy muttered as Hinata reached forward to ruffle his hair as he slowly looked up at her, offering a small smile as their mother looked on. Hitomi was watching her children, a soft smile on her lips, as she saw them so close to one another despite their clan's attitude on such things. The Hyuga clan had long been interested in only the strongest members gaining recognition, and to this end, it was less of a family and more of a rivalry between most of the household. Brothers competed against brothers and sister against sister, and she thanked Kami that she had managed to spare her children from that fate. She also suppressed a small giggle at the idea that her little Sachi was so terrified of his best friend, though she supposed it wasn't so unreasonable given just how excitable Mito could be at times. Sachi-kun, she started, getting Hanabi to turn toward her as she continued. How would you like to come and help your sister and mother with something for a C rank mission? The pale-eyed woman asked, smiling down toward the boy. Really? Hanabi asked, smiling between the pair, who nodded back at him. Hi, Imato, come on, I'll even teach you something to help with Mito-chan while I'm away. It works on all Uzumakis, guaranteed, Hinata said, reaching down to take Hanabi's hand as they walked toward the kitchen. Hitomi smiled and followed along behind the pair as they rounded another corner of the household. Meanwhile, across the village, within another clan compound, the second member of Team 11 was having his own bonding with his family. Within the Inyazuka compound, Kiba was busy attempting to pack his bag while both his mother and sister looked over his shoulder, giving him advice every now and then. "Little brother, make sure to pack plenty of treats for Akamaru, and don't forget that vet pack I gave you," Hana called, looking down at the open pack Kiba was haphazardly throwing things into. "Hi, Nisan, I won't forget," Kiba said with a slight hint of annoyance in his voice. "Gah, it's like she doesn't even think I can pack a bag without her help. Oh, and don't forget your own bandages. If you trip yourself up, you'll need to be ready to patch it," Hana added as Kiba let out a small, annoyed growl as she seized a handful of bandages to add to the mess of his pack. Some saw the look on her youngest's face and let out a small sigh, a chuckle escaping her lips. "Come on, Kiba-kun, she's just looking out for her Ototo. Besides, it's not every day a member of the pack sets out on their first major mission. We're allowed to be a bit overbearing at times." Some finished with a fanged smile as Kiba gave her a slightly disheartened look. "She's right, Ototo. Now, don't forget to pack extra underwear. Yours," Hana began before Kiba let out a small cry of annoyance, turning to leap towards his sister. Hana, however, was ready, simply stepping aside and letting her brother sail through the open window behind her. A series of crashes rose from outside, and a feral smile worked its way across her face as she heard them. "Nice try, pup. Anyway, you'll also need," Hana continued as some, across from her, broke into howls of laughter, joined by many of the compound's hounds at the siblings back and forth. In no time, the hour for their departure had arrived. Team 11 found themselves waiting outside the gate, using their free time to compare their packs and chat with each other. As the three continued their chatter, Kushina watched them from a short distance, smiling as she saw Hinata offering Kiba and Naruto what could only be homemade treats. The two fell upon them even as Naruto pulled Hinata into a hug, earning a fresh smile from their red-headed observer. They might not have been the best in the eyes of the academy, but they were becoming the single greatest team she could have ever asked for. As she looked out at the massive open gates of Konoha, her thoughts turned back to how her youngest had reacted to the news of their group's mission. Mito had gone off like a rocket, bouncing around and giggling at hearing of her Naizen's newest mission, firing off questions all night until exhaustion finally managed to take her. One moment, she was still racing around, and the next, a small muffled thump drew everyone's eyes as the little redhead dropped face first onto the sitting room couch, curling up in a little ball of red hair. Naruto and Minami, in the meantime, could only look on with equal parts jealousy and shock at hearing that their brother's team was going on their first C-rank mission before theirs. Speaking of Team 7, the Dream Team had not quite played out as either Kakashi or Minato had envisioned. While all three of the genin were unquestionably skilled, each at least at shinin and skill alone, their ability to work as a combined team was spotty at best. Naruto and Suzuki were always competing for the top spot, which, while great for growth, made organized maneuvers difficult. Meanwhile, Minami was left to play peacemaker between the two, fighting back her own frustrations as neither seemed to get the point that as a group they were stronger than alone. Kakashi, meanwhile, was finding his dream of slacking was not going as he had planned. True, his genin were able to handle most of their training individually, but his work on team building was slowly becoming more taxing than he had originally believed possible. Alongside this, Suzuki's awakening of the Sharingan meant he was now working with the boy more and more to help him master his newest skill. It was safe to say after all this that Team 7 was not shaping up the way anyone had planned. Shaking herself from her thoughts, Kushina looked around the massive gate once more, spotting their client moving slowly towards them. As she noticed the figure, she motioned to her team, causing them to turn and see the man staggering up to Kushina. The man who now stood before the armored redhead looked to be around his late 60s, wearing simple contracting clothing and a straw hat perched on his head. His hands were currently occupied in hoisting a jug of booze to his lips as he looked around at them. The three genin noticeably faltered at the oncoming figure, all privately thinking how much of a disappointment the start of this mission was. So much for a princess. Mito's not going to like this one. Naruto sighed as he thought of telling his Amato that he had been protecting a sweaty old man on his first mission. Could be worse, he could be rude, Juobi remarked as the client spoke up at last. "I pay for guards and all I get are a bunch of snot-nosed kids. What kind of village is this?" the man asked as he looked down his nose at Team 11. "You were saying?" Naruto asked as Juobi let out a sigh at Kami calling her bluff. At the same time, Kushina was reacting in her own manner to the client's words. The man in question soon found himself hanging upside down in front of the group as one of Kushina's chains hoisted him up by his feet. "Now, I'm sorry, but I don't think I heard you correctly. What was that you were saying about my team?" Kushina asked in a dangerously sweet voice. To his credit, the man immediately began backtracking from his previous statement. "I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry. You all look like amazing guards that I'm lucky to have for my protection, alright? We're all okay now, right? Please," he babbled away even as blood rushed to his face and he started to become dizzy. Hearing this, Kushina released her chain, allowing the man to fall onto the ground in a heap before scrambling around to stand up again. "Yes. Get him. Naruto's other confidant laughed as the boy himself found a smile on his lips along with his team as they watched the man pushing himself up. Good to hear. Now, team, this is Tajuna. For this mission, we are to escort him home to Wave and provide protection as he finishes his work on the construction of a bridge. Expect a few bandit attacks now and then, so keep your eyes open, alright? Kushina called even as the team looked from her to where Tajuna had finally gotten back to his feet. What? You mean we have to protect him? Kiba and Naruto asked, both wanting nothing more than to pound the man before them, never mind actually protecting him. I guess Hanabi won't be getting a picture of a princess, Hinata sighed to herself as she looked at their client. Yes, we have to protect him, you too, and I expect you to do your jobs as shinobi of Konoha. Now, come on, team, we're moving out, Kushina called, noting the disappointment on her team's faces and hoping that getting them moving might get them excited about their future prospects. Hi, all three teens called, turning to exit ahead of their sensei and client. After only a few minutes of travel, Naruto's thoughts found themselves interrupted by his usual guest voice. Hey, seedling, good news. I managed to get him near Wave, so you can have your little meeting just like you wanted. Oh, and bring Hinata-chan, he's been chomping at the bit to meet her, Juubi called, popping into Naruto's head. You better believe it. I'll see you soon, so make sure you look after yourself until we see each other. And keep Hinata-chan out of trouble, the voice added with a clear amount of happiness. Really? That's awesome. I can't wait to see you. Bet I'm still the best looking out of the two of us, Naruto smiled back at the voice. Oh yeah? I'd like to see you say that when Hinata-chan chooses me over you, the voice fired back. Bakas. If you don't stop arguing and get your head in the game, I will ground both of you from seeing Hinata-chan for the next year. Juubi cut in before the two could continue their argument. This caused the two to fall silent as their attention returned to their own bodies. As Naruto dropped back into reality, he saw that the team had progressed farther outside the village and were making their way along a dirt road toward Wave. As the three moved forward, Kiba was busy talking with Akamaru, while Hinata was conversing with Kushina about Hanabi and Mito, leaving Naruto to simply stare at the scenery they were passing. As he continued to glance around, Naruto took notice of a small puddle of water that seemed to have formed at the side of the road. At first, he took no real mind of it, but something in the back of his mind told him he needed to keep an eye on it. So, as he continued forward, he made a quick signal to his team, motioning toward the puddle as he saw Hinata's eye flash momentarily into her bloodline before she nodded slightly to him and then to Kushina. At the same time, Kushina nodded back at Naruto, motioning for the team to continue forward but giving them the signal to be prepared for an assault if necessary. Their preparation was not in vain, as the puddle suddenly shivered and two figures slowly emerged, dressed in matching mist gray camo shinobi gear. Their faces were covered by a mixture of breathing masks and spiked headbands that gave them the appearance of some kind of mix of metal and man. Without warning, the pair sprang into action. With one flick, the first shinobi was hurled over the group, landing on the opposite side, his clawed hand brandished before him as he glared around at them. Hand over the bridge builder and walk away, little leaves, the first shinobi called as he took a step forward even while his fellow finished stepping out of the puddle fully to take a flanking position, his own gauntlet clinking ominously as he threw his gaze around to each of the five in turn. Team, fall in. Protect the client. Kiba, Hinata, take the head. Naruto, protect Tajuna. Don't let them get to him. Kushina shouted as she spun to face the enemy now flanking them, throwing up one gauntlet hand to swat a small cluster of shuriken aside as the mist shinobi began his assault. Throwing himself forward, Naruto took up his position just in time to deflect a stray kunai that had been headed toward Tajuna, courtesy of the second shinobi that his teammates were now rushing to engage, leaving the other to their sensei. Kushina, at the same time, flung herself toward the mist shinobi, her armored form kicking up small spats of dust as she advanced. Seeing the red-headed woman charging him, the shinobi began to fly through hand signs even as he skipped back, trying to gain some space between the two. Just as Kushina closed on him, her back exploding into a wave of golden chains, the shinobi landed on the final seal as, all around the pair, a wave of water surged up and several whips took form before rushing toward her. As the first three whips slapped down toward her, Kushina suddenly vanished into a shiver of movement, appearing on top of the very whips that had been striking down at her, racing along the trails of water as she closed on the man. Seeing the redhead suddenly upon him, the mist shinobi directed the rest of his water whips to fall back to form a dome of water around him, hoping to stave off the oncoming attack. It proved to be a mistake, as Kushina kicked off from her watery course, sailing over the water dome even as her golden chains flung themselves down to wrap around his protective shield. A moment later, with a flick, the man found his defenses shattered, the shimmering chains constricting around him before he was tugged up and over to slam headfirst into the earthen road before Kushina with a sickening crunch. As the man crumpled in her chains, Kushina released her hold, spinning back toward her team in time to see that the second mist shinobi had broken through Kiba and Hinata and was rushing toward Tajuna. At the same time Kushina had been dealing with her opponent, Kiba, and Akamaru, adhering her orders, had rushed toward the other shinobi with Hinata in tow. Come on, Akamaru. Kiba cried as he leapt toward the mist shinobi, their bodies twisting into their whirling tornadoes with a cry of Gatsuga. As the pair of swirling tunnels of fang and claw tore across the road, the enemy shinobi dived sideways, taking one strike across his ungauntleted arm, drawing a small splatter of crimson but avoiding a deadly attack by inches. At the same time, Hinata, rushing in just behind the pair, her Byakugan blazing, saw him reach for a spot on his gauntlet and pull from it a length of serrated rope that seemed to be comprised of overlapping shuriken. Before Hinata could call a warning, Kiba had already spun to repeat his attack, the mist shinobi swinging his gauntlet around, allowing the chain to fly out and cut toward the two. With a burst of speed, Hinata flung herself forward, managing to slam an open palm into the exposed back of the shinobi, drawing a yell of pain from the man's lips and causing his attack to skew off course. As the chain crashed down a few feet from the Inyazuka pair, Kiba's nose detected something on the chain that smelled foul. "Hinata," he shouted as he leapt toward the figure again, "don't let him touch you. He's covered in poison." At the same time, the mist shinobi swung his fist around at Hinata, forcing her back before bringing his gauntlet around, swiping his chain back and forth in an attempt to delay his pursuers. He managed to put some distance between the genin and himself and took the opportunity to form some quick hand signs before breathing out a cloud of poison as he skipped back from the pair. The purple cloud billowed out toward the two genin, causing them to scatter and giving the mist shinobi the opportunity he needed to slip by the pair and head toward his target. As he pounded away at the earthen road, he saw the final obstacle to his goal, a brightly colored blonde who stood before him, a kunao drawn in both hands. With an angry roar, the shinobi flung his free hand forward as a smattering of blade stars swept forward toward the blonde. "No you don't," Naruto called as he swung his blades up to smack the weapons aside, sending them off with small streaks as the steel weapons met. Without halting his assault, the shinobi swung his arm around, whipping the serrated chain toward Tajuna just as Naruto deflected his last shuriken. "Crap! Stop him," a voice in Naruto's head called as, without any choice, Naruto threw himself in front of the blow, unable to bring a kunao up in time to stop the weapon's path. The next moment, the mist shinobi saw Naruto's arm slam down into his chain, the impact enough to send it aside even as a splatter of crimson fell to the ground. With another undecipherable roar of anger, the mist shinobi yanked his arm back, causing the chain to pull back, wrapping itself around the blonde's arm several times, drawing a small cry from his lips as the pointed metal teeth bit into his flesh. Biting back the pain now roaring in his arm, Naruto thrust his bound hand forward even as the mist shinobi raced toward him, yanking at his bound arm and bringing forth another small spattering of crimson from his wound. As the figure approached, Naruto forced himself to ignore the pain in his arm as his fingers closed around the chain. With crimson drops falling from between his fingers, Naruto yanked the chain toward himself, throwing off the mist shinobi's footing so that he skipped forward just enough for the blonde to bring his remaining blade to bear, ramming it to the hilt into the shinobi's chest as they collided. As the blade drove home, the shinobi let out a cry of pain a moment before he felt several other strikes hammer him from behind as his body suddenly failed him. Just as Naruto had taken hold of the chain, Hinata had managed to catch up with the pair and had disabled the shinobi with a series of well-placed juken strikes to his back. As the shinobi collapsed, Hinata's eyes came to rest on the bloodied form of Naruto, her eyes widening as she saw his tattered arm dyed crimson from where the chain had bitten into his flesh. "Naruto," she yelled as her eyes fell upon his bloody left arm. Without waiting a moment more, she rushed over the body of the mist ninja and began disentangling the chain from the blonde's arm even as a mixture of anger and worry fought for control over her face. As she worked to pull the steel teeth out of Naruto's arm, she turned a pair of moist eyes up to the blonde, her voice breaking as she began to speak. "Baka, why did you do that, Naruto? Your arm." Baka, she continued as she finished removing the chain and began to apply her glowing green hands to the injured appendage, the wounds soon stitching themselves back together under her healing touch. "Baka, Kiba, come over here and grab my bag now," Hinata shouted as Kiba rushed to her side, where she continued to call instructions. "There's antidote in there. Find the one that smells like the poison you smelled on the chain," she continued in a tone that had Kiba soon rifling through Hinata's bag, pulling out vial after vial looking for the one in question as across from him. Naruto did the only thing he could and fell completely silent as the two continued their work. Kushina's heart froze at the sight of Naruto's bloody form. Her mind went blank, her only thought to scoop him up and race back to Konoha. But she forced herself to act, moving to restrain the two shinobi first. She knew Naruto was a shinobi now, and Hinata was doing everything she could. She had to push her emotions aside and focus on the task at hand. "Damn it, Kushina, you can't help him yet. Secure these bastards first, then go to him," she thought, as she finished tying up the two men. Once they were secured, she turned to see Hinata stepping back from Naruto. He was grimacing as he drank a green liquid, his arm, which had been covered in a tattered cloth, now unblemished thanks to Hinata's quick work. A steadying breath escaped Kushina as she moved toward the trio. "He's okay, thank the gods." She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, then turned to her son. "Are you okay, Naruto?" she asked, dropping to a knee and placing a hand on his shoulder, her eyes searching his. Naruto gave his arm a quick glance before looking back at her and giving a thumbs up with the same arm. Of course, Kasan. I'm great, thanks to Hinata-chan. Hey, did you see me take on that Miss Shinobi? He asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement, hoping for her approval. Kushina didn't disappoint. She smiled at his enthusiasm. Most shinobi froze in their first real fight, but not her team. Even as she smiled, she raised her other hand and gave him a playful tap on the head, yelling "Baka," echoing Hinata's earlier scolding. You were awesome, Databane, but what were you thinking, taking a hit like that? Don't you ever worry me like that again, or you'll be running laps around Konoha when we get back, she finished softly, pulling him into a tight hug. Naruto didn't resist. I'm with her, seedling. Don't ever pull a move like that again. Juobi's voice echoed in his mind, giving him a headache instead of a physical tap. Okay, fine. Are all girls like this? He retorted mentally as his other passenger sighed. From what I've seen, yeah, pretty much. But you didn't have many options. I think you did great, but I could have done better, the voice added with a proud chuckle. Naruto groaned internally, his mind drifting back to reality. Kushina had released him and was now seriously inspecting the defeated shinobi. After a quick check, Kushina sent a clone back to the village with their location. She was relieved to find they were only a few hours outside of Konoha's response time for this mission. As the clone left, she moved back to her team, finding Kiba marveling at the twin gauntlets the now identified demon brothers had been wearing. Hey, Kushina-sensei, can you help me store these? I think I finally found a weapon that suits me, Kiba said with a smile, while Akamera yipped excitedly at his feet. I think we can work with these. I'll seal them for now, Kiba. When we stop for the night, we can work on cleaning that poison off. We don't want you getting hurt by something you're not immune to, Kushina replied, pulling out a scroll and tossing it to him. She then turned her attention to the rest of the team and their client, who was watching Hinata lecture Naruto. Now, Naruto-kun, you're not going to do that again, are you? Hinata asked in a threatening tone. Naruto seemed to shrink slightly, nodding to the pale-eyed girl. No, Hinata-chan, I won't, he replied in a submissive voice. Hinata nodded once. Good, because if you do, no more special ramen dates, Hinata finished. Naruto's eyes widened, and he let out a small, fearful whine. No, you wouldn't, Hinata-chan, please. That's my favorite kind of date, please say you won't take away the ramen. Naruto pleaded as Hinata crossed her arms, a scene that made Kushina shake her head. Wow, she's got him wrapped around her little finger, just like Hitomi. Those Hyuga women are scary. Kushina chuckled to herself, motioning for her team to fall in. They quickly formed up around her, and she turned to Tajuna, who suddenly looked nervous. Now, Tajuna, would you mind telling me why there are mist shinobi after you? Kushina began, a small amount of killing intent flaring around her. A day after the events on the road, Team 11 was once again on the move. It turned out Tajuna's true enemy was a man named Gato, who was trying to bleed his village dry. The bridge Tajuna was building was meant to be the answer to their suffering, an answer Gato wanted removed. After explaining the full scope of the mission, the group was left with a choice: abandon the man or work to save him and his home. The decision took only a few minutes, and the team was soon back on the road after a day's rest. So where are you going to meet me, anyway? Naruto asked, walking ahead through a light fog, his arms clasped behind his head as he idly looked into the nearby brush. If Juobi is right, then I don't think we're too far from where you are now. I can't tell you exactly where with all this stupid mist everywhere, but I'd say I'll be able to see you before too long, the voice in his mind replied. Naruto nodded, looking back at his team still in formation around Tajuna as they walked along the path. Yeah, it's everywhere. What's up with that? I thought this was the land of waves, not the land of mist, Naruto thought, slightly exasperated as another wisp of fog swept past his team, making them look as if they were walking inside clouds rather than on the ground. Just as the conversation was about to continue, Naruto's senses screamed at him a moment before Kushina's voice rang out. Get down, the redhead yelled. A moment later, Naruto found himself tackled to the ground by Kushina as Hinata and Kiba dragged Tajuna down with them. As Naruto hit the ground, he looked up just in time to see a flying object pass exactly where his head had been, cutting through the air with a horrific slicing sound. A second later, with a sickening thud, the object lodged itself into a tree across from the group. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it as the mist parted, revealing a massive blade, like an oversized meat cleaver, now stuck in the wood. Before they could process this, another movement caught their attention. A figure dropped to land on the handle of the blade, his back to them. The man slowly turned his head, revealing a face wrapped from cheek to chin in bandages, and two burning black eyes that focused on them. As the group steadily got to their feet, cold, cruel laughter emanated from the figure standing on the blade. Well, the red hot-blooded habanero and 3 children, the figure mocked as he stepped off his blade, lazily grabbing the handle and wrenching it from the tree. He dropped to the damp ground before them, the blade twirling once before resting on his shoulder as he smirked. Looks like you've taken up babysitting. It's a shame they saddle someone like you with these brats who are trying to play shinobi. Still, I guess you must have some skill left to deal with the demon brothers, he continued, swinging his sword from his back with surprising grace and ease to point at them. Kushina-sensei, who is that? Hinata asked in a quiet voice as she, Kiba, and Naruto slipped into a defensive position around their client. Kushina, meanwhile, moved to stand clearly in front of her team, her red hair waving out behind her as a slight ebb in the mist occurred. She glared at the man. That's Zabuza Mamakai, the demon of the mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Or at least he was until he betrayed his village and ran off a few years ago, Kushina answered. She began sending chakra along the seals in her armor, causing them to burst into fiery golden light. The combination of the golden light with her red armor and hair made her look like a burning flame against the dull mist. I'm honored you've heard of me, Kunoichi. As a matter of professional courtesy, how about you hand over the bridge builder, and I'll let you and your baby shinobi run back to the leaf. No point in killing you and getting your husband after me if I don't have to, Zabuza said, lowering his sword slightly. Like I need your offer. Maybe you should surrender before I show my students what it looks like to take down a swordsman of the mist, Kushina responded, planting herself firmly in front of her team. Her words brought a small smile to Zabuza's lips, visible even behind his bandages. Not bad, Red, but don't blame me when I carve you to pieces, Zabuza called out, swinging his sword back up to point at Kushina. The golden light of her runes began to bleed across her armor, slowly swallowing the red and black of her outfit under a translucent golden shell. Team, stay with Tajuna. He may have backup. Protect him at any cost. Kushina shouted as the golden light of her seals gave one more pulse before solidifying around her, leaving her ready for the fight ahead. Her clothing was now covered by a second, glowing set of golden armor that hovered a few inches from her body, mimicking her movements as she lowered her arms to her sides. The new plating gave off the same glow as her chains, which soon formed from her back, clinking past her armor to drape around her. At the same time, her red hair had come undone and was now flowing behind her, interlacing with bright golden chains that seemed to swish back and forth with the red wave. As her students watched, her arms rose slightly, now sporting armored gauntlets that extended over her hands, including a single golden spike that was connected to another set of chains seemingly sprouting from the woman's arms as opposed to her back. Zabuza's eyes glinted with primal excitement as he gazed at the golden figure, even as he began flipping through hand signs for his favorite jutsu. Kushina, however, had other ideas. She slammed a now gold-plated foot down into the ground, sending small cracks out as she pushed herself forward. I don't think so, Kushina shouted, launching herself across the field. Each step was accompanied by a small impact that propelled her forward in another burst of speed toward the swordsman. As she neared, both of her arms waved out, the chains on either gauntlet springing forth into long golden lines that she swung inward, her arms crossing as the chains sighed to cross the ground toward the swordsman's legs. As the pair of golden lines closed on him, Zabuza kicked off the ground, leaping just as the chains crossed under him. He forced a hand down into his pouch to fling a wave of curved shuriken toward the charging woman as he hung suspended in midair. Damn it, he cursed. With a yank, Kushina's gauntlets came up, dragging the golden chains with them like serpents to swat away the projectiles as she drew ever closer. With a flick of her wrists, Kushina directed the chains to recede back into her gauntlets just as Zabuza landed. The next second, the swordsman was forced to bring his sword up, bracing his shoulder against the flat side of his blade to use it as a shield as Kushina impacted the other side with the force of a bull. The impact sent the pair skidding back. With a roar of fury, Zabuza swung the flat of his blade up, his muscles building as he heft Kushina bodily, flinging her skyward as his sword came swinging around to crash into the ground at his back. Got you, Zabuza shouted as he saw the redhead momentarily suspended. He then flew through a set of signs as 3 jets of water sprang to life from the nearby pond, taking on the shapes of dragons before they flung themselves toward the airborne woman. At the same time, Kushina managed to right herself just as the 3 attacks closed in around her like the jaws of some great beast. As the watery jaws slammed shut, Kushina's chains suddenly surged out, forming a barrier around herself to take the attack. The next moment, the water dragon swung the orb into the ground, raking it across the field with a horrible grinding sound. As the watery beasts finally dissipated, the impact flung up a small cloud of dust that momentarily blocked the woman from sight. As the cloud receded, a golden glow became visible as the golden chains forming the dome slowly fell away, showing the uninjured Kushina standing in the crater from the attack. Just as the chains receded, there was a shiver of movement from behind the redhead as Zabuza appeared, swinging his sword down with a victorious cry. At the last second, Kushina flung both her arms up in a crossguard. The golden gauntlets across her arms pushed out, becoming slightly thicker just as the blade crashed into them with a streaking sound that rang across the battlefield. Sparks flew as the blade slowly cut through the golden plates, but by that time, Kushina had leaped back. A few of her chains lashed out toward the swordsman, forcing him to fall back to avoid being speared by the golden assault. As the 2 shinobi skipped to a halt, they each glared at one another before Zabuza let out a manic burst of laughter as he swung his blade back in front of him. Yes, yes, yes. This is what I'd expect from you, Uzumaki. come and feed my blade, Zabuza called, even as the runes on Kushina's forearm glowed again, forming her chakra into another set of golden gauntlets. She flexed once before glaring back at the swordsman, who continued to speak. It has been a long time since this executioner's blade of mine has fought against your kind, but I must say, you do your people proud, Zabuza called as he set himself for the next assault. You hold up pretty well as a member of the famous Seven Swordsmen too, Demon of the Mist, Kushina called back as the two charged one another once again, the battlefield erupting into conflict. The genin could only stare open-mouthed at the battle. Kushina and Zabuza flung themselves fully into the melee. As Naruto watched Kushina smash a gauntlet fist into Zabuza's chest, he found himself mesmerized by the two before him. Ka-san is awesome. Hey, where are you? You have got to see this, Naruto called within his mindscape, even as Juwelby found herself agreeing with the young man. She is at that, seedling. I must say that she does her people proud on the battlefield. Maybe she can teach you to forge your own armor someday, but for now, keep your guard up just in case, the Juwelby advised as a slightly haggard voice that sounded like it belonged to someone in the middle of a marathon spoke up. Man, I'm on my way, come on, Juwelby, steer me in the right direction, will ya? The voice shouted excitedly as Juwelby turned back toward the pool, leaving Naruto once more to silently watch as the battle continued before him. At the same time, blasts of water and golden light erupted across the battlefield as the figures continued to engage one another. Kushina skipped back as Zabuza's blade cleaved a chunk of her golden shield clean through, leaving a jagged scar across her red armor. She, in turn, swung a leg up that caught the man just under the chin, sending him staggering back a few paces. Taking advantage of this, Kushina rushed after him, even as Zabuza allowed the momentum of the hit to pull him back from her strike as he spat a sharpened jet of water into the redhead's face. At the last moment, Kushina jerked her head aside so that the needle-like water merely grazed one cheek as she brought a pair of her chains whipping down toward the man, only missing his flesh as a pair of water clones rushed her from both sides, catching the blows before exploding into small showers of water, allowing the man a moment to kick back from her. Damn, this isn't working out well. She's as tough as they say, Zabuza panted, sparing a quick glance toward the genin and his target, biting back a swear as he did so. I guess I'll have to try something else, he thought, even as he was forced back as two of the golden chains pierced his sword, forcing him to twist it to avoid getting impaled by the spikes. As the chains sailed past, the man spun a kunai free, slashing down upon the links, sending them falling away as he ripped his sword around before charging the redhead once more. Haku, get out here and take out the bridge builder. While I handle her, kill the genin if they get in your way, but kill that bastard, Zabuza shouted a moment before he swung his blade around toward the redhead once again. Damn it! Kushina yelled in her head, even as she was forced to duck under the massive blade. He is back up, I need to, she began but was cut off as the blade swung up once more before slamming down, forcing her back into the battle.